This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet. Day 3 of the CE Cup for men, that is. Of course, we'll hand over to the women tomorrow. Still, whole week of international action here with the ECS starting next week. Well, right now, Norway in the box seat to take the CE Cup, but they've got some work to do and also some making up to do for the home side who might just spring a surprise this morning. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the ECN Central Europe Cup T20I, and it starts right now. Dobrano, good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another big day of European cricket, day 3 of the CE Cup for men, but it won't be finishing here. In fact, this is only the beginning. We have 2 weeks of cricket live from the Vinaj Cricket Ground here in Prague, Czechia, and tomorrow we'll hand over to the women. They have 3 days of T20s, 2 days of T10s before we head into the European Cricket Series action next week. So conditions today, I can tell you, couldn't be better for cricket. I know it's been a bit up and down through the first couple of days of the series, but we're expecting a maximum temperature of 24. Already it's 18. It looks perfect, actually. So there's nothing quite like this ground when the weather is good, and hopefully some good action as well. The Czechs, they do have some making up to do. They're without a win in this series as we head into match 5. It'll be the return clash between Czechia and Norway. We've got Joe Foster with a giant coin this morning, about to hand it over to the Czech skipper Murali van Drassi. Kaiser Ahmed there as well for Norway. Let's see who wins the coin toss.
Good morning to match 5 of the CE Cup. Czechia is going to toss the coin. Norway are going to call when it's in the air.
Tails.
Tails is the call. That is a heads.
You're going to bowl first.
Czechia have won the toss. They're going to have a bowl.
Yeah, so beautiful day here at the Vinaj Cricket Ground, just outside of Prague. And yeah, well, I suppose the home side, that will be a bit disappointed. I know they are kind of punching a bit above their weight division here, but it hasn't really gone to plan for them so far here in this CE Cup. But, you know, you've got to take your hat off to them, mate. They have chosen a couple of challenging opponents to invite here onto their home turf. And yeah, I know we've had some ups and downs with the weather so far. We had a short match on day 1, for example. We had a crazy kind of storm sweep through the ground, and he's known for it here at Vinaj. But I want to welcome all of our viewers to the broadcast. Winnie Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. I actually will have a new face to ECN, a new voice, in fact, very, very shortly, as we go back and have a look at yesterday with Norway taking on Austria. 22 runs the margin in the end. Gori, classy player, 57 off 41 for him. Anil Palmer was in the wickets, 3 for him. Vinay Ravi had a pretty good day as well, 2 for 16 there. Karambir Singh with a half century in the response, and 42 from the live wire Hamid Safi, but it wasn't enough as Austria were bowled out in the last over, 22 short of that Norway total. Bilal Zahmet continued his wicket-taking rampage in the series as well, with a couple for the Austrians. But yeah, that was the battle of the undefeated teams to that point. It means that Norway are in prime position to nab the trophy today, should they repeat the dose later on. Austria-Czechia in the afternoon. This was a return clash of the opening match of the series, and Austria put on a big score, didn't they? With half century to Bilal Zalmai and Razumatans from Razmal Shigawal, 65 not out for him. 224 was a big total, despite 4 wickets from Bujan for the Czechs, and Bujan top scored as well with the bat, but it wasn't even, I suppose, anything close to an average effort from the Czech side, as they were bowled out for 63 in just the 14th over. Bilal Zalmai, another player of the match performance, 3 for 11, but he had good support from his bowling crew. And so this is how things are looking, actually. You know, Austria, they are top, but on net run rate, and Norway have the ability to go back to top with a win here over the Czechs, who were playing their last match in the series this morning. Remember, each team plays their opponents twice, so 4 matches in total. The Czechia cannot win the series, but look, even if they could get a win here against Norway, it would do some wonders for their ranking, remembering that they're a full 15 position positions below Norway in the rankings. Czechia 54 versus Norway 39, at least at the start of this series. Niraj Chagi comes in for the first time for Czechia. All the other players have seen some action in this series. Davidson Romani, good to see him in the side yesterday. But yet to make too much of an impact. But just need some runs from somewhere, don't they? Bujan, I suppose you could say he's been their best player in the series. But Norway, they've got a lot of heavy hitters in there. I think they'll be feeling confident. They're 81% favourites here in match 5. I think would be a big shock if the Czechs were able to turn things around. But this is ECN, and shocks are part and parcel of what we do. I want to say a quick hello to everyone who's watching on Fancode, of course, in the subcontinent, and everyone that's watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. And it is Vinny Sandu here today. I want to say big thanks to Danny Hudacek and Phil G for their work yesterday. I was following along on my day off, as most people probably would have noticed. I was jumping in on occasion. Of course, cricket here in Czechia and cricket also in Hornchurch, England today. But got to say, I'm not alone today, and Phil and Danny have the day off. So you might be wondering, well, if Phil and Danny aren't here, who's there with Vinny? And I'm really, really pleased to introduce somebody who does have a bit of commentary experience. Actually, some of our Fancode viewers might know him, but now he's based here in Czechia, and he's joining me for day 3. Everyone, say hello to Shoban Ganak. Hey, Shobi, how are you today?
Good morning, everybody, watching all over from the world, and thank you so much, Vinny. It's a pleasure to be commentating alongside you, and wow, what a game to look forward to. Czechia taking on Norway.
Yeah, that's right, and looks like we're about to get going, so it's Chagi to open the bowling.
First delivery, very well bowled from Niraj Tagi. Niraj Tagi has been brought into the playing 11. He missed last 3 games, so it's going to be a tough challenge for him.
Yeah, well, they need to do something, didn't they, Czechia? Obviously, haven't had the success they would have hoped for so far.
Looking forward. And that's wrapped on the pads. Finger is up. The first blood comes along. Kaiser Ahmed, the skipper, has to depart.
Yeah, well, that one did keep low, didn't it? We'll check it on the replay. Chagi just gets him playing across one here. I think he hits him in line with off stump. I think it's plump, if I'm honest. Joe Foster just wiping the sleep out of his eyes, but I think he gets that one absolutely right. So maybe just technical error there from a very good player trying to hit across that one. And this pitch, we know sometimes it is a bit up and down. So Chagi comes in, has an immediate impact. He gets the Norwegian skipper, Kaiser Ahmed, without scoring. It's none for one. Couldn't have been a better start for the Czechs.
That's a body blow. Kaiser Ahmed has been in runs in this tournament, and he got a duck. It's a huge wicket. Well, that's a brilliant delivery. Stump to stump, keeping a little bit low. He's like a metronome, really. Niraj Tagi, always asking questions to the batter.
There you can almost see exact impact. I don't think it's impact outside. It's the only thing that might have saved him there. Chagi, well, come the moment, come the man. Kaiser Ahmed, he'll be annoyed at himself there as well. I think he knows he should have played that with a straight bat, and he would have kept it out, I think, even despite the slight lack of bounce. But he's an informed player. It's Walid Gari coming out at number 3.
Yeah, he has scored runs, the southpaw. I think last game he scored something around 50 runs, looking solid. And at number 3, the sun is out. It's hovering around 24 degrees Celsius. The lowest can be 12 degrees. But there's no clouds at all.
Well, you've come for the good weather, Shobi. Trust me, it hasn't always been this nice.
Yeah, there's no threat of rain. So I did bring some kind of luck with me, that's for sure.
We've got some big ECN news. I'm going to come to that in a moment. But here's Chagi round the wicket to the lefty.
Nicely driven. That's the confidence that you get, especially when you are in form. You just go towards that delivery, your head and your body position. And Gauri, coming up with that half century, must have done a world of good. Niraj Tagi, it's an interesting choice. He doesn't have the pace to trouble the batter, but he has that line and length. Sometimes these kind of bowlers are really hard to face. Even though it's quite sunny out there, he is someone who's definitely going to ask a lot of questions here. Wrap. Oh, that's a good stop. Oh, well, I think he's injured himself.
He's stopped by Niraj Mishra, but I think he's taken it in the jaw. I've got to say, it jumped up on him and he puts his body on the line. It's brave stuff, but I just hope he's all right here. It looks like you can see he's holding. He's gone straight to that left jaw. He does save the boundary, but at what cost?
It's down the leg side and just helped the ball on its way. Not a good technique to stop the ball.
I mean, at least there's one thing here. At least he turns his head so it doesn't hit him right in the middle. But just straight away, you can see Charles over there just checking if he's all right. So he might have a little bit of a delay here. And Mishra, he's somebody they would have banked on for some overs. Probably was going to bowl the second over here. So young and old, ready for the cricket action. Hey, but now I suppose we've got this slight delay. I can introduce Shobhan Ganaik, or call you Shobi, who has picked up a wicket very early, I will say. And so everyone here in the chat, I'm sure, is going to make you feel welcome here today. I know you have a fair bit of commentary experience, but now you are based here in Prague. I ran into you when you were helping with the Czech Cricket Academy, which must give you a lot of satisfaction as well. But excited to have you on the microphone.
Oh, that's one of the ambitions that I had, to coach little kids, and Catcher has been quite kind to provide me with that opportunity. I've been able to under 15, under 12, the kids wanting to learn. And it's just a different feeling where you teach kids where there's no real cricket culture. You tend to make them understand the nitty-gritties of cricket. But it's quite exciting.
Yeah, honestly, I've loved your work. Obviously, I love the work of Chris and Renata and everyone at the academy there. They work very, very hard. And so, we ran into each other. I said, hey, we'll have to get you on and see if you'd like to do a bit of commentary here. Anyway, Chargie's good to continue.
He goes big this time. Quite a safe shot. Trickles down to the fence for the first boundary of the day.
Yeah, and this is probably, again, a little risky shot. When you look at the line, he plays this off. But, I mean, Dougie normally he's a bowler that doesn't rush you, put it that way. He's just a bit nagging. But that time, it's going to be Rahimi. Gets off the mark with 4. And Rahimi up at the top of the order for Norway. He's a bit of a live wire. Once again, likes to attack in the power play.
And Nirastagi cannot drift down the leg side. He doesn't have the pace to do so. So anything around that 4th stump, 5th stump is his actually... he tries to go for that cover drive.
Yeah, it's good comeback. It's kind of lured him forward, change in line, I suppose. End of the first over, and it's 5 for 1. Yeah, so tell us a little bit. I mean, I've heard a little bit of what you've done before, but I know you haven't done cricket commentary for a while, but you did do a fair bit, but not in Europe. Am I right?
Actually, I did a couple of... Actually, I did 3 games.
True, yes.
But that was a different Czechia side. When I came to commentary, Czechia was beating Hungary 3-0, and then I thought Czechia is the team to look forward to. And when I came to this tournament, I had high hopes of Czechia, but the kind of performances they have put in is actually a little bit of disappointed in me.
In fact, you're exactly right. In fact, you have commentated. I think you commentated with Phil G before as well in the CE Cup. So you actually have commentated this tournament before. So yeah, also the majority of what you've done before, though, hasn't been in Europe. I know. But you've commentated in Bangladesh, I know, and in India as well, right?
Yeah, I've done a little bit of digital when it comes to Afghanistan, domestic cricket, Bangladesh as well, and a lot of leagues from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, if I can say so, to romanticize cricket commentary. But yeah, most of the matches I've done in Kerala, the talent coming from that part of the world is incredible. Maybe you'll have a lot of chats going on, and maybe somebody from Kerala must be listening to in. And
that is true. We've got people all around the world. Sometimes some of our fan club viewers, they find it hard to get in the chat, but they can always send me a message at Mr. Maximo, and we'll see if who's watching. Mishra is good.
That's a good delivery.
It's good that he's recovered from the blow in the face, and he's still bowling his second over.
But talking about this pitch, it's quite dry, hard wicket. There's true bounce in it. And if you're a batter, your stroke play has to be spot on.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I like about this wicket compared to some of the other artificial turfs I've seen around Europe, and I've seen plenty, is that there's a little bit of unpredictability in it. You saw that with the LBW first up. Maybe didn't bounce as much as the batter thought. So, yeah, for the Czechs, I mean, I will say I think their bowling has generally been slightly better than their batting, but that's not to say they've necessarily bowled that well in the series. Giving away a bit of ranking points to the opposition is always tough.
That's short and wide.
So,
Well-
just tell us a little bit about how you ended up here in Czechia, because I bet it's a fascinating story.
I did commentary for quite a fair amount of time in India. Then I had an opportunity. Maybe I had a little bit, had an option to go back to academics. So I came here to pursue my masters. That shot, that's up in the air. There's a chance. Fielder coming underneath it, drops it. Not the man you should drop. Rahimi is in form. They will get couple of runs for it. But maybe a little bit of extra bounce did the right-hander there.
Yeah, you know, Czechs haven't had much go their way. This is a tough one. He's straight into the sun here. Never gets the hands together, Magari. And he'll be so disappointed. And it wasn't an easy catch at all. It was the sort of catch you want to take when you're trying to turn your week around.
Yeah, so coming back to the story, then I had flown into Czech Republic, or Czechia, and had an opportunity to study here. Good little delivery towards the third region for a single. And then I graduated last month. Then, that inside of me that, coaching was going on, but commentary is something which I love. I've been doing it for when I was 20. So, yeah, I had the option of meeting you, and as they say, rest is history.
Yeah, we're quite lucky here, finding people in Czechia that have some sort of commentary experience, and our viewers have enjoyed listening to. Obviously, we've got Danny from here, based here. We've got Phil, who's based here. I'm actually based here now, so nice. It gives us all a few days off here and there as well. Here's Mishra. So, so if you have any questions for Shoban, please put them in the chat. ECN European Cricket Network. I know we've got viewers all around the world. Hello to Ravi Solanki. Good to see you in the chat, actually, Ravi. Hopefully you're well. And Ashaka Kolchunova's in there. She's playing for the women's team tomorrow. Of course, we do head into the women's starting tomorrow with 3 days of their CE Cup, the T20 cricket, and then 2 days of ECI T10 cricket. Then we head to the European Cricket Series next week. And I believe, next Monday you're going to be on a bit of European Cricket Series action as well, right?
Yeah, I know Saka because she did the course, the ICC coaching level 1 with me.
Is that right?
Short and wide again. Rahimi is trying to play that delivery outside the off stump. He knows that power play. Fielders inside the circle. It's the time to go for those big shots. Little bit of extra bounce in around that good length.
I think it's a good call, actually. I think it's inside the line. Just made it look wide by never moving his feet towards it.
It's basically an outswinger. Oh, trying to play that cross-batted. Not the ideal shot to play when the ball is swinging away. But that's the end of the over. 2 overs gone. It's 12 for 1.
Mishra and for 6 recovers well after almost copping a broken jaw fielding round the corner. But Norway, they've certainly been held accountable in the start. Obviously, that wicket of Kaiser Ahmed, the captain, didn't help matters, but they'll still feel that they've got the batting to put a good score on the board.
That's the standings. Austria, top of the pops. 3 matches, couple of wins. That net run rate quite healthy. Norway, they've been unbeaten so far. Actually, in terms of rankings, they are on 39 and Austria is in 44. He tries to go for that big shot. Fortune just runs for the right-hander. They'll get a couple of them. Neeraj Tyagi asking a lot of questions again.
Tyaghi's a funny one because you look at him and you'd say, well, how's he making the side? But he just has a knack. He has a knack of picking up wickets. I often say about him, he was born round the wicket. He loves to bowl around the wicket. But I do like this angle. It already worked, actually. If you look at how he got Kaiser Ahmed, that ball that kept a little bit low. So he's come in, obviously looked for an alternative. He's provided it. Can he get another strike?
Goes for the big shot, clubs it away for a single. Davidson there. He made his debut yesterday. And he's a fast bowler. I played alongside him, so he can bowl those rapid deliveries. Looking forward to him to bowl on this kind of a surface.
Yeah, he's good. I think he's done his 3 years now, so he qualifies for T20I cricket, which is the criteria. I remember, actually, I think when he first came to Prague, he's been a live wire for Prague CC. And still to get a wicket, but every chance he could pick up one this game, because I do think he will get his 4 overs or close to.
Cuts it, plays it pretty fine. Delicate touch. That's what Gauri was looking for. He picks up his second boundary.
Classy player. He knows how much time he has. Even probably knew where that gap was and exactly how long he wanted the ball to kind of stay in transit before he just let the wrists go. It's kind of down the hill in that region at this ground as well. Yes, I mean, you would have you've obviously covered cricket all around the world, but what do you think of this facility here at Vinaj? It's pretty cool, isn't it?
It's outstanding. I'm really happy that the boundaries have been pushed back. It's almost 60 meters boundary from square and straight. So they're really delightful I bowl leg spin. So I'm really happy that it's been a little pushed back. There's a bit more of a challenge for a batter. Superb stroke. Just opens the face of the bat. That will run away for the second boundary of the over. Gauri looking ominous out there at the centre.
Sure is, and I suppose the difference here, he's not playing across the ball. I know he's had a bit of width to work with as well from Chagi, but he's not troubled by the pace at all. He's on the front foot. It seems like he's got heaps of time to play it. And he's really going at this power play. His second boundary on the spin.
He used his feet to perfection there because he knew that Neeraj Tyagi is not that quick, so he had to make the pace. So he's making it happen. Number 10 on his back. Sometimes I believe the best player of any team has the number 10. When I was growing up, I used to watch Sachin Tendulkar having the 10, Shahid Afridi 10, Messi as well. So a lot of players.
10 out of 10.
Yeah,
no, I mean, the Tendulkar 10 is pretty famous. And Afridi, you're right, with the Afridi 10 as well. I know if you go to England, quite often, 10's pretty important, but it comes from football. They love a number 7 in England. You know, the number 7 jersey's the thing. The cricket jerseys are interesting, aren't they? They're a fairly recent thing, numbers on jersey. They only came in really around the mid-90s.
Beautiful shot. And that's taken! Whoa, he didn't try to hit that shot there. Neeraj Tyagi, out of nowhere, has picked up a couple of wickets.
Well, it's the invisible field, although I think the batter knew he was back because he leaned. It was kind of shot where you're just trying to get it over the mid-off, but he doesn't hit it really hard enough to ever challenge going over the rope. And Rahimi wants to attack, plays it slightly inside out, but Magari, he's lurking there. Remember, he put one down earlier, Rutaraj, but that time he makes no mistakes on another early strike. The dangerous Rahimi goes for 11, and it's 24 for 2.
Big credit to Vandrasi there, the skipper. Maybe he knew that Rahimi will go for that shot. That's why he puts the man back at mid-off. And the long off was actually waiting for that catch. Perfect delivery. Good little shot. Not quite. Not quite.
Yeah, it was a strange one. It's kind of the exact way you wouldn't want to hit a ball if there was someone on the boundary. Either if you really go after it, then you try and hit it for 6, or you keep it on the ground, or if you want to go up and over, you probably need to target mid-on. You rarely have mid-on and mid-off back to a pacer in the first 6 overs. He couldn't have picked Rudraj out any better. And Magari said, thank you very much, as Dashana will come to the crease. End of the over as well, 24 for 2. It'll be Gauri facing up to Mishra.
Down the leg side. Wide signal by the umpire. So it's important that Kuruge Dashana has come to the crease. He has scored runs in the previous game. He scored something around 27 out of 19 deliveries. Actually, that game, Norway quite comprehensively beat Czechia. Maybe the weather played a role as well. So this time, it's quite 50-50. The weather is quite sunny and bright. That's nice. Again, challenging those stumps there. The technique has to be correct if you're playing someone like Neeraj Mishra or Neeraj Tyagi as well.
Yeah, it's a double Neeraj opening attack. I wonder if there's any of those in world cricket, international cricket going around. But you're right. And I think obviously you get rewarded for being a bit more technical on a pitch like this compared to some pitches that are just complete concrete base and absolutely flat. And I think you do see that there is that kind of technical element to most of these Norwegian specialist batters.
But this has been quite a fantastic turnaround. Yesterday, they received almost 224, the highest total on this ground. And today, 26 for 2. What a leveler cricket is. Straight down the ground. You will get value for shots, but the stumps came in between. Quite a confidence booster. First delivery, off the mark straight away.
Stumps probably saved at least one run there. I think that was going to beat mid on, mid off. But again, look at the technique of Darshana. Just a very straight blade. Knocks it into the leg stump, but they're still able to pinch a run. Saurabh Kakari in the chat. Hello to you. Hello to Dave B. Hello to ECN Supporters Club Australia. And I haven't mentioned something yet, but I do want to. And I probably will after this ball. But Mishra trying to remove Walid Gori. So, Kroom is in the chat. Kevin, watching from the UK. And I want to say big congratulations now. Kevin has watched thousands, and I'm not joking, thousands of ECN matches. Yesterday he made his debut for the Havering 11 in England in the Hornchurch Series, and he took a wicket in his first over. Kroom, I called it a proud parent moment. I know you must have watched it back a few times. I thought he bowled really well. Kind of scrambled the circuits of some Sri Lankan first-class players he's playing against. And Kroom, by his own admission, is more of a social cricketer. But Kroom, you did brilliantly. Can't believe you got dropped for the second game. Talk me through that. But Kroom, congratulations, welcome, and well done once again.
Little close to cut, chance of a run out. The fielder was on his heels there. But he's talking about Sri Lankan. Actually, Czechia are missing the most popular Sri Lanka in Czechia.
Yeah, the beast. Are you talking about Sinesh Wickramasekara, I guess, amongst others? No Ashokan either. No Dylan Stain. Yeah, but I mean, the beast. I mean, for a while, he jointly held the fastest 100 in T20I cricket, if you remember that. And the Czechs actually, for a while, as a team, had the highest margin by runs.
Good shot there for another single.
But in the end, you just got to work with who you got. And I suppose that's one thing here in Czechia. The amount of players that are actually qualified to play ICC cricket probably is only a portion of the cricket playing pool, which is something always they're working on. And I still think it's a while till that next generation comes through, and a lot of things have been done at the junior stage. But yeah, they're the pioneers here playing for Czechia.
Actually, the women's game has developed a lot in Czechia, but the kind of talents on display are fantastic. I see under 12s, under 13s, women cricketers, girls from Czech, 4 overs, 29 for 2, playing cricket, and I'm quite surprised to see the kind of the level of competitiveness that they have, the batting stance, the way they bowl.
Yeah, I mean, it's a work in progress, isn't it? But it's exciting to see these strides being made. Yeah, I think you mentioned as well, there's much improved performance from Czechia with the ball. They did go for 224 against Austria this time yesterday. So obviously they've had to think about it. They just seem a bit more organised as far as the lines they're bowling, setting their fields to their plans. And Chagi, 2 for 17. He's coming and he's just found those breakthroughs that have been so elusive for them so far in the series.
Yeah, because 224 was actually scored by Austria after winning the toss. But there, I think Sajib took 4 wickets, so he's
4.
yet to come.
Yeah, and it's also interesting for me that the Czechs, despite that, they elect to bowl first here. And I suppose, yeah, their game plan is, okay, let's see if we can restrict to something reasonable, but then also they can have some direction in their batting as to how quickly they need to score. I think sometimes they have been a bit directionless at times about when to take risks and how big the risks are they need to take. So at least they'll have that guidance. Problem is yesterday they just got batted out of the game by Austria. Here's Chagi getting a 3rd over.
Tap and run. Pretty safe shot. But talking about the Czechia's batting, the middle order has actually struggled. The openers have done a fair bit of job, but the middle order, I was digging out little stats. They have lost 18 wickets for 102 runs.
Yeah, but
7 to 15 overs.
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, it has been the middle where the bottoms fell out of it. But I suppose the other thing is the openers might have maybe used a few more balls, but maybe they haven't ever gotten off to what you'd call as like a big flyer, more than maybe they've had 2 overs, the first 2 overs, maybe 25, and then they just haven't really given the middle order easy situations either. So it's been a a bit of a trial, put it that way, for the home side.
Gori again, down the track. He's trying to play that delivery outside the off stump, not able to properly time it. Trying to make it pace and carve it on the offside. Good little fielding. They're giving their 100% here. They know that they're playing for pride, playing for redemption. And while Norway are playing for confirmation, they just want to play that final. The next game, match number 6. Norway taking on Austria.
Yeah, and Austria, they'll be big Czech fans, actually, in this game as far as the series goes.
Straight away.
Because with the way things are, margins matter as well. So let's say that it goes to form and Norway win this. Well, then Austria would have to beat Norway, but it would go to net run rate. So again, it becomes to, okay, how big is the win that Norway would get here? Yeah, maybe Austria would need to win by a certain amount. Maybe not. Obviously, if Norway win both games, say they're undefeated, they win easily. You've got to give credit to Chagi here, who's just, I called him Nagy, and that's kind of what he's delivering, and I think you probably do bowl him out here. It's a totally different proposition, I think, if he's bowling these kind of deliveries in the 17th over versus the 5th over. You know, I think the kind of length that they back him to hit for 6, they just don't want to take that risk right now.
That's delightful shot. He has got all the way for 6. The first Maximo.
Well, I said maybe they don't want to take the risk. Maybe they do. Gori no halfway is running out. And he says, right, I've had about enough of this. And he slaps that sideways. Actually knocks a bit of foliage off the tree. Well, springtime, the new leaves are appearing. But Gori's making them disappear. And it is the first Maximo of day 3.
That was a short delivery, and the batter was waiting for it. Lot of time to go underneath and play that big shot down on the leg side. He just clobbered it away. But not losing his shape. That's very important when you're trying to play that big shot.
You thought it was a risk worth taking. He's probably right. Come back ball. Last ball, the 5th.
Little bit uppish. Squirts it towards 3rd for another single. That's the end of the over. It's 5 overs, 39 for 2.
Quick look here at this tour of Czechia, and it's only just getting started. Of course, this is day 3 of action. This is a men's Central Europe Cup, but we have the women's starting tomorrow. It runs Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Then on the weekend, T10 cricket with a 9-match ECIW, and yeah, it's going to be great. We've got the Croatian women who will be here for the ECIWs. Before that, we've got Austria and Gibraltar. Gibraltar are actually playing in both the T20 and the T10. So we'll actually get to see 4 international women's sides over the next few days in 2 formats. And then for the first ever time, we've got 2 divisions of the European Cricket Series here. So we'll have 2 trophies. So it's all happening here in Czechia. Here's Mishra coming back for a 3rd over. You know what's funny is in the 6th over, and I noticed this in the 3rd over of our T10 matches, that actually more wickets get lost proportionally compared to all the surrounding overs. And the reason is, I think, like you see here with Gori, he's been quite unselfish here, saying, look, I think there's value in me going for these big shots, even if I risk my wicket, because this is the last over. There's only 2 fielders back on the boundary.
That shot, he hasn't timed it well. Fielder comes underneath it and just short of him. They'll get a single.
Unlucky for Mishra. That could have gone absolutely anywhere. Gori really is chancing his arm. I've got to hand it to him. It's pretty unselfish batting, because I mean he could settle in and probably personally be looking for a big score to kind of bat through most of the 20 overs. But he says, okay, the team thing here is probably for me to take a few chances. There's still batting to come in the middle order. Chadri Akram is listed to bat next, then Mohammad Sher Sahak. Hankut Gupta's in the side today, so exciting kind of period of play here before the field goes back.
Niraj Tyagi bowling that good length in and around that off stump. Nicely played, soft hands, delicate touch. And also, Vinny, I just wanted to focus on the length of the bowler. If you see these days T20 cricket, we are coming back again to that good length delivery. If you have watched IPL, top 5 leading wicket takers, Trent Bolt, world-class test bowler, Hazelwood, Bumrah. So all the good length that was vanished for a few years, we are actually coming back.
Yeah, it depends on a few things. It depends on how much you can trust the pitch to an extent as well, how much the ball's doing. But yeah, there's a reason these balls are effective in the longer form of the game. They're wicket-taking balls. If you do take wickets, you slow the rate. I think that Gauri's taken the initiative here. Darshana happy to take the single. Let's see what Waleed does. Won't have to do much to that. Interesting. I think it's going to be a wide. You do use profile wides in T20IW. Which means if this was to hit him in his original position, it shouldn't be called a wide, but I do think it still was a fair bit down the leg side. See, look at his position, maybe a set of stumps outside leg, and it's still outside that. So I think it's a very good call from Charles Croucher.
Perfect delivery for a right-hander.
Yeah, true. That's that kind of length you talked about.
Helps the ball on its way. This time, effortlessly played by Gauri. He is the man in form and he's doing it at the center.
Yeah, and to be honest, it's a bad line, isn't it? Gauri doesn't really have to do anything except swivel on it. And yeah, well, one of the younger fans got a pretty good look at the Grizzly there. Trying to work out who that is, actually. Looks a bit like Jan Hoffman. I don't know what he'd be doing on Nanny Patrol. Anyway, a long way from us. It will be 4 runs to Waleed Gauri as Norway approach the 50 here in the power play.
Slightly danger signs for Czechia. They have picked up a couple of wickets inside the power play overs, but this man who is at the crease is actually in pretty good form. Darshana as well. Both of them can do a lot of damage if they stay after the power play. They need to get 1 wicket here. It's a short delivery and not signaled wide by the umpire.
He's just in. Gauri probably didn't get his feet over there. Better adjustment with the line from Mishra. That's where he should be trying to bowl. Either off stumping outside. I think, yeah, it's fine for me when it passes the crease. Hey, hello to Desika Marakova-Moodley as well. She's the spiritual leader of the Czech women's side. I know she might be playing this weekend as well. So hello to you, Des. Good to see you in the chat. I'm looking forward to tomorrow. Last ball of power play coming up. So Gauri will take the 1, and that will be the end of the 6-over power play. Norway made to work reasonably hard for their runs there, but still in decent shape. Czechs with a couple of wickets to show for their efforts. 47 for 2 after 6.
Good little power play for both the sides, I would say. Norway, they've weathered the storm initially, but they've got a couple of wickets. That's there's a skyscraper there. 12 runs they got, and there's the second biggest has been 10. Or else, the Czechias have kept a run check on Norway. Norway have to understand that Czechia's strength is spin. Venki will be introduced in the middle overs. They have to kind of tackle him. And a lot of games have been played on this track. Almost, we started on June 8th and this is June 10th. Maybe a little bit of, even though it's AstroTurf, it doesn't really matter. But a little bit of wear and tear on the surface. Spinners coming in, dry surface. It's a big possibility. Sajib Bhuiyan, who has been one of the pick of the bowlers yesterday, he picked up 4 for 46 while the ball was flying all around the park.
Yeah, it's an interesting little middle period. It's going to be Bhuiyan here in the 7th, but I do think we might get Venki coming on, maybe from the other end. Venki, by the way, his bowling certainly has been impressive. Unfortunately, his batting, not so much. He's on what we call a golden omelette at the moment. I'll tell you what that is in a moment.
Beautifully struck. Effortlessly played from Gauri. This is textbook.
Yeah, it was really. It was probably slightly over pitch, but Gauri's got a beautiful looking technique. Just kind of stands very still, doesn't he? Reminds me a little bit of Sean Marsh, actually, from Australia, who just doesn't move. It's almost like he's frozen in time. Well, the world's moving around him, but that was a classical cover drive all the way along the carpet.
What a player he was when he first entered the IPL in 2008. Nobody knew. And after he left the IPL, everybody was wondering, who is this guy from Western Australia?
Yeah, probably never did enough, well, as much as he would have liked at the international level, but I actually grew up playing against him a fair bit, actually. He's 2 years younger than me. And also, I remember Mitch used to come to the games when we used to play against Sean's school. Mitch was 6 or 7. He had a massive head and a tiny little cricket bat. Now I look at Mitch thinking he's almost grown into his head. But he certainly has become a very, 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 very strong international player and an IPL player as well.
Flicked away. Beautiful wrist Gauri has. Subcontinental.
But the Mitch, I mean, the Marshes they were bred to play cricket from a young age. Of course, their dad, Jeff Marsh, was a Australian vice captain, even captain Australia a few times. Played a lot for Western Australia. And I don't know if this is true, but I heard that he used to hang a cricket ball above their crib when they were babies to get them used to seeing the cricket ball.
Beautiful stroke. And fantastic fielding, shy of the stumps.
It was good fielding. This time it's the hands, not the face. Luckily, the 50s come up as well for Norway in this over. But that was a good diving stop. And we've seen more of that, haven't we, from Czechia today? I mean, this is their final. It's their last game no matter what. You know, if they could beat Norway here, they would still probably say it's been a success, this CE Cup, because with 15 places between them in the rankings, it's a big boost if you can beat someone that far above you. Yeah, but going back, the rumour was, I can't remember who told me, but that Swampy, who's still around, he's a lovely guy, Swampy. Jeff Marsh, the dad, put the ball above their head. Oh, so that's going to be big trouble. Big trouble here. Buyan gets it wrong and sets a huge task with Devendra Singh, who's been keeping really well, but that's a shot in the foot, isn't it, from the Czechs there. 5 bonus runs.
Especially when the keeper is up to the stumps. You don't want to do that. You don't want to do that. It just bothers the keeper. If you bowl way down the leg side, there's no chance of you being a keeper.
Yeah,
it would have been harder for you.
It's a tough one. I mean, you got to anticipate. Divi does a reasonable job of trying to make that distance, but you're blinded. It's all about, even if you can't catch it, you got to block it. But there's not too much of Divi behind the stumps either. It was very tough for him, and that one really is on the bowler. That's a lot better. So yeah, the Marsh is quite a cool story, but they don't say much. That's the thing. They they're very, very humble. They've got their interests outside cricket, and they love fishing, for example.
That's cut away in style, smitten into smithereens there. He's just playing with the field, this right-hander.
Yeah, it was a good shot. Wasn't that short from Buyan, but again, he's quite similar. A right-handed version as far as he stays very still. Darshana, he's come into the side in the last little period for Norway, and he's done some good things for this international team. End of the 7th over, and it's 63 for 2, 16 off that over, an expensive one for Buyan first up. But you know the story about when Australia won the World Cup recently, and Mitch came back to Perth, and his wife, he came in at like 9 or 10 in the morning, so his wife had already gone to work, so he decided he'd just go down to the pub and about 10:30 in the morning and celebrate by himself. And there were a couple of guys that were talking about the Australian World Cup, and they'd say one and who played well and whatever, and they didn't mention him. They mentioned Maxwell, mentioned whatever, and he just kind of turns and says, "Oh, don't I get a mention?" It's just a pretty cool story, isn't it?
I've heard this. Even I think it was Western Australia as well. The man who made it was quite a strange debut, if you remember. They were, I forgot the player. Who was it? He was sitting in the stands.
Oh, Luke Palmer's back.
Yes.
Yeah, Luke Palmer's back. And again, played a lot of cricket against. This is kind of my era now, playing through the noughties in maybe the very early 2010s in Perth, Western Australia. But he came down to watch with his girlfriend. There was an injury, and they said, "Hey, do you want to play?" Yeah. And his girlfriend had to go home and get his kit bag, and he had to wear Brad Hodges' jersey.
Yes, against New Zealand.
Yeah, and it's the only international match he ever played.
Wow.
Never played again.
What a left-hander he was.
He had a few other issues, off-field issues, unfortunately, Luke. He had some troubles with mental health issues, and he did come back, played a little bit for Brisbane Heat as well. Was kind of out of the system in Western Australia for a while. But I mean, it's a pretty unusual story. There's some other similar ones that are less known. This is Venki coming on to bowl over number 8 now. Nagashaim. Now, the golden omelette I mentioned, we call, you know how 2 ducks is a pair, or 3, we call an omelette, because it's like 3 eggs in an omelette. He's got a golden omelette, which I haven't seen for a while, which is, 3 golden ducks in a row. But he actually is bowled quite well. In fact, you'd almost say he's been the pick of the bowlers for Czechia in this series. Just going back to, unusual debuts, and you can maybe throw in your own in the chat if you've got any stories of unusual cricket debuts or unusual team selections. Sean Young was in the played an Ashes test in 1997 for Australia, but again, he just happened to be playing county cricket nearby, and they just kind of needed someone at short notice and got a test. And he wasn't really in the frame. Did play for Tasmania a bit, but yeah, cricket's funny like that because sometimes you have to make decisions at short notice.
That's a short delivery. Venki had bowled, trying to push it a little faster there. Little hesitation in terms of running. They'll try to go for the third one, not quite. But you talk about 3 ducks. Maybe Marwan Atabatu also got, I'm not sure about it, but his international debut was also kind of a similar. He got a lot of ducks. Then he was a kind of a late bloomer. Because his story is quite inspiring as well.
Yeah, definitely. He was a brilliant player for Sri Lanka, wasn't he?
Good use of the feet, modeling the spin. Venki realizing that this is the time for him to bowl. Match up straight away. Gauri, the left-hander, batting quite confidently, but this is the best chance for Venki. If he can turn one past that outside edge, that will create doubts on the minds of the batter. And he can play with him throughout this next couple of deliveries.
I've got to give you my favourite duck run though, and it was an Indian in Australia actually.
Short ball. There is protection.
All right, so my favourite has to be Ajit Agarkar in the 90s, and he had 7 consecutive ducks in Test innings against Australia, and 4 of them were first ballers. And I remember, again, he lost count after a while, but when he had 4 first ballers, which you almost couldn't do if you tried, then he survived the first ball, and the 5th time must have been, and everyone was, Bronx cheering. He got out second ball, so it was 7 in a row. I was thinking this because, okay, the omelette, actually, I've got to give Dave B the credit. I'm sure he's reminded everyone in the chat already that he came up with the omelette because we were looking for a term, because we know the pair is 2. The end of the 8th over, and the score is 69 for 2. But yeah, we have a pair for 2. I heard of this because I think Mark Waugh had a big run in the, I can't remember what series it was, but I think it was in the subcontinent, where he had kind of 4 in a row, and everyone was calling him Audi because Audi, obviously the car manufacturer, with the 4 looks like O's or zeros, and then 5 was like the Olympic rings. So I was actually thinking, so now we've filled up 3 with omelette, which I like. Dave, it's stuck. Never seen a golden omelette, not in a while. But I was thinking what 6 got to be, and I finally came up with it, and it's a 6-pack. And I'll tell you where it comes from in a moment. Is bouillon. It does get a second over, starts with a white. But if you've ever had soft drinks or cans of drink, in Australia, beer, obviously, a fair bit of that gets drunk. But the plastic that it comes in that holds the cans together. If you take all the cans out, you get 6 zeros there. So Venki's probably halfway to a 6-pack right now. The good news for him is this is the last game of the series, and for him, he wouldn't even be hoping he needs to bat today. Maybe he wants to, so he gets off 0 in the series. But if all goes to plan for Czechia, their top order batters will do the job.
I'm pretty sure he will raise the bat like Ajit Agarkar did. When he got that single at Gabba, he was raising his bat as if he has scored a century. And Ajit Agarkar, actually, a good story is that he's kind of one of the Indians who have scored a century at Lords, which Sachin hasn't scored.
I was going to say, you're exactly right. So it wasn't that he couldn't bat at all. I mean, he's a lower order. He's probably, he's number 8, more or less. But yeah, he's 10 centuries name, and what a place to do it. Just full and wide. They're not a bad comeback from Bouillon. Interesting, they're trusting him to go second over here. I thought maybe they want to go to Murali Vandrasi and leg spin. Maybe they think it's a bit dangerous while Gauri's there, but Gauri doesn't look like he's going anywhere at the moment.
They're trying to resurrect this innings.
Well, they're probably trusting Buyan because he probably has been one of their more effective bowlers, probably along with Margashayam in this series. So they allow him that first over that goes for 16, including a self-inflicted 5 wides. Hey, quick hello to Ramesh Satheesan as well, who's watching from Romania in the chat. And yeah, Ramesh, well done in your umpiring. He was one of our umpires at short notice, I think, in Romania. Normally would be playing for United CC Bucharest, but Ramesh, captain Romania many, many times. Thought you did a great job. And yeah, how was the experience, Ramesh? Of course, that had to be rescheduled because of the rain in Romania. It was meant to start on Monday. It started 6 days later, but ended up running for 3 extra days. That will be a wide, I think, from Buyan. But hello to you, Ramesh. Let us know how that was. I'm curious. He says it was a different and nice experience. Good learning. Yeah, I suppose. Tell me this, Ramesh. Are you likely to be a bit easier on the umpires next time you're playing, now that you've done a bit of it? And also I want to say hello to Terry O'Connor, who actually commentated our first ever game here in Czechia on ECN. And it's a good shot. Beats the fielder in the circle, but it will be handled by Romani, who hasn't had a bowl yet. So Terry, and I think I mentioned this yesterday in the chat. So Friday is the 5-year anniversary of our first ever match on Czech soil for ECN. It was one of the earliest places we went, Czech Super Series, back in June 2020. And it was Terry and Danny who commentated. So Terry, wishing you the best. And he's playing a bit of cricket as well, which is great.
Oh, that was a chance. Gone begging. Clear outside edge there.
Yeah, this is the negative of having the keeper up to the stumps. You know, it's pros and cons. It must have been a decent edge. See, I don't know if you can rock and roll that. See, he's got the gloves behind where the ball should go, but in there just flicks the end of his fingers. So if you're really lucky, that might go into your webbing and you just kind of fluke it. But that's not a skill error at all from Devendra Singh. That's just one of the drawbacks of keeping up.
That's a chance that they won't regret now, but later they might regret it, because now if you see, the score is almost like 78, and both the teams are quite evenly balanced, but Czech being so out of form, even though they have got this couple of wickets inside the power play overs, they're not able to manage their way through and create a performance in the middles.
Yeah, so at the end of the over, so 78 for 2, almost, yeah, it does create a kind of chance there, but I think when you're keeping up, you realise, and once you do it a while, and I was a keeper as well, that there's pros and cons of what you're doing. So you're causing the batter maybe to bat back in their crease, so maybe that edge wouldn't have come if you were back. Obviously, if you were back and you got that exact edge, it's a pretty easy catch. But also, you know, you might be able to pull off a stumping if you're up to the stumps. You might even just be able to have these secondary effects of the batter feeling a bit uncomfortable, or even more likely to be an LBW candidate, because if they are hit on the pads, more likely to be closer to the stump. So there's all these things, and that wasn't a keeping error from Devendra Singh as far as the catch going down, because you have virtually no reaction time at all. Margashayam get another crack at Wally Gori here. Should be a good matchup for him, again, turning the ball away from the left-hander. So after this, we're halfway through the innings.
Vinny, actually, I think it's much more tougher. But I'm not being a keeper, but still keeping up to the stumps, even for the medium paces. That's a chance. Glorious shot through the offside for 4. But being up to the stumps is such a hard job to do.
Yeah, I mean, it's with practice, I suppose, that you improve. And also, I suppose when you're keeping up, it's not just the physical things, but it's also, you need to be in a good mental space. That I found it easier the longer I played, and people knew that I was a bit of a specialist at it. But if something like that happens, like if you're new in a team or you're finding your way, everyone's kind of like, well, what are you doing? Go back, go back. But you need to always be making this calculation based on what you think's best for your team. And even there's some bowlers you could keep up to, but maybe the strategy isn't a good idea. I'll come back to that in a second. Margashayam with a comeback ball, which is played away. Gori is approaching a half century. A pretty good time here, Wally Gori, hoping to go back to back. But yeah, if I felt the ball was moving the ball a lot, I felt, well, I'm probably more chance of an edge here than a stumping. Occasionally he's been a bit loose outside the off stump while lead. Yeah, so if you think you are going to get an edge, then probably you are better off going back. But yeah, I don't mind. It's been working for them as well. I mean, and Divi, he's more than able to handle himself up to the stumps.
Short bunted down the ground.
Oh, geez. That was almost a hairy one. This Piyush Singh Baghel is back in the lineup after sitting out a game earlier in the series.
And talking about keeper up to the stumps, the most craziest keeping style I've ever seen was Davy Jacobs, the South African keeper, keeping up to the stumps to Lasith Malinga.
Geez. By the way, I think that's 4. I just noticed that he tripped on the rope. Yeah, so it has been given 4 runs. Sorry for the update. Coming a bit late. Yeah, so tell me about Davy Jacobs. What did you like about him?
Yeah, he was the only keeper who kept to Lasith Malinga up to the stumps.
That is crazy.
And he was
actually.
putting 150.
Yeah, that is crazy. But you know, the funny thing is, with keeping, it's not... I found pace, yes, was a factor. But it's also things like how predictable was the bounce in a pitch and how much were they moving the ball around. Because if you were to keep at 150, you could keep... I mean, 150 is very fast, don't get me wrong. Probably the most I kept up to is about 135, which is still reasonable.
Full toss. That's a strong shot. Crashed to the boundary. Confidence booster for Darshana. He was slightly stuck at the middle. But this shot will do a world of good.
Yeah, that's a very good piece of footwork to get to that on the full. Put it down the ground, and that will take us to the end of the 10th over. So 91 for 2 after 10. As we'll come back to that in a second, the keeping chat. But first, let's have a look at what's happening today in Hornchurch. And they just got underway about 15 minutes ago. Old Brentwoods versus Gargan today. I suppose all eyes will be on the Havering 11. And Will Kroom, Kevin from the chat, be back in the side. They play the last 2 games of the day against Old Brentwoods and then against East Londoners, as that's the second last day of qualifying there in the ECS England Hornchurch. And I've actually been to that ground in Hornchurch. It's beautiful. It's a great community there. They're really enthusiastic about the cricket. You see all kinds of kind of casual and more serious spectators around there. You get a few dog walkers. There's Dog's Corner at the moment. And that's something quite amazing. We never thought an ECN that we'd be having series in England. Because obviously the big focus is on developing cricket in countries where it's not so established, like here in Czechia. But also just having those relationships and creating these connections has been a real benefit. So Tina and Nish are over there at the moment, and Charlie Hunt will actually be back for a bit of a cameo tomorrow. Who obviously commentating for us a lot over the last couple of years, but now he's got a job with Leicestershire, and he's working in their media department there. So. Yeah, it's great. We actually got 2 locations at the same time, Shobi.
Yes, I've watched a little bit of bits and pieces England Hornchurch. Yesterday I watched Mervyn Westfield bowling medium pacer.
Yeah.
And he was like kind of a cricketer who was pretty popular in the subcontinent. And yesterday when I watched him,
he's a character, Merv. We actually saw Merv in the ECL playing for Hornchurch, but now we might be playing against them in the quarterfinals, depending on how things go. But yeah, we've had some big scores there as well. We had actually, here's one for you yesterday. We had the highest scoring ECN T10 match ever. It broke a record that has stood for it'll be 2.5 years. So the old record was 403. We had 400, and then actually it did get broken once, I think. But yesterday we had, I think, 419 runs in a game. So
wow,
419 runs in the game was 235 to 184.
Did you have the circles as well?
Yeah,
Fielders were there.
It was brutal. It was absolutely brutal. But pretty. It's a new pitch there, pretty batting friendly. Put it that way over in Hornchurch, and pretty recently. Oh yeah, that's right. It broke the record from the. It was set back in 2022, 403, but it was broken in Jersey when we had the highest chase recently, which was only about a month ago. But we had 207 made in the final, and it got chased down. It got chased down off the second last ball. So that was insane, actually. And so that was 215, and it was yesterday's game. It was actually 215. So it was 415 in the game, 207, got chased 208 second innings. So yesterday the record was tied, and then the last ball fittingly was hit for 4. So now the new record is 419 for for most runs in the game, which basically it's 20 overs cricket.
Yeah.
So imagine in T20, you score 419. Although having said that, there was a T20IW last year, I don't know if you're aware of it, in South America, where I think it might have been an individual's total or a team total of 424 or something like that.
Wow.
Yeah. Let's just say...
I've never done a T10, so it's going to be
yeah, I think you're going to
wonderful.
love it. Honestly, I think you're going to love it. But anyway, Magari's going to get a bowl. Yeah, I haven't seen so much of him with the ball of late, but he is handy. It's become a bit more than a part-timer now, Rudraj. It used to be maybe an opening bat that would bowl a bit, but he's going to try and keep Gauri quiet. Won't be easy. Gauri's on 49.
And he tries to take a single there. He's on 49, nervous, slightly. And he might be thinking the celebration in his mind.
Yeah, interesting. I think he might have had a bit of an issue with his arm while Gauri in the drinks break, but seems okay.
Gauri plays it to the offside. And there it is, the first half century. In fact, the second half century for Gauri. And he has been quite a batter for his side. When he came in, it was trouble. The ball was swinging a little bit, weathering the storm. And he has been like a rock of Gibraltar.
Yeah, I mean, first half century of the day, but yeah, second half century for Gauri, going back to back. And yeah, mate, blessing in disguise. I mean, you never want to lose an early wicket, but why not get this guy to the crease? Just look at his offside dominance as well. It's where they've bowled to him. It's where he's hit 60% of his runs. So, yeah, 37 ball half century for Wali Gauri. Darshana on the screen there. He'll get ready to face the next ball. But, yeah, he looks like he's on for a big one here.
And it's quite pleasing on the eye. He's a batter. We will use words like grace, elegance, skill, technique. He's not the one who will clobber it.
Yeah.
So he's a kind of accumulator.
Yeah, true. I mean, he also showed he's quite unselfish. You know, when the power play was running out, he kind of said, "Oh, you know, I'm not just going to sit here and obsess on preserving my wicket. You know, I'm going to go after it a little bit."
Outside edge, gap. Yes, it is. Fielder somehow stops the ball. That's a terrific effort. They will get a couple of runs for it.
Yeah, does well in the end. Actually knocks it onto himself and it almost goes back onto the rope. See, look, left hand to right arm. But luckily, it didn't end up going to the rope. Unlike Pio Singh Baghel's early stop where he accidentally slipped back onto the rope. It was a bit of an unlucky one. And Magari is being used here to try and break this partnership.
This partnership is brewing.
Let's go back to what I was saying earlier about the keeping to pace. So the thing is, if it was just pace, let's say that I'll do a thought experiment. I'm going to keep up to the stumps, but I'm not even going to have stumps. I'm not going to have a batter. You should be able to handle that. You know, you should be able to handle that if you're a professional wicketkeeper, professional standard wicketkeeper. But what makes it difficult is the unpredictability of what's in the way. So yeah, putting a batter in the way, putting stumps in the way, these obstacles that can obscure your vision, and then the fact that then you add on to that, you know, the pitch might be playing up a little bit or they might be swinging the ball around. So that's why, yeah, in theory, you probably could do a lot of things, but there's also, that's going to be up in the air momentarily, and it's a valiant dive, but it will get away from the field. It'll be 4 runs. As Ramani tried his best, but he won't be able to make the stomp. It also brings up the 100 for Norway. And after 11 overs, they're 102 for 2. Yeah, so just going back to that, it's something that, like I said, sometimes you would be able to keep up to someone, say, most of the time, but then what you don't want is, an error that might cost you. So I used to practice in the nets a lot, but keeping up to bowlers I would never keep up to in the game. Nathan Coulter-Nile was one. And I used to think, okay, people think I was a bit crazy, but I said, all right, well, it doesn't matter if I drop a catch here, if I get hit, or if I have buys. 102 for 2 after 11 overs here in match 5. So, yeah, but I used to think of it like a computer game, because often the light would be fading, the pitch, and they go, what are you doing? He's probably bowling no balls by about 3 meters, as bowlers love to do in the nets. And I was, but I used to think of it like a computer game, like this is like level 14 keeping. This is like the big boss, if you can do this. And when you did take one, you'd feel pretty excited about it. But the other thing is that Ramesh is saying that after umpiring in Romania in the ECS, he said, yeah, he understood how difficult and intense it can be for umpires. But he did say Steph Gooch, who was our tournament referee over there, made it very welcoming and was very supportive. So thanks, Ramesh, and hopefully we see you soon. All right, how do you think they're going here, Norway? The 102 after 11. Expected score 197. That's right up there, considering they did lose that early wicket.
Yeah, they somehow been able to push that envelope. 102 for 2 after 11 overs. They're perfect platform for the finishers to come. That's wrapped on the pads. Huge appeal. Up goes the finger. That's what the doctor ordered for the Czechias. A cruel breakthrough. And first wicket for Davidson.
Yeah, well, there you go. Big moment for Davidson Romani. The wicket his team badly needed as well. Check it out here on the replay. The reverse angle. Again, another one keeps low. Second one of the day. Now, one thing that was interesting that they tell me about this pitch is if it is dry, it plays up a little bit more. Almost needs a bit of moisture to bind it. So I suppose it was a long time between drinks, so to speak, for the host side. But they do have a third wicket. It breaks that partnership that was worth 78 in just 49 balls. Deshana out for 20 and a first T20I wicket for Davidson Romani. It's 102 for 3.
Yeah, it's a great feeling. Perfect feeling for Davidson. First delivery, you dream of it. Just pitching and nip slightly in dipper. And the batter didn't do anything, a little bit wrong. Maybe the bat was a little bit high. He would have been at the front foot, it would have been better. But the ball didn't really rise.
But you can definitely see, we'll come back to that in a minute. He gets the new batter. It's Chowdhury Akram coming out number 5. But have a look, not just like about just the inseam. See the inseam, it actually comes a little bit right to left after the bounce, and that's what beats the inside edge. And yeah, also he's probably late on it as well. So yeah, Romani certainly has to have, he's worked hard for his first wicket in T20Is over the first couple of days. Big moment, one he'll never forget.
Beaten by the pace, I would say. He can be rapid at times. Davidson, I've seen him bowling a lot of times for the Pro Cricket Club, and he's someone who just makes the keeper run around as well. He can be wayward. He's like a Nanti Hayward from South Africa.
Oh, he was a fun player to watch as well, Nanti Hayward. I should ask you, because we're still learning a bit about you. Who are some of your favourite cricketers? I mean, you mentioned Tendulkar already. That doesn't surprise me. But tell us, mate, some of your favourite cricketers you might not, people might not expect.
Okay, then.
Put you on the spot there.
So I would say... that's actually a tough answer. Tough question.
I'll give you some of mine, which are well-known cricketers, but maybe not not obvious choices. One of mine's Andrew Simons, actually. Andrew Simons, I watched him play live, and he was.
But he played a lot of cricket for Australia.
True, absolutely.
Yeah, he's not a new one.
Yeah, no, not new, but you know, he's not a Kohli or a. And obviously, tragically passed away recently as well. Jack Russell, the English wicketkeeper, very eccentric. His book's amazing, by the way. Romani, in the washing of this, it's hard to believe they've waited 100 runs to get Davidson on, because he is someone that can obviously cause a few issues, and he's a genuine wicket taker, Davidson Romani. Yeah, so Jack Russell's another one. He's a very eccentric, pure wicketkeeper, like a pure wicketkeeper, but also had eccentricities, which were quite funny.
I've seen him with the, I think he had long hairs as well, wicket keeping. I used to watch a lot of Indian.
He had the same pair of gloves that he wore like his whole life, and he just kept patching them up. He's too superstitious to, and I can relate to that a bit. Like you can get a few superstitions, and you don't like changing things. He used to drink 20 cups of tea a day, every day of a test match, using the one tea bag. Imagine that 100th cup of tea. That can't be very flavoursome.
So you asked me that question, so I will say maybe Mal Loy is one of the English cricketers. I'm not sure how... Oh, that's straight to the hands of the fielder at point. The man who was looking really good, Gauri, couldn't resist that fuller delivery, and he plays it 2 wickets in 1 over. We have seen things turn, but not so quick.
What a catch by Sahil Grover. It was still going up. He carves it out. It's full of a length, almost a half volley, and it's the trademark Gauri's kind of carve away. It's the not-so-trademark Sahil Grover 2 feet off the ground. Ball, it was still rising. Just watch this here. We might get it. Yeah, we do have it. Watch him get up. Oh, Sahil. He'd love that one because that was heading for 4. And even the classic celebration, but take nothing away from Gori. He batted so well in that innings finally. It's a screamer that gets him for 58. And the score is 103 for 4.
That's a brilliant catch. He also kept wickets in the first few games. So
Yeah.
he's basically a wicket keeper, also fielding at point. And generally, all wicket keepers are quite safe.
He would have thought this is 4 straight off the bat. Riley Gori, you can't blame him, but that's HCL Player of the Day stuff right there. Brilliant judgment. Had to time his jump just right. And a bit of a window of opportunity here now for the Czechs. Norway with 2 new batters to the crease. It's Mohammad Sher that's come out to bat. He won't be facing just yet because it was the end of the over. A double wicket over for Davidson Romani, 103 for 4 after 12.
Sheshahak, he has also been one of the batters to watch out for when it comes to Norway. He has played a couple of blinders, I think a 20 from 12. So he's no mark with the bat. Still 8 overs to go. Now the leg spinner. First delivery, top spinner in and around that off stump. Yeah, Akram maybe signaling to his partner that just watch out for that. Van Drasi, the skipper. He has been busy in this tournament. He has scored runs, he has taken catches, he has bowled. What else can he do? Loopy.
I like this. I like that he's tempting him to do something silly. Mohammad Sher, he's probably the most, what's the word, kind of out-and-out aggressive batter in this lineup. Yeah, he can hit a very, very long ball. There's the Teletubbies hill in the background, by the way. Famous children's show from the late 90s. But yeah, I would be interested to see if Murali's going to tempt Mohammad Sher here.
It's another moon ball from Van Drasi. Yeah, he's doing it right. Actually, he's tempting the batter. The fielders are at the long on region, long off. There is a mid-wicket. So they want the batter to go for that big shot. Good fielder, Venki, in around that long off region.
Well, this is one you might be able to get away with new batters, right? Because I think set batters, they'd be pretty confident they're using their feet. They're less worried about getting out. I think there's still an element of worry about these two not wanting to be out early. But definitely this game's changed in complexion. And the Czechs, remember they started, I think, 19%. They've actually improved their chances. They've held their own and probably even then some, despite that big third wicket partnership.
Both the batters waiting for that short delivery. There's another fuller one because with this kind of a pace, if he bowls short, it's gonna go mile. Kuru's at the feet. All the deliveries have been on the right spot.
Yeah,
His leg spin is such a hard skill to master.
That's true. I mean, you can't be too short here at this pace. You're going to go the journey. Tempting him forward, tempting him into an error. Last ball of the over.
Beautiful end to the over. I did expect one of them to go outside the ground, but not quite. 13 overs done. It's 108 for 4.
Yeah, great over by Van Drasi. Just the 5 singles in it. Bit of news from around the grounds. We got a big score being built in the first T10 of the day in Hornchurch. Alan Jones is 141 not out of 33, and they're 191 for 1. Old Brentwood's with 11 balls to go. So he's on for 150 plus, and maybe going to join the 150 club. There's actually a member of the 150 club who's playing in this game. Sazi Bujan scored 160 for Czechia last year against Romania in Hungary in a European Cricket International. So and he's hit, the other thing, he's hit 21 sixes. There's 10 balls to go. The record for an individual in an innings is 25 sixes. And that was the Arslan Amjad when he scored 183 in Estonia last year. Anyway, Romani, hot off the 2 wicket over. He's back, bowling to Akram.
A little bit short. We're talking about the numbers. This mind is boggling.
They're
because
big numbers.
This astonishing. Because the first time I saw, maybe I think it was the first match of the IPL when Brendan McCullum came and just smoked 158. That was 2008.
Kolkata Knight Riders.
Yes,
I remember it very, very well.
absolutely.
And no one thought that was ever possible. And so we actually, we've had our moments like that. We were our own kind of version of the IPL, I suppose.
And even Ross Taylor has suggested in the dugout to Rahul Dravid that Brendan would come out swinging, and he did.
He sure did that day. Actually get back for 3 there. That's excellent running from Chandru Akram. 3 runs to Namshur's Hunt. There's no fine leg in place there. Didn't quite have the pace to go to the boundary. Yeah, that was amazing. And then I remember we had Gurvinder Singh Bajwa hit 156 in a T10 in the first year that I did it, actually in 2021. And it got me thinking kind of what's the you could get. I'll come back to that in a second. Another hit and run here. Chandru Akram will get a single. He'll want to up his rate here a little bit. Not quite the runner ball so far. Romani bowling well. Yeah, so I kind of thought, because part of it is you need to get most of the strike. So you need to be going, you need to probably face 45 balls. And what's the most strike rate you could get 45 balls? Probably around about 400. So I kind of came around 180. But some of those balls, you need to kind of keep the strike. So you're maybe not hitting those for 4. It's Romani. So, but you get, when you have so many games, we've had over 5,000, 6,000 T10s now, you're going to get these freakish things happen. So Hamza Salim Dar's currently the highest individual scorer, 193 not out, in a game where it was almost a perfect storm if they wanted to break records against a team that had no bowlers, and the bowlers they had were injured on a very friendly batting pitch. To give you an idea, and so there was a record there I think might not be broken for a while. Paul Muhammad Waris from Sohail Hospitalet went for 30 in his first over. That's kind of your limit for how much you might be able to concede and get another one, but there was no one left. He came back and bowled the 9th. He went for 43, so he has none for 73 off 2 overs, the worst, most expensive figures on ECN.
None for 73.
So you get hit for 6 every ball, still not, as long as you don't want any wides, no balls, you're safe from that record. Anyway, back to the game. Here's Romani, last ball, the over.
Resurrecting this innings, Shahak his intention is to go for the big shot. He's just slightly conservative at this point in time because he knows that couple of wickets have fallen, and Davidson is actually really bowling well in around that off-stump region. 14 overs done. It's 116 for 4.
So how do you think they're going to go at this last 6 overs in Norway? I mean, we saw the expected score a minute ago up at kind of high 190s. Now it's down to 175. Do you think these two have spent a little bit of a time consolidating, I suppose, after those 2 quick wickets? But obviously only 6 overs left, 6 wickets in hand.
But they've got the Arsenal to go hammer and tongs in the last 6 overs. But maybe I'll say that after the 17th over, they go for the charge. But Vandrasi, with the kind of spin he has, I get a feeling they might go after him because I think everybody knows in the ground that he'll bowl in around that off stump. It'll be loopy. Does he have that delivery that just stops the batter? Maybe that faster one.
They're going to try it, and either it'll be 6 or out. Now's the time.
Slightly quicker, he swivels. And he gets a single for that. They're going for the 2nd run. This is good running between the wickets. Quite attentive between the wickets. They're going for the 3rd. This is comedy of errors. Not once, not twice, not thrice they have misfielded, and the reaction from Divyendra just tells you the story.
Well, it's not quite 3 to the keeper. One of our famous viral clips here from Czechia. But it's actually started with a good bit of fielding. The throw pulled the bowler miles away. The backup fielder, to be fair, had a lot to do. And before you knew it, it was a triple.
Yeah, you can't be so lackadaisical in the field because you have right now the game is slightly in favor of Czechia. The supercomputer doesn't say so, it just shows 14%. But the vibe around the ground is pretty much active. Venki is quite loud and clear, cheering every delivery. Tries to hit that down the leg side. But a little bit of extra bounce from Vandrasi. Vandrasi knows that both the batters right now want pace. The only thing he's trying not to give is pace. So he's bowling it slow. He's bowling it way high. Slightly faster, wrapped on the pads. It's gone. Vandrasi has done the magic. Sher Shahak, who could have gone bonkers at the end, has to live the big stage.
This has been an interesting one. It was the one you talked about. It kind of hurries on. It wasn't tossed up. And third wicket, third WW, it doesn't bounce as much as he thought. Where's the impact here? Oh, let's have a look at it. It's maybe fractionally outside when we have a look at it. That's the off stump you're seeing. But, I mean, at real time, the peel definitely, if you look at it real time, it's not super clear. I suppose we've seen the replay now. But, yeah, maybe a bit unlucky to go. Mohammad Shahzad. Having said that, he got beaten, all ends up, and he probably should have hit it with his bat, so he doesn't really fire. No Sahak attack on this occasion. He's out for 10. A wicket for Murali Vandrasi, 120 for 5.
It's quite a skillful delivery from Vandrasi. It was a flipper from back of the hand. It's pretty hard delivery to bowl at this stage. If you're not a regular spinner, it just can get big on you. But he somehow, kudos to him, he just backed himself to bowl that delivery at this stage. And Divyendra just hoping for the best, and he got it. Big reprieve.
Batter comes in, Vishal Sharma.
There is protection.
Yeah, interesting. He goes back to slowing it up. So yeah, Vandrasi kind of toying with the batters here. I'm a bit surprised, actually, Mohammad Shahzad. He's very strong down the ground. He didn't really seem like he wanted to use his feet. Maybe that comes down to the fact that the long on, long off are back, and he spotted that, that 45's in the circle.
Oh, the ball, he didn't want to bowl in this over. Shot way down the leg side. Akram's eyes must have been filled with joy, and he just slaps it towards the fence for 4.
Yeah, this is the one he's not going to get away with because of the line, really. And so, Fielder's only job there was pick it out of the farmland where the peas are being grown, apparently. 125 for 5 after 15 overs. This is where we're at the moment. In fact, we're 2 places at once with Hornchurch. I do have a score. 224 for 2 was the final score there. Alan Jones, 160 not out, so it's exactly the same score as Sazi Bhuyan in that ECI last year. So he joins the 150 club. I'll actually be in Finland in just over a week's, no, 2 weeks' time, really. About 2 weeks' time for our first series there since 2020. So I'm going to be up there in Helsinki, and then Bulgaria, Belgium, and Greffield. And actually, this is the plan, isn't it? That you should be part of our Bulgaria coverage. So I bet you're excited about that.
Yes, I'm looking forward to T20 Internationals back again.
Yeah, and you'll even, I think, get to do the last couple of days of the European Cricket Series, including the finals day with Rico. And you'll get to work with Rico next week when you're back on Monday. So I think you'll really enjoy that. And yeah, Bulgaria's a magical place to go. I'm a bit jealous I'm not going, actually. I can't be everywhere, unfortunately. But Bulgaria's got a different vibe to really any other country I've been. Here's Romani's back.
That's a rip snort over delivery. Vishal Sharma wasn't expecting that delivery to bounce so high and just whiz past his chest.
Yeah, it's a very good ball. Again, some have kept low this morning. This one jumps and actually flicks what looks like the shirt. He's above the gloves. She played it pretty well in the end to keep the gloves out the way. Drop the gloves.
Vinny, does it remind you of Walker, Western Australia? Cricket ground?
Yeah, I was lucky enough to play there a few times. That ball did.
Just guides it towards third man for a single. But yeah, and now you have the Optus Stadium as well.
We
so
do, yeah. So it's a bit different. I mean, they've tried to use the same kind of secret soil that no one knows where it comes from. It comes from one part of the river. So they've tried to make the pitch the same as the Wacker. It's not quite. There was a time, I think maybe it was when India were first there. It was a bit too crazy. Like it went like too crazy. But that was fun as well. I mean, the old Wacker pitch used to do some crazy things when he used to crack.
Beautiful stroke. Just whips it. And he finds the boundary. Very good gapping there from Akram. His second one.
Yeah, it was a good shot, wasn't it? Again, it's just slight error from Davidson. And beautiful bit of timing. Good whippage. And couldn't have picked the gap any better. Interesting they haven't bowled Farhad in this innings yet. Shohaz Abdul Farhad, Czechia. Preferred Magari a little bit. I mean, if they had the time over, they probably would have bowled Romani a bit earlier.
Yeah.
But, I mean, they're hanging in there. He's bowled such a good spell here, Davidson Romani. But the thing is, okay, let's say it is 173. I mean, if you're batting in form, that's a very achievable target. I think one of the issues is the Czech batting line have been a bit outgunned, I think, against bowling attack, the likes of which, you know, they wouldn't really face in domestic cricket here. And that's one thing about the Czech team as well. And all their players do play domestic cricket here. I know that some other sides, I mean, look at the way Portugal side looks now. They've got a few kind of passport holders that are playing in UK or whatever. So it has been a handful of them, I think, competing with the bat. But who knows? It needs someone to kind of get in, and that rate of maybe 8.5, 9 overs is quite achievable.
Good hard length. Maybe one of the reasons they have just restricted themselves not to bowl Ramani. Ramani is really good with the old ball when the ball is not swinging that much. With the new ball, he can go a lot of places. So maybe that's the only reason. It's a little easier to control. But
yeah, look, I think you're right, but I think kind of the unpredictability is part of his arsenal as well. Already seen that. Last ball of the over here.
That's short and wide. Gets top of that delivery and finds the boundary. Akram has played 2 classy boundaries. One on the leg side, one on the off side. 16 overs done. It's 134 for 5.
Yeah, it's a good shot. Still, despite the pace, batting a half step out of his crease, but he's able to use the pace, isn't he, on that occasion? Gets past the infielder. This outfield, it can get fast, and I mean lightning fast, crease lightning fast at times. And we have had a bit of rain, so it's not probably at its peak. But we've seen Fours records go down here before in ECS cricket because it's just absolutely lightning. 134, as you said. 4 overs to go, so yeah, I still think Norway would be feeling pretty confident. But remember, margins matter as well as far as who wins the CE Cup. If Norway were able to win by a big margin here, maybe they could gain their net run rate, get it up above Austria's, who actually have a bigger one after that huge win last night over the Czechs. But Norway, they're past the trophy that they'd be hoping for. It just goes win-win here. Bulyan is going to come back. He's bowled 2 overs. He's likely going to bowl the 17th and the 19th here.
So maybe that was it for Vandrasi. The fun is finally over for him. So it's back to Saji Bhuiyan. 2 overs done for 25. Bowled well yesterday at the death.
A little bit surprised that he didn't get a 3rd over. I know he probably bowled 1 bad ball, but he's 2 overs, 1 for 14. And you compare that to Bhuiyan, 2 overs, none for 25. Okay, Bhuiyan's 2nd over was better than his 1st, but I thought might have been worth bowling him again. Bhuiyan has done this job before many times.
That's beautifully played again for one more single. Basaji Bhuiyan, he has to be accurate here. He cannot drift the ball down the leg side or give a lot of room that he did. He's slightly lucky there. The batter didn't hit it so perfectly.
Yeah, it was nice manipulation though. They had good coverage in that area. Infielder and an outfielder. Big 4 overs coming up to see if the Czechs can hold this back to something reasonable.
Akram is the key. Long levers. Just places it towards the backward point. He's just waiting for that time, I feel. If something in his slot, then he might go for that big shot. But right now, right here, Norway 136 for 5. Still 5 wickets in the tank. Czech have to be little careful here. That's wide.
Well, it is, and it always creates a run out actually. They were thinking about running on the overthrow. Every Singh misses the stumps inexplicably. Hey, good to see we're 2 subscribers away from 459,000, so 459k. What was it? I had a term. One of our chatters will remember. Come back to that in a second. It's Bhuiyan. So I had a term for like the K Club or the K Watchers, but I think it's better than that. So they're keeping an eye on when we go up another K, because I'd love for us to be 500,000 subscribers by the end of the year. That's the kind of target that I think everyone can get behind. Of course, we've got a lot of viewers as well, even more on fan code in the subcontinent. On this field here. Well, they're going to take on the 2. This is a risky one. I think they just get there. But yeah, never should have been 2 there. This is very ambitious running from Akram. So slides in. I think the slide might have saved. Direct probably was out. But he just gets home.
Yeah. Brilliant running between the wickets. Quite aware that the fielder just missed the delivery and he was ready for that second run. Aggressive bit of cricket from the Norwegian side. But they have been quite fantastic in this tournament. Couple of wins. Kaiser Gori has come back to form again, even though he has scored yesterday, and still he's just extending his good run. Oh, that's reverse sweep, River Malach. But he is not able to get that through.
Yeah, getting a bit inventive. We're trying to hit it finer than the fielder. Just use the pace.
I'm also waiting to watch Anil Parmar bowl on this kind of a surface.
Yeah, true. Yeah, I think he gets a bit out of it. I think there might be a little bit more for the finger spinners today than in the previous days. Just they won't want to throw, no one on backup, so they'll just concede the single. Akram will retain the strike. Sazib has done for 32. There wasn't a boundary in that over at least. There was just 7 off it, and the score 141 for 5 after 17. So isn't it interesting to see an artificial pitch that can change in character? And there's a few around, and the one in Milan is made of this. It's actually underneath is the material that they use, you know, the hard rubber you have in children's playgrounds. Yeah. So, and it will change based on the moisture level and the temperature. And it's called Calchestra, remember. But I always just assumed, growing up in Australia, okay, I didn't play a lot on artificial wickets, maybe more when I was younger. But I always just assumed they were all the same, because they probably are in Australia. Yeah. There's some company that goes around, they pour concrete, they put the carpet on top, and that's it. And it doesn't do anything. And a lot in Europe are like that, but these other ones, for example, here, there's layers of different types of rocks and materials that go under it that just provide a little bit of, I suppose, a quasi-natural variation.
There used to be also the old matting wickets. Have you played some of cricket in the old matting wickets when they used to use the shovel?
I actually haven't played, but I've seen it. I know they used to play with international cricket on that as well.
Beautiful strike. That's an aggressive shot and fantastic 6.
Yeah, well, I think I just saw the message go out. There's 3 fingers held up from the bench, which is a bit of a not so subtle message. Time to come with it. And this is a brilliant shot. And again, this is the difference between Niraj Mishra bowling early and then bowling to batters that won't be afraid of losing their wicket. That was launched over long off for a big Maximo, all the way up to 147. And thank you, Dave B. told me that the viewers that are watching our subscription count, they're on K-Watch. They're K-Watchers. So we've almost got another K. So what's that for? 459. It's quite amazing. I remember when I started 2021, we were around about 90,000. So it's kind of a 500% increase. But the other thing is that, you know, you've commentated on Fancode a fair bit. I mean, yeah. Fancode has a potential audience in the hundreds of millions. Yeah. And we literally do have millions of people tuning in on Fancode every day. So we don't want to forget them either. I know it's a bit harder to hear from them in real time. We call them blue spanners that are in the chat and obviously providing plenty of entertainment for us as well. It's a two-way conversation.
And liking the video also helps for the reach. So
yeah,
the viewers who are watching right now must press that like button.
Yeah, like and subscribe. That's a very 21st century expression. Comeback ball here from Mishra. So this is an interesting one because he does move a long way across. And I think, you know, it's a judgment call from the umpire. Because if they feel he's made a big move and this would have hit him in his original stance, probably isn't a wide. I think maybe that's a bit of a harsh one. But also I can understand why it's called, because it misses the leg stump.
Yeah, trying to play that lap shot. Fielder inside the circle.
I've got to say I'm a fan of just call it a wide down leg side and let that be the end of it. The bowler knows where he stands, and so does the batter. Yeah. But I mean, no, I guess there is maybe still room in this form of the game and a bit longer for judgment. Yeah, Ramesh saying the surface under the Astro resembles a lot about theirs in Romania with a lot of natural variation, depending on how dry or wet it is underneath.
Shot! My goodness, that's gone all the way. The timing is back again for Akram. He has played a couple of gorgeous strokes. One on the offside, one on the leg side, just shows his batting prowess here.
Yeah, it's a brilliant shot. Again, probably not the kind of ball that Mishra's looking to bowl at this stage. It had a bit of length on it, and the line just made it pick-upable. And Akram does the rest. mentioned the long levers. He's got them on show here. Norway all set up for a big finish. Just when the Czechs had clawed their way in a position, they might be able to keep it down towards the 170 mark. I mean, even with that shot, it goes up to a 186 expected, and that will be a tall order.
Brilliant batting technique from Akram. He's just staying a little bit low and he's watching the ball till the last moment. No big bat lift. He's just waiting the ball to arrive. That's why his technique is so strong. The foundation is good. He's able to hit the shot. Couple of runs for it. Beautiful running between wickets.
Never be two there. I mean, the Czechs have done a lot of things well today, but they're just the occasional kind of facepalm moment for them in the field. And you've got to give credit to Norway. They've scrambled here in addition to playing the big shots when they've been able to over the last couple of overs. Akram is in form. He gets the strike back.
Another whip. And he gets a boundary. Terrific shot from Akram. Even I didn't think the ball will race away.
Well, it's a strong bottom hand, and that's what he drags it wide of the fielder. But to be honest, right now, Mishra, who obviously looked more dangerous early, looks a bit more bowling machine pace for someone like Chowdhury Akram, who's in. And to be honest, he's on for a half century here. Mishra's going to have to bowl this one. I think he's probably looking elsewhere in the 20th. Well, he will be anyway, because this is his last over.
Match slipping away from the Czechia's hands. Dot delivery to end. At least a good end to the over.
Yeah, at least he will stop the bleeding there. Ends with a small win. Mishra 162 for 5 after 18 overs. This is where I just think you could have bowled Van Drassie another one now. I mean, you got a bit of a decision. Do you bowl him maybe the 20th? But then he's bowling to people literally without fear. And I think maybe you might have been able to bring Bullion back at that top end. I don't know. I just feel like they might have mismanaged things a little bit. Even the fact that Mishra bowls his 4th just as a one-off in the 18th just seems a little bit of a miscalculation. Yeah. You got Chargi as well, who could potentially come back. But again, it's a different situation for him if he was to get one more over. Bullion definitely going to get his 4th. The other thing is Romani's still got one. So I think he'd be my choice.
That's a big shot. Chance. Long on takes the catch. Davidson is an excellent fielder and is showing why he's rated. So nice under that high ball.
Yeah, and so Romani, again, a little bit surprised that they yanked him when they did, considering how well he bowled. 2 for 18 off 3, so I think you can't really deny him a 4th over. But right now, he's got to do the job with the hands, and he does. He maybe slide off speed there from Bullion. It will be the end of Vishal Sharma. Never really got going in his innings. He'll go boundaryless for 5, and in the 19th over, it's 162 for 6.
I also sometimes I feel that when you're a captain, you underbowl yourself, especially the leg spinners. You feel that, yeah, one more will I bowl, and if it goes far away, then the blame might be on me. Can be one of the theories.
Yeah, you got to have some degree of mystery about what you're doing, but also you need to be able to execute whatever you're doing. So I still think, trying to get it up there, try and jam in the Yorker is meant probably 4 balls and over, and then maybe you can try a slower ball or something. The other 2, if you've got the bouncer, in the end you get the ability to throw in one of those as well. It's Gupta coming out to bat. Smart cricket there. Still plenty of time left in the over. Still 4 balls left to go in the over. And he hands it back to Akram, who's got the hot hand.
Sajid Bhuiyan showing us different skills that he has. The previous one, both the delivery that he has bowled has been quite slow. The ball might be sticking on the surface a little bit, arriving a little bit low and slow. That's the way to go when the big hitters are going for those big shots. You have to try something different. Batter was trying to lap it again.
This is a good example of the interpretation of the wide, because he's moved outside the off stump, and the umpire's saying that would have hit you in your original stance. I think there's no doubt this would have only just missed his leg. So I think that's actually, probably was about 1 centimetre away from hitting leg. It's not a wide in this format.
That slapped straight to the man. Bhuiyan. has been quite productive in this spell. First 4 deliveries, good damage control. Now the only thing he doesn't want is just to bowl a full toss or a short delivery and it goes for a boundary. Slightly shorter off break.
Oh, one of the all-time terrible throws there, really, from Devendra Singh. Again, it beats him with that the pace off. Interesting. Now he's electing to keep back when this is probably when I would keep up, because if you miss a catch or something, it doesn't have so many consequences, and you're going to get more off speed at this stage as well. And the second bounce totally did him there. Last ball for Wuyan. Tell you what, Sahil Grover's been jaunty Rhodes-like in the field today at point. Maybe not meeting the profile, but he's been great. 166 for 6 after 19 overs. And let's see who gets the last. Surely they'll go back to Davidson Ramani.
So what total will Norway feel comfortable with the kind of batting we have seen from Czechia? Anything above 150 might be a mountain to climb for them.
Yeah, I mean, anything probably a mountain to climb the way that they've gone in the series so far. Has been hard work. They've actually used 7 bowlers, which has left them with plenty of options. But I just think sometimes, yeah, some of the changes maybe they may look back and have some regrets about some of the changes they've made. I mean, Czechia in the series so far, they've scored 113 and 63 in their 2 completed 20 over innings. The other one was a 13 over game that they scored 102. So that's probably equivalent to around about 150s. But you can see they'll be needing more than that. Is Ramani to come back to bowl over number 20. Seatbelts on.
Swing and a miss. Davidson bowls that heavy length. Sometimes it can be a little bit harder for batters who are coming after number 7 to hit that delivery.
As they put your body on the line. And this one keeps down low, and Devendra basically stops it either with his foot or his leg. Don't know if we'll get it here. But maybe a bit of both. At least he makes the stop.
Up in the air, chance for Venki. And Venki somehow misses it. That's gone all the way, is it?
Not sure. I think it's bounced inside. It's a miscalculation from Margashai. We'll check it here. It comes in, just creeps in a bit. Does go over his head. I thought it was 6 originally as well, but I think we'll see. And it bounces just inside. So it has to go down as a missed opportunity. Probably a missed run-saving opportunity more than anything. The Norwegians will take 4. Pretty good shot, though, of a guy that's wheeling and dealing. Ramani. Akram might still get that half century after all. He's on 48. 170 up.
That's the advantage when you're bowling that heavy length. Ramani is not in that good length region. He's just a little bit that hard length, which batter don't really like in these kind of overs. And Akram, the kind of performance he has put in this match has been phenomenal. 48 from 30. He's kind of single-handedly taking this batting effort forward.
3 to come then. Can the Czechs keep this in the 170s? Keep their hopes alive. This is another funny one. Because he did make a movement, and then a ball only just missed the line. I suppose the benefit out. So he's moved a good set of stumps outside. I don't think that's a wide. But again, it's so fuzzy, so interpretational here. Charles still thinks that's going to be called a wide delivery.
A little hard done by Davidson. He was complaining at the very last moment.
The thing is, bowlers will complain no matter what, and so that's something you have to realise anyway. But Akram's just lost his shape here a couple of times. So yeah, we're on 50 watch here. He's on 48. He's going to get a bit of a chat from Gupta. Not quite sure what Gupta's going to say. But I think this might be situational. I think that if you hit the outfield, maybe they make up their mind that you're going for 2 pretty much no matter what here. That would be the strategic play. But yeah, you can see he just lost his front side and hit across a couple outside off. Good contest here.
Ramani plays it, slashes it towards the man at backward point. and he will miss out on that 50 because he will be at the non-striker's end, and Gupta will face the final delivery.
Yeah, it looks like it, unless you see something crazy like a wide and he can somehow steal the strike back. But yeah, Akram still, he's done a good job. He's struck better than 150 here, 49 not out. It's a bit of a shame for him that he won't get his 50. He had his chances though, to be fair, in this last over. Gupta will try and add a couple of runs or more onto the score. 172, last ball to come for Norway.
Beautiful stroke, and that will be the final delivery. And they're coming back for the second run. Good running between the wickets. Terrific end to this innings from Norway. 174 for 6. But David Romani, the man who did most of the damage, pick of the bowlers as well. 2 for 26.
Yeah, and clever hustle last ball as well to get back, to have that awareness, to push for the extra run. So 174, certainly not a total we've seen the Czechs get near in the series, but I mean, it's a new day. It's pretty good batting conditions. I think we've seen the pitch playing up a little bit more. I think that's fair to say when you see how the wickets fell. Some of those ones keeping down, seeming around a little bit, but I think Norway, after being sent in, they are reasonably satisfied with the score they have on the board.
Yeah, perfect, I would say, for Norway. Kind of a middling score, I would say. This is the highlights. That was the first wicket from Neeraj, just wrapping the batsman on the pads. Just pretty big shots, some of them in between. This was the man who was also trying to get an innings, but Gauri was excellent with the bat. The southpaw showed his class and precision as a batter. Was quite lucky a few times.
Yeah, that's true. But I think what you see with Norway is they're a good side for many reasons. But one is their ability to come back from situations where the game's running against them slightly. So you saw that with the early wicket of Kaiser Ahmed. You saw that when they had the kind of double strike in the middle, but they still get to, I think, what's at least a par score. I have a feeling here par more or less around the kind of 160. So they haven't blown Czechia out of the water. I think it was better from Czechia. I think it's been their best effort so far, I think, across the board. But let themselves down just at times, still probably half a dozen kind of avoidable errors which might have cost them a few. But also I think, you know, they were valiant in the field. I think like Grover's catch, for example, to get Gauri at a time where things seemed to be running against them. That was the wicket of Darshana, who got one that seemed in a good one. And Romani, this double wicket over, just put the brakes on and gave the Czechs a little bit of a mini run. Probably the reason that it is not an out-of-sight score.
Yeah, it just stopped that score going from 190. From 174 to 190, that was Davidson. That was superb catch from Sahil Grover. Vandrazi came, he had some of the fun with the ball. He picked up a crucial wicket, just stopping the flow of runs. But we were quite astonished that he didn't bowl himself that third over. Somehow felt the pressure from the other end. At the end, Sajid Bhuiyan, good damage control, but Akram was up to the mark all the time. Whenever they needed the boundary, he was able to strike it because he was in form. And he's dancing down the track, showing his true colors against that against the fast bowlers of Czechia.
Yeah, in the end, they needed a bit of a boost. They got it, didn't they, through the work of Chandra Akram, 49 not out towards the end. Even though, you know, Kapil didn't really fire the way they would have liked. Mohammad Sher Sahak still hasn't quite found his feet with the bat in this series. But, I mean, they batted well around him. And I think in the end, 174 is a more than decent score. I think Norway probably might be a bit disappointed that they don't have a few more. But they'll know this is T20 cricket, still is short form cricket. Can't go perfectly every time. They certainly didn't with the early wicket of Kaiser Ahmed, who went without scoring. And apart from that, we saw Rahimi with 11 go pretty quickly as well. Gauri with 58 was the top scorer of 43 balls. Shana with 20, but Akram at the end with some heavy hitting, 49 not out. Extras 18, probably at this level a little bit in the high side for the Czechs. I will say that almost perfectly, if they get one or two batters to get in and be dominant, that 170 target's not really completely out of sight as we have a look at the bowling figures.
The Czechia bowlers were inspiring. Neeraj Tyagi just showed the way what Czechia has been missing in the last 3 games. Picked up a couple of wickets. Neeraj Mishra, they expected more from him. He went wicketless. Sajid Bhuiyan at the expensive end, but 1 wicket just helped him. But the pick of the bowlers was Davidson Romani, 4 overs, 26.
Yeah, he bowled really well, didn't he? Yeah, his first wickets in T20 international cricket. 2 for Chagi, as you said, and Puyan in with 1, Vadrasi with 1. But again, I know it's tough because you're making decisions on the fly a little bit, but you look at the fact there's 7 bowlers used, but then you look at the fact that, you had Chagi, who seemed to be having a good game. He did get his 4th over. Maybe you go to him, haul him out early. I suppose in the end, Norway, a good total, but certainly not out. 174 on the board. The Czechs, the home side, in their last innings of this Central Europe Cup, will be hoping for a 175 pace and a big victory, a big boost in the rankings, I'm sure, as well. Very sad to hear Mr. Maximo with Shobhan Garnaik. We'll take a break. We'll see you in about 10 minutes as we pick up the second innings here in Match 5, the ECN Central Europe Cup.
so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Under the Prague castle, the drama unfolds. It's redemption versus momentum. Welcome to the Central Euro Cup 2025. It's Czechia locking horns with Norway here at Vinosh Cricket Ground. Match number 5. It's an excellent batting display from the Norwegian side. The conditions were perfect and ideal for batting, and the way they batted, especially initially, it was quite outstanding. 174 for 6 after 20 overs. Amazing knock by Corey, the southpaw. He showed why he's rated so highly in the Norwegian camps. Alongside him, a crucial knock by Akram, 49 from 32, which included 5 fours and 2 sixes. There you go, the target, 175. If Czechia will try to register their first win. Yes, it's not easy. It's gonna be difficult, but the attitude is very important at this point in time. They have faced a lot of troubles when it comes to openers and the middle order players, but the openers have somehow managed to succeed. The middle order has actually lost a lot of wickets. They've almost lost 118 runs they have scored, and they've lost 18 wickets. So that's the target, 175. The run rate per over, 8.75. The supercomputer says Norway 90%, Czechia 10%. But Czechia are playing at the home ground, so it's a very big advantage. They're 53rd in ICC T20 rankings. The Norwegian side are 39. It's gonna be crucial for Czechia to start well. Yes, they're missing out on big players. Stein, Davisi, Suresh, big 3 names. But now, right here, the action starts. First ball. Shinwari just goes across the right-hander. This is Shobhan Garnaik alongside me. Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo here. It looks like a great track to bat on. Shinwari has shown glimpses with the ball. He has the knack of picking up wickets in this first over. For Magare, he has performed well with the bat, promising signs. But when the pressure is on, the big boys do dance. That came back in. Prodigious swing from Shinwari. In the first innings, we saw Neeraj Tyagi taking that ball away. In this innings, straight away, Shinwari getting that in-dipper. And as a left-arm seamer, when you are bowling and the ball is swinging the way that it did, it just elevates you. It just puts you in a very good space. Sahil Grover, who took that magnificent catch around that point region, wicket keeper. Oh, knocked him over. Lock, stock and barrel. Shinwari draws the first blood. Sahil Grover went big booming drive. Big between bat and part. You could have driven a lorry between that. 1 for 1 Czechia. Very, very bright start from the Norwegian side. The only thing Czechia didn't want was to lose that first wicket so early in the piece. Late swing did it for him. That's a Jaffa. Play that any day of the week, Shinwari says. Disastrous start as Sahil Grover leaves the big stage. He's out for a golden duck. Very important for Czechia not to lose a lot of wickets in the initial overs, because you still have 174 runs to get. He's moving really well. The bat just came down late. And we have seen plenty of times, especially if you are having a lot of Indian viewers watching. In the IPL, we used to associate the first over wicket with Trent Bolt. What a class bowler he is. And we are watching exactly the same. Shinwari. He has his tails up. Sajiv Bhuyan is a big hitter. He can change the game in span of few overs. Beautiful strike there. Stand and deliver from the right-hander. Sajib Bhuiyan opens his account in grand style. First boundary for the Czechias. Yeah, just playing with hands there. No real feet movement from Sajib Bhuiyan. But this surface has actually surprised us a lot. If you're bowling in around that middle stump region, short and wide, we're talking about the middle stump region, the ball tends to stay down. So Sinwari, if you have watched how the Czechia bowlers bowled, or especially when Neeraj Tyagi was on and he picked up that Khair Ahmed, the skipper of the Norwegian side, that was also in that middle stump region. Sajib Bhuiyan, we have seen a lot of big things from him. Mr. Maximo was talking how he used to bat in the T10 format of the game. But this is T20. You have to give a little bit of respect to the bowler and to the conditions. Again, wrapped on the pads, stifled appeals, big bat there. Sajib Bhuiyan is lucky here. If this would have gone in between that bat and pad region, it would have been all over for the man at number 3. Exciting first over. So first over has been done and dusted. It's 5 for 1. Important for the Czechias is to stay at the wicket, because yesterday when they played, they were all out for 63. It was a pounding in the hands of Austrian side, while Austria scored the highest number of runs in this ground, 224. So just give yourself a chance, just stay at the wicket. I know it's pretty hard. For Norway, it's about building momentum for the next game, match number 6, which will be coming up here, the European Cricket Network and YouTube channel. If you're watching it for the very first time, do subscribe and like the video. It will help us to get a reach. Little bit short. And both the batters are trying just to weather the storm, because the ball is just whizzing past the wicket. It's bouncy. And if you see, there is a big difference. When the Czechias were bowling, it was Neeraj Tyagi and Neeraj Sharma. With all due respect, they're pretty fine bowlers. But when it comes to pace, Sinwari and Shah are a little bit better. So you can see the difference with the bat flow and with the feet of both the batters at the crease. Because if you see the last dismissal, the batter was beaten by the pace and the swing. A chance for Norwegian side to be at the top of the CEC table. Now it's dominated by Austria. Sajib Bhuiyan is pretty clear. He just sees ball, hits ball. He doesn't care about line or length. He just waits for that white cherry to come, and he will go for that big shot. Maybe that's the role he has been defined by the team management. Because at number 3, you need a clutch player who can accumulate and also go for that big shot. Sajib Bhuiyan showing one side of his batting till now in this tournament. That shot! Play that if you can. Shah has been furious. That ball bounced after pitching. Nowhere near that. Maybe closed his eye a little bit. That's the technique you don't want to do when you are in this kind of a situation. Sajib Bhuiyan has faced this kind of opposition before as well. He has succeeded. He needs to back himself. Wrapped on the pads again. Bhuiyan's technique is much more like modern day players do. Keeping their left leg away from the line and just trying to swing towards that cow corner region. And maybe they need a blitz. That blitz, a cameo from Wian. Oh, that's a high full toss there. Both the umpires looking at each other and signaling no ball. It was definitely way high. Mansoor Shah can't believe it. Maybe he thought that it was dipping after going through the batsman's waist. But Mansoor Shah, he has been quite phenomenal with the ball. Every outing he has come, he has been able to challenge both the batters. That shot and wide, it's up in the air. That's gone for 6. Terrific shot from Magare. He just, they say when you slash hard. He did that and he got maximum result. The first maximo of the innings. Courtesy that uppercut from the right-hander. Confidence builder. That's the end of the second over. One more over done and dusted. It's important for Austria, who are playing the next game, just to have a closer look at this game. Norway have played a couple of games. They have won a couple of games. If they win this, they will go at the top of the table, while Austria will come to the second one. Some clouds now gathering in. It's all happening here. Czechia, 161 from 108. It's a target which is within their reach. I won't say beyond with the kind of performance they have put in the previous innings, but every day is a new day, they say. Going across, Bhuyan trying to play that shot on the offside. Shinwari's challenge. The challenge to face Shinwari in two ways. The ball can go in, and the one that just straightens away. That's the killer when you are a right-hander. You're just expecting the ball to come in. It just stays straight. You nick off. That's hit the pads. Chance of an LBW. Not out given by the umpire. That was close from Shinwari. Prodigious swing. Baffling the batter. Oh, that is so close to that leg stump. He was in no position to hit that shot. Oh dear. His better option just to be a little tight on his technique. You can't swing at every ball. It's not that easy, especially when the clouds are gathering. It's little bit of cold breeze going across the ground. Beautiful setting here. Tap and run. Hard hands from Bhuyan again. That can get into trouble when the ball is swinging. This is Vinod Cricket Ground. State-of-art facilities. There is a golf course here. And also there is a pretty special place to sit. It's a Scott Page. There's a bench here. But amazing to play cricket in this sort of environment. Right in the pads, way down the leg side. You just get a distinctive experience of cricket. And I feel that Vinod Cricket Ground is the testament of the growth of success of cricket in Czech Republic. Beautiful swing late in. The ground just, you just get a community vibe. You have got cyclists, you have got passers-by asking for information, what's happening. Sometimes Czechia can get into trouble when it comes to cricket. Yeah, sometimes it comes to the cricketing culture in that country, but they are doing pretty good. So I was talking about the last time I commentated, it was against It was the match between Czech and Hungary, and Czech just smashed them. It was Shudesh was going all guns blazing. They're missing him. Just need to back themselves little bit more. That's the drive. But sometimes when you lose a lot of games, they say that winning is a habit, losing can also be a habit. We've got a lot of New Zealand watchers in the YouTube channel. It just came into my mind. It was 2010 when New Zealand was preparing themselves for the 2011 World Cup. They were defeated 9 times. They played 4 against Bangladesh. They played 5 against India. It was 4-0 and 5-0 as well. So when they land to play the first match, there were 9. They struck away very nicely. Confident strike from the right-hander. Some relief for Czechias. They're still breathing. So they lost 9 consecutive games. Daniel Vittori was the captain. And during that World Cup, they played their first game. They looked ordinary. They beat Pakistan, a very, very strong, formidable side. In Pale Kelly, Ross Taylor, in his birthday, scored that 131 runs. Who also played for ECN, Ross Taylor. So after that, they went to Bangladesh to play the South African side in the quarterfinal, and they defeated them. It was 90-10. It was like Czechia versus Norway. Norway was the South Africans and Czechia was New Zealanders. But New Zealanders won that game. They went to the semi-final. They played against Sri Lanka, but Sri Lanka at that time was something else. So yes, you have lost a lot of games, but that one flicker, you just need that one catalyst. Maybe Sajib Bhuiyan can perform the way he does in T10. As Mr. Maximum was mentioning, he scored some 140-odd runs in a T10 game. So somehow, if he can replicate a little bit of that performance, it'll be handy for the Czechias. That's a strong shot straight to the man. It was a nothing shot at the end. Sajib Bhuiyan wasn't in a position to play that shot. It was bouncing, trying to play on the offside. Stands tall, and he just throws it away. That's pretty disappointing to see such a talented batter lose his wicket in this way. The second wicket is down. Czechia are in some sort of trouble. 19 for 2. Mansoor Shah has been special with the ball. The way he has bowled in this innings, even though this is his first wicket, but he was also the bowler who did a lot of damage when in the match number 2, when Norway was playing Czechia. He took 3 for 21. He was the pick of the bowlers. So he's kind of a nemesis when it comes to Norway playing Czechia. For the Czechia side, of course. The supercomputer shows that it just creeps up. 92% this time for Norway. The Norwegian side are feeling at home here. Even though it's Czechia's home, Norway, if they win this, they can call Vinosh as their maybe second home. 39th in the ICC T20I rankings. So Piyush Singh Baghel comes to bat at number 4. He's a batter who tends to stay in the back foot most times. But at this stage, Czechia need a lot from him. I somehow found the technique of the Czechia's batter a little bit. They've been exposed when it comes to high pace. We saw that against Austria. We are watching it against Norway. Not able to adapt to the conditions and also the skill of the opposition. Terrific shot. Up and running goes Piyush Baghel with that crashing boundary through the covers. A kind of a statement that is not thrown in the white yet. A little bit of use of the wrist at the very end just to keep the ball along the ground. So I was talking about the match number 2, where Mansoor Shah just showed how brilliant he can be with that ball. But maybe it's a tactic from him just to give that fuller delivery and then pitch it slightly shorter. The two-card trick from the right arm seamer from Norway. Oh yes, as I just called it, they were expecting it. And Piyush Baghel, good technique, dropping his hands at the very last moment. So I was talking about the technique as well of the Czech batters. They have this big bat lift. Somehow I feel your bat also has to be in the box. Yeah, you are playing T20 cricket, not the test matches or the 50-over side. But still, if you hold your bat so high, your bat lift is so high. Ah, there you go. Another big booming in swinger hits him on the body. So when you just keep the bat down, first and foremost, you don't lose your wicket, you can protect it. And the second, there's a big chance of scoring runs. You can place those drive, you can place those cuts as well. And we have seen that in T20 format. The good batters who have the decent technique, the old school way of playing cricket, can still succeed in this format of the game. A single to end the over. A lot of things happen. A wicket, a boundary to end. 4 overs gone. Czech somehow reeling at this point in time. 24 for 2. Now the sun is playing hide and seek. Before 10 minutes, it just went for a coffee and it's back again. It's beautiful setting. The good thing that Shinwari has done in this spell is he has been relentless. He has not bowled that fuller delivery which the batter will be able to go underneath and play and drive those deliveries. He has been somehow bowling that hard length, the 6 to 8 meter length that batters hate to face. And he has got the rewards. And that's why a big applause for the captain and the wicketkeeper, Kaiser Ahmed. He knows he has this game by the scruff of his neck. That's why Shinwari will continue. Fielders are still attacking inside the circle. There's mid-off, mid-on. Gully, point, covers. Short third, deep fine. The 2 fielders outside. Of course, it's power play overs. That just whizzes past. When you see from the commentary box, you don't watch the monitor. You just watch how quick that ball is. From the television, it looks slightly lesser in pace. But when you're on ground, you just feel how the batter must be feeling. Piyush Singh Baghel must have rehearsed many a times yesterday night that he will go to bat. He will bat at number 4 for his side. He has got this chance and opportunity here. This is another big booming in swinger. Here the technique is slightly fuzzled by Piyush Singh Baghel. He's expecting to whip that ball across towards down the leg side. He's not able to do that. But all eyes will also be at Vandrasi. Vandrasi has been in excellent touch. He has played, he has given heart, soul and tear to this side. Because his performances speak to themselves. Because he started. Oh yes! He gets a boundary. He was trying to play that shot in the previous over. This time he does. And gets the maximum result. He waited for delivery. That was the most important factor in that shot. He didn't throw his card way too early. Shinwari slightly blinked and Piyush Singh Baghel got the reward. I was talking about Vandrasi. His performance last year in the qualifiers was actually really good. He scored 33 runs. He also scored a cameo of 18. He took wickets He took 4 for 25 and 4 for 19. They had 3 games. They won against Cyprus, they won against Greece, and then lost to Estonia, which kind of just dents the confidence, because at that time Estonia was 65 in the world. But those wins gave them a lot of confidence. But here they're facing a little bit tougher experienced campaigners in Norway and Austria. So here the temperament also gets a little bit tasted. Leaves it alone is Piyush Singh Vagel. Quite interesting technique he has. But Norwegian side would have been slightly disappointed coming to this tournament. The last couple of games and won one against Portugal. Because Portugal is somehow lesser ranked when it comes to rankings of ICC. And the key players in that tournament was Kaiser Ahmed, who is the skipper. Sher Shah will also see with the ball. He was brilliant. He scored that 54 against tough conditions against the Portuguese side, and also took 4 wickets. Also looking forward to watch Anil Parmar, our left-arm spinner. Because we see all these big guys bowling quick and fast, and he is this left-arm spinner who is defying the logic of bowling in the AstroTurf. Glides it away, good bit of fielding. We've seen him bowl yesterday and he was just looping it up every single time. And when you have a classical left-arm spinner, it's just a delight to watch. He's so much at ease when it comes to spin. Yeah, the volunteers have done a tremendous work. And the Czech cricket as well, in keeping the ground in proper shape for this high anticipated tournament. The outfield, you must have seen, it's like a carpet. That's a decent end to the over. Czechia are still trying to find their feet. 5 overs, 29 for 2. So that's the Challenger division. In the Premier division, that's going to happen from 16th. A little quite soon. Prague Spartans, Moravians, Vinoradi, Ostrava and Dominators are the 5 sides who will be participating in the Challenger division. And the Premier, the big boys: Bohemians, Prague Cricket Club, Brno United Cricket Club, Prague Tigers and Prague Barbarians. We'll be looking forward for this. A little bit of breather for them because they play later. It's going to be 19th to 22nd. The first will be the Challengers. Looking forward to watch Vinoradi and Spartans. Dominators have also really played well. They have the Division 3 when it comes to Czech domestic cricket. They have won a lot of games. That's why they've qualified. Now they're playing in Division 2. They started off well, beating the Spartans, and now they've somehow slipped a couple of games. So 3-4 interesting sides to look forward to for the viewers watching it on the ECN YouTube channel. I hope you like the video and subscribe to the channel as well. And do let us know what you think about this tournament in the comments. Ankit Gupta, the tall, lanky right-hander. Yes, sir. It's the wicket that Czechia was not trying to lose. Magare played all around. Akash Gupta, first ball, come out trumps. No warm-up, straight away, in line. It'll be quite interesting to watch the replay. Even I thought it might be slightly outside off. But the umpire had different opinion. The man in white is always right, but the man is in blue, and he is also true. He's trying to whip it down the leg side. Caught napping. Ruturaj Magare departs for 11. 1-4-1-6. His brief stay comes to an end. Have a closer look. Yeah, hitting off. Good decision. But maybe he was again. He just backed so far. His trigger movement was so far around that off stump that he forgot that, mate, you still have to play that delivery on straight or on the offside. So a little bit poor technique in display here. As Vandrasi, the man in a mission, who walks up to the center, batting at number 5 for his side. We've been speaking highly about his temperament in this weakened Czech batting lineup. Trying to play it to the offside. He does it, uses hands mostly. But as a captain, you somehow feel, we all feel little. You must have been feel a little pity on him because he has been that lone star. He has been fighting with the ball. He has performed with the bat. He has performed. He must be thinking, what else can I do? I come at every single time, 3 down for change. Oh, superb delivery. At the very end, that dip did the keeper. Fortuitous boundary for batting side. When I see Vandrasi, it just reminds me of Misbah-ul Haq. And it just pitched full on that popping crease and a rise bounce. The keeper gave it all, but it was too high for him. And it pitches exactly at the popping crease, then shoots up. No way the keeper can get behind that. And a lucky boundary, maybe the boundary that can change little bit of fortune when it comes to Czechia's batting display here. He cuts him in half, in no position. Vandrasi had no clue. How did it come and how did it go? It's a battle between Ankit Gupta and the wicket keeper. The batsman is just stationary at the crease. And yeah, I was talking about Misbah-ul Haq because there was a time in Pakistan cricket, I'm pretty sure a lot of viewers must be watching it from Pakistan. When he used to come, it always used to be 3 down for very little runs. Because the batting was so weak at that point in time. Fuller delivery. And at one press conference, he just mentioned that what can I do whenever I come? I just wake up and it's 3 down. I wake up from my bed. Sometimes it can get challenging, but some players, they say that the tougher gets going, the tough it is, the tougher gets going. So yeah, you can say that some players just thrive on this kind of adversity. Shot straight to the man. The carnage has been done by Ankit Gupta in the first over as he picks up a couple of wickets. No runs conceded. This time, the captain of the ship has drawn. 1 shot too many. Vandrasi was in no position. He was stationary at the crease. Just using his hands and a nothing shot. He will get disappointed. He may not watch this highlight before. Again, when he goes back to his hotel. That's pretty disappointing. A lot was expected. And again, Czechia have been exposed in the first few overs of the match. And we still have 14 overs to go. Nowhere in position to play that shot, just opening the face of the bat. That's what happens on this kind of a surface. You have to exactly know where you are trying to hit the ball. If you play it too early, it just opens your bat face. And when you play it late, you can get a chop on. So you have to play that sort of middling stance. And when it comes to feet movement, you have to be precise. By the look of things, Czechia are going downhill. There's a lot of skyscrapers on the top. Norway with the fantastic buildings. 21 runs they scored in that 17th over. But for Czechia, life has been hard. We've been talking about Anil Parmar. And here you go. He is at the bowling crease. 33 for 4, he will say. Oh, just give me this scorecard every day of the week. I just love it. Nicely bowled. He has this different way of approaching the crease. He has bowled this left arm diagonal. This couple of steps back. You have a closer look at his action. He just finishes the action straight away and watches the batsman. But he has this tendency of looping it up. I'm watching for that moon ball here. Guided. Piyush Singh Baghel. Just deer caught in the headlights. He doesn't know how to approach this innings. Divyendra Singh, one of the prominent batters when it comes to Czech cricket, has played a lot domestically and in the international as well. He has a good record, but this situation is different, and he goes over the drop, inside out. Couple of more runs. With Piyush Parmar showing all his tactics as a left-arm spinner. And I feel if you're a left-arm spinner, your biggest asset is changing of pace. If you can do that, it's going to be wonderful. We have seen some left-arm spinners in the past who have been masterful when it comes to slowing down the pace. We have seen recently Mitchell Santner do it. Previously, it was Monty Panesar. Then if we go back, it was also Bishan Singh Bedi, who used to be the master of the craftsman. So right now, it's the bowler's art against the batter's grace. They're writing a story on the pitch. Good confidence booster. And for Piyush Singh Baghel, he's somehow trying. Where am I getting that second run in this over? Beautiful loop. That's what does. Even the full tosses, he is not able to because the amount of pressure he is in. 7 overs, 35 for 4. Czechs somehow not been able to put that foot in the accelerator because they have been consistently losing wickets, and when you lose wickets in crumbs, it's pretty hard to go for those big shots. Yeah, that goes downhill while the Norwegians had a very stable base. They started off slow, then picked up the pace, and the brace at the end just helped them. While the Czechs, they have been quite disappointing with the bat. That's their weakness. Not being able to take the advantage of playing at home, even though they have a good record at this ground. But there's a big opportunity. There's a big opportunity to regain footing before the next tournament starts, the next qualifier. So there's always looking forward. And in ECN, we have games almost every day of the week. Now, the best thing they can do, at least, to stay in the hunt. You never know. 139 from 77 deliveries we have seen in the past. Things can change. You just have to stay out there, the center, and just do your business. You see there's 36 for 4. He's just standing outside the crease, and somebody from the point region just stayed the similar. So they're watching every movement of the batter. And that's why straight away Ankit Gupta just saying, hello, I'm not that slow that you're going to walk up to me and play those shots. You just have to. He's just trying to push him back here. Expect a barrage of bouncers. Cleverly played. Ankit Gupta has looked solid with the ball. He has not bowled that boundary delivery. He has been consistent, and look at his figures at this point in time. He has bowled 9 deliveries. He has taken a couple of wickets. He has this spring in his step. And every single delivery has some kind of conviction. Quite purposeful at the bowling crease. soft hands from Divyendra Singh. Divyendra Singh is an interesting character. Does IT, his profession, and plays cricket in the weekends. Is a really powerful hitter when it comes to T10 cricket. Also someone who just waits for that short delivery. He's very good when it comes to pull and cut. And maybe Ankit Gupta have somehow done their homework. They're not giving those boundary deliveries. Then they're pushing the batters back. Then they're going for the toes. Maybe I put the mockers on. He bowls a wide. So it's nose and the toes. Back in the day when you used to see those Australian cricketers, Thompson, Lilly, they had kind of a similar plan. Just put the batsman to the back foot all the time and then go for that searing Yorker. But you need to have good control to do that and good fitness. Fitness is the key to success when you're a fast bowler. And we've seen very good fitness from Norwegian side. They're going to play a couple of games, so it's going to be fatigue they need to take care of. Because sometimes when you overbowl yourself, you just lose that threat in you. But can they sustain their form and close the tournament? That's a big question. Because they've won so many games. Clofted it. Man inside this circle. Sheepish smile. 8 overs, 39 for 4. So yeah, the question how they can sustain themselves, their form, because they're almost pretty close. Still yet far, but with the look of things, if Norway have been able to win this game, there'll be a 3 out of 3. They have got bragging rights already against Austria in that game when they won it quite convincingly at the end. Match number 3. But Austria, I'm looking forward for that team because they have got 2 players. Those have caught my eye. One is Karanveer Singh and the second is Bilal. Just playing in a different pitch every single time they walk up. Full toss. That's the confidence of the batter. He is not able to put that away. Almost gives a dolly to the man at extra cover. Coming in close. Divyendra Singh. We're talking about the boundaries. Big boundaries on the offside and in the leg side. Against the left arm spinner, you have to be precise with your hitting style. If you want to go, you can go over extra cover. That's a special shot. You have to just play it with lot of grace. Trying to steal a single. So when you're playing a left arm spinner, you have to look at which finger he's using. You just have to watch which finger he's using. If he is bowling mostly the straighter ones, then you can go straight. But if it's spinning slightly, then you can use your feet and go over the top on the offside. Oh, so close. Anil Parmar maybe would take that in the next game. Divyendra Singh caught at the crease, doesn't uses his feet. Fingertip stuff. That's what happened when you are just so much stuck at the crease. You're bogged down. And every single time, Norwegian bowlers have tightened the noose. It's like a cat in a hot tin roof. Breathing for some space. So much so, even the ordinary deliveries are given so much respect by the Czechia side. The last delivery, it's going to be a crucial one. Ankit Parmar is bowling. Beauty of over. Just slow and low as another over passes by. Piyush Singh Bagal is stuck in the rut. He's batting on 11 from 24. Even a test match cricketer will shy away from that score. 9 overs, 40 for 4 are the Czechias. Sorry looking batting card. Magare 11. Sahil Grover got a pitch of a delivery. Was out. Sajid Bhuyan played a lot of strokes for only 6. Piyush Singh Baghel and Divyendra Singh's trying to resurrect this broken innings. But in that middle, if you saw Vandrasi, the man who could have done a little bit of damage, is back in the hut. Little stoppage in the plate. Looks like we're going to have the drinks break as Czechia try to put up a score against the opposition Norway. Put up a score in sense. They're chasing 175. This is what looks like in the calendar 2025 cricket all around. We started in 3rd February and now we are here. Two tournaments simultaneous that's going on. England Hornchurch in 2nd of June it started, and the Czechia on the 8th of June. Finland on 23rd, and Bulgaria, which Vinny Sandhu is very much excited for, 30th of June. And maybe someone special might be on that flight. This cricket keeps on coming. We have Belgium, we have Germany, we have Sweden, we have England, we have Croatia, we have Germany, Romania, Hungary, Switzerland. We have the ECC as well, European Cricket Championship. If you look at this calendar, first and foremost, it's pretty, you'll be pretty tensed. How many cricket games we have? Almost 1,800 games in one single year. That's just insane amount of skill and competitiveness. But ECN have been doing a tremendous job so far, every single time. And the records just keep galloring everywhere they go. And we end on December 1, European Cricket Championship. The women's. So the next game that will be coming forward to you will be Austria taking on Norwegian side, Norway. The match number 6, that will be the grand finale of this tournament, ECN. Because you have seen how Czechias have been slightly exposed under tough conditions against Norway. So every eye will be on that. And I would like to welcome Vinny Sandhu. Vinny, good afternoon.
Yeah, well, nice to be back. And yeah, tough old road for the Czechs once again. You're chasing this 175. But yeah, I'm really excited. I know the plan is to get you over to Bulgaria and you can call a bit more T10 and T20 cricket, actually. Shobi doing a great job so far. Unfortunately for the Czechs, though, they find themselves in a tough spot. 40 off 9. Yeah, you called it. 4.5 and over. It's kind of especially the modern test run rate, isn't it? But yeah, still, we're hoping to just put up a bit of a fight here. And this is also where you try to, I suppose, from an individual point of view, show you can compete at the level. I mean, Divyendra Singh is kind of in and out of the side. I think he's actually had a pretty good couple of years when he's been given opportunities. So a chance for him maybe individually to do something. But right now, we'll go back to Gupta. 2 wickets already. Divi, get across and push this one for a single. So, I mean, how do you read this first 9 overs of the innings, Shobi? I mean, the Czechs have lost 4 wickets and Norway looking ascendant once again.
I think Czechs have been quite unlucky in terms of shots they have played. Because they've just got in the heart. There's no way you can 41 for 5 when the opposition has scored 175 on the same track. So there is some kind of temperament and skill involved in that. That's a top shot. If you ask Piyush Singh Baghel which shot you want to play while you are dreaming, he will say this.
That's a nice shot, isn't it? I mean, it takes a bit of a chance, doesn't he? Stays leg side of the ball, and Piyush, he's got his opportunity on the back of some consistent performances for United CC, one of the newer clubs here in Czechia. It's, again, another opportunity for him. He's found it hard going so far. Obviously, you look at the strike rate, but he still has over 10 overs to bat. And to be honest, the Czechs have had their issues even batting out the 20 so far in this series.
Little bit complacent as well. The Czechia's lackadaisical performance. You asked Vinny Sandhu what happened to this side. Even I'm a little surprised with the kind of batting effort. This some glides it towards third. Fielder does well. Rolls and somehow stops the ball going to the boundary.
I think one of the things to note, though, I mean, last time you were calling the CE Cup was actually against Hungary, and obviously the Czechs, they had good results. But you need to look at who you're playing against here. I mean, you look at, there's basically 100 countries now playing ICC men's T20I cricket, and so you're going 15% higher. You're going 15 spots higher when you take on Norway. I think you can see the gap a little bit. I know that, Danny was saying, yeah, Czechs are capable on a given day of winning against Norway, and I would agree against that. I would agree with that. But I suppose when you've got a lower ranked side against high ranked side, often you are relying on some mercurial individual performances, and we kind of saw that. For example, in the Valletta Cup a couple of years ago, we had twin hundreds. You had Davitsi scoring hundreds. You had Dylan Stain scoring hundreds. He's not on the side at the moment. It's been a steep learning curve still, I think. It's a wild one from Gupta down the leg side. But, yeah, it's also fair to say that the Czechia side, they haven't had the kind of preparation that either Norway nor Austria have had this year. Norway, they've played T20I cricket and T10 cricket in Portugal. I covered them earlier in the year. Austria, they've come off playing 2 separate series at home against Slovenia and then against Switzerland in the last couple of weeks. So the Czechia, they have looked like a side that is still trying to find their way. It looks like their first games of the season.
That's Apesh. Finds the gap. No, there are fielders everywhere. It feels like 15 fielders are fielding at this point in time because they're finding fielders everywhere. And you talk about the downfall of Czechia's. I think intent is also one of the important things when you're playing against a superior side. At least you have to show the intent. And Czechia's club player, the domestic cricketers, those who are playing right now internationally, they also got a lot of exposure. They have been in the nets. They have tried their best on this kind of a surface. So slightly disappointing being a player from Czechia.
Oh, that's such a good piece of fielding. Just needed the finish. I think Divi would have been gone by some distance. That's Darshana who came on. Look at the one-hand pickup here. This hits, it's lights out, I think. Yeah, would have been. And in fact, that's the second hit wicket we've seen on strikers in this series. That's certainly the most direct point between A and B, but it will be the end of the over. That will be the 10. They did take their drinks an over early, I think, because they had a slight medical thing to take care of. 50 for 4 after 10 overs. And you can see the rate now, 12.5 and over now in our T10 cricket. That's kind of a par run rate, 12.5. But in these conditions against this attack, I think the Czechs are trying to find a bit of respectability in the scoreboard, and also kind of get that breakout innings. And both these two, they just haven't really nailed down spots in the team as automatic selection. So an opportunity for them in the next 10 overs.
And Vinny, who is your favorite left-arm spinner? You see Anil Parmar doing it here?
Let's talk in world cricket. You
Yeah.
mentioned Santner. I mean, he's quite an interesting bowler. Different kind of an action. We've had a few actually on the European Cricket Network. I mean, Corey, my colleague who coaches Spain, he said if he could have 5 left-arm spinners or 10 in the team, he would, because another tight single this time. They will get it. Akram doesn't pick it up cleanly. I'll tell you one, going back, maybe you're a young man compared to me, Shobi, but Venkatapati Raju, who toured Australia in the early 90s. I thought he was quite a fun bowler to watch. But if you go back even further, before my time,
He was like a pencil, isn't it?
yeah, it's true. But you had bowlers like Derek Underwood. You go right back. Now, he's before my era, but I've seen some footage. I know I was coached by a few players that had to bat against him, and he looked very, very tough, of course. You go back even further than that, you had things like uncovered wickets back in the day. So, yeah, no, left-arm orthodox have a few natural advantages. And it's not going to help when you serve up balls like that. It's a full toss, and Divi Singh cashes it in. 4 carreras Palmer gets it wrong and gets hurt.
Yeah, that's a good shot. Just waited for the ball and timed it to perfection. Because left-arm spinners were out of fashion before a few years because teams were thinking that if we play a left-arm spinner, if there is left-handers in that side, then it just neutralizes the
Bad
attack.
matchup. I mean, I still think you'd always, pound for pound, wrist spinners have that X factor of maybe not being able to pick them as easily. And we've seen finger spinners doing some creative things in the last generation. But I think you look at bowlers like, Brad Hogg was the one actually in Australia who played till he was about 50 in the end because no one could pick him. And if you can't get that right, get that control. But they're hard to come by, the wrist spinners. I know India have had a couple of decent ones in the last decade or so. It's just going to fly away down the hill. Don't even quite make it. In fact, it will. That's the slope, isn't it? Actually, he's given everything there, is Mansoor Shah, to chase this down, but he's not going to be able to do it in the end. And the result's going to be 4. It's another full toss. Uncharacteristic from Palmer.
Yeah, that's 4. We're talking on the downhill. At Lords, they have a big downhill as well.
Even here, you can kind of see there's a bit of slope in the pitch. There's quite a few undulations in the landscape here. I mean, you see the golf course in the background there, and it's just one of the quirks of the ground. But it's turned into be such a wonderful kind of cricket oasis here in a foreign land. Vinash, last ball the over here for Palmer. Just took a little bit off that, didn't he, Palmer? A little edge under there, so he'll get credited with the run. And it will take us to the end of the 11th over at 61 for 4. I'll say quick hello to everyone in the chat as well. I know there might be double screening. We had once again a game this morning where we had the equal highest runs ever, 419. So you know how it was set yesterday? I was just talking about it. That 415 was the record, which was set a few weeks ago in Jersey. And yesterday it was 4:15 with the ball to go. They hit it was 4:19, and then you wouldn't believe it, but today we've had the same total amount of runs. So that's absolutely insane over there. Something like 224 to 195. And that 195 up until that 208 chase, which was last month in that 4:15 total game. No team batting second had ever scored 200. In fact, that 195 is the second highest score ever by a team batting second. And it will now become the highest score to ever lose a match. So I love all that. You love numbers, Shobi?
Yes,
you
absolutely.
Yeah. We get to see a lot of numbers here when you got these kind of quantities.
But these days, batters. First time, new phase of the bowling trees, Darshan.
Yeah, Dashana gets the ball. Interesting. So it's probably not a bad situation where I think the game is pretty firmly in Norway's grasp. Dashana, I call him a batter that can turn his arm over. Geez, there's some good hairstyles in this Norwegian lineup as well. No Vinay Ravi in the side today, but the ponytail crew is represented by Kuruga Dashana. That's an interesting one. I actually think he might have stopped this. He's done a lot of work there to his left. Check it out. There's Chowdhury Akram out there. I think as long as he hasn't stepped out first up, he should be all right here. Yeah, gets rid of it and then falls on the line. And I don't think the ball ever touches the line. And yeah, I think it's an excellent piece of fielding in the end. I want to dig a bit deeper with you, though, because we're just getting to know you. Unfortunately, I've got my chat shut down, so I was going to ask questions. So I guess it'll be up to me to ask you the questions. Shobi. Wild and woolly one there from Bargell. But yeah, tell us about your cricket background. Obviously, I can hear in your personality and the way you call the game that you obviously love cricket. So I was going to ask you where that kind of love came from in the beginning. Is this one? It's going to be another full toss. Not really hurt by Bargill, just gets a single. So yeah, what are your earliest memories of cricket, and was it your choice or was it kind of a choice put on you?
No way. Every Indian youth or the Gen Z will tell you that is always the kid's choice. So when I watched that 2005 Ashes series, that just changed my mind about cricket, the way it was played. England versus Australia.
So it was the Ashes. I mean, that's
Yes.
interesting that you say that. I mean, that was an amazing series.
Yes. With Steve Harmison,
Yeah.
he's
It-
bowled the delivery down the leg side, and he was caught, and
Yeah.
it was like, that's the best. I think Brett Lee was the batter.
It was Kasparovich,
Kas-
actually.
oh, yes.
Brett Lee was at the other end, but yeah, he's spot on. His memory etched into my memory. Brought the Ashes back to life, really.
That's big shot. Just a couple of bounces. He has a rocket arm, isn't it, this lad?
Yeah, they field very well in Norway. It's one thing in European cricket over the last few years. A lot of teams have recognised the need to improve fielding standards in difficult conditions sometimes as well. That'll be the end of the over. Dashana, not too bad from him. Only goes for 6. It's 67 for 4 after 12. I was not expecting you to say the Ashes were an inspiration for your love of cricket, but I mean, that was an amazing series, no doubt about that. Like I said, I think it brought the Ashes back to life in Australia. The first series I watched ever was the beginning of the Aussie domination. It was the 89 Ashes. That they went to England as underdogs, and England had the Ashes. Australia had travelled to England, regained the Ashes in England. First time that happened, I think, since the 1940s. And they won 4-0. They would have won 6-0 if it wasn't for the rain.
Was it Alan Border, the captain?
Alan Moore was the captain. That's exactly right. More left arm spin with Palmer continuing despite occasionally getting it wrong. But you look at his figures, 14 off 3. Hasn't really been hurt. And a tight second, but they'll get there. Okay, and then obviously that would have gone into a level. You played wherever you live. Where did you grow up exactly?
I grew up in Bhubaneswar. It's like an eastern part of India. It's in the state of Odisha, and it's called also the Temple City and also the hockey capital of the world.
The hockey.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I actually played a bit of hockey growing up. Played a reasonable level.
So we generally have European teams traveling. We have the World Cup every 4 years. It's a huge ground, and the kind of facilities they have. Maybe I should take you sometime if you are interested to go.
I am very, very keen. I might have a trip to India later in the year. Keep that on the lowdown. I'm not easy to get away these days. But I know if I do go, I might have to keep my head down because I know we've got a lot of European cricket. So, you know what I was saying earlier about Mitch Marsh kind of walking to his local pub and just not being hassled and then turning around saying hi. I was playing last night. Just trying to picture that in India because when I have been to India, I think Australia were touring at the time, and Steve Smith was doing a shopping centre appearance, whatever. And let's just say a few people had come out to see it. It's fanatical, isn't it? So, what was it like growing up in that kind of environment? It would have been a sports mad kind of environment, I imagine. As Palmer comes in and hits his feet here, gets it on the full, picks out the fielder out there, Darshana.
So I was talking about the 2005 Ashes, but the main thing that happened was Pragyan Oja, left-arm spinner.
Yeah.
He used to be from my school.
Ah, really?
So, yeah.
I was a big Deccan Chargers fan, actually, first year. Now I'm going, I don't know how old you were when the first IPL came out. How old were you when the first IPL?
I was maybe 11
Jeez.
years of
I'm
age.
feeling old now, because I think I was 27. But fair enough. Into the 13th over here, Czechs building some sort of a partnership with these two, but well behind in the chase. 71 for 4 after 13. Okay, so speaking about left, I was literally about to say his name, but I thought it might have been too obscure for everybody. But he was a left-arm spinner. Deccan Chargers, ugliest outfit in the first IPL. Although it was kind of channeling the old New Zealand vibes. But then they were bottom, even though I picked them as my team. Yeah. Because I was like, they had Gilchrist, they had Simons, I think Rohit Sharma was playing back then.
Yeah.
Herschel Gibbs.
Yes.
I was like, this is my team. Because I was like, let's get into it, right? All of my friends, and we were in Australia, I had a lot of people I was playing with. So let's get into this IPL. Looks fun. And then they were terrible. I don't think they won a game. They might have won one game, but they couldn't have played worse. Yeah. But then the second edition, they turned it around. They ended up winning the second. And actually now kind of went, I suppose they were reinvented or swept aside, depending on how you look at it, in the IPL history. But Divi Singh hits this pretty well. Start the over with a single Okay, so Pragyan Oja.
Yeah. So he
Tell us
came
more.
first time to the school and he had brought his Indian jersey. And with him, he was 30 OJHA. So that was the first memory of me holding an Indian jersey.
Is that right?
In India, we have got 1.4 billion people. And when somebody plays in the playing 11, it's a big story. And also another cricketer was also from our state, a couple of them. Maybe I'll just try to guess you there.
Well, that's lifted up, and will it beat the fielder? It does. Straight as the day is long from Bagel. He's catching up now, isn't he? Trying to build some sort of things for himself. Moves up to 28. Nicely elevated. Safety down the ground with no outfielder in the way. 4 runs. Okay, so you got a couple of others. Maybe I'll
Yes.
throw open the chat as well. So from
One
your
opener and one fast bowler.
and say again the part of India that you're from.
It's called Odisha.
Odisha.
Yes.
Okay. So I'll throw that open. And we're talking same kind of era. Are we talking kind of 2010s or are we talking earlier?
We're
Bit
talking
earlier?
about 1999
Okay.
and to 2010. And this bowler was actually, if you see the 1999 World Cup, there used to be, if you see the logo is framed in reference to this bowler. You have to guess it now.
Oh, the logo of the whole World Cup.
Yes, it is.
99 in England, right?
Yes.
Okay. They had some awesome outfits there. They kind of went off the charts, making different kind of motifs for every uniform. I mean, 99 World Cup, one of my favourites, actually, with still probably the best finish I've ever seen, Australia-South Africa in the semi-final.
Yeah.
Poor Alan Donald dropping his bat. I thought I almost hit my head on the ceiling watching that. It was about 2 in the morning in Australia. And I jumped so high. The ceiling was 3 meters high, but I felt I was going to hit my head. I think I was going to jump through it. It was so crazy. I mean, Australian cricket was rocked by an underarm in 1981,
Yes.
but this was an underarm that got us to a World Cup final.
There's no chapel involved here.
That's true. Oh, and actually, it's a finish that we reference a lot because we've had probably quite a few games like that have been that tense. It's the end of the 14th over here. Dashana doing a good job so far, 76 for 4. All right. Well, I'm gonna get you to tell us then. Go and tell us who are the other cricketers you're talking about.
The first one is Debashish Mohanty.
Ah.
He played in around that period of 1999 till 2001.
Yep.
And then one young batter who was termed to be the next Sunny Gavaskar. His name was Sif Sundar Das. He's a tiny little opener, very good technique, soft hands.
I think he wore number 100 as well for India a little bit, which is a cool way to start. But it must be tough, especially, you look at young players like Surivanshi is a good example right now. The kind of hype that must be on him. Vinon Cambly's another one of going back a generation.
Yeah.
To try and recognise these heights. I mean, also being a professional cricketer in India now, compared to even a generation ago, definitely 2 generations ago, it's a completely different thing with social media, with the amount of cricket being played. It's a strange but exciting time to be involved. Obviously, I think eventually these franchise things are going to work out. There'll be some sort of system. I kind of picture it maybe once it's organised a bit more that you'll have. Let me try and throw it out there, but you'll have kind of a tour where the players will be able to move there rather than have these competing tournaments where the top tier players will play, because it's kind of still the Wild West. Here's Chaudhry Akram getting a ball, gets whipped away by Javendra Singh. For a couple here, if they run hard, they will get it pretty easily. But I imagine, and the thing is, you couldn't have really imagined the way franchise cricket would take hold of the landscape in 2020 would take hold of the landscape. But I think maybe you need kind of 8 franchises worldwide that they move and they have a set and stable of players. Because I still think the one thing that you miss in franchise T20 cricket is this kind of sense of loyalty. Like, I know you will get it, but even in a competition like the IPL, players are switching it. I know I'm guilty. Some of my former teammates had some wild throw, but they'll get through for a single. They'll tell me they're playing the IPL, and I have to say, so who are you playing for this year? And so I know one thing that builds dynasties and builds, and you've got great stories, like, Kohli with RCB, obviously. He's been with them the whole time, and that's the whole thing. And even some of the internationals like Maxwell is another guy who's been there a while. But I know a lot of them, they chop and change. So I would love to see, like in football, the reason club cricket works so well is that, you know, when you play for a club, like you're playing for that club and you might get loaned out or something, but you kind of clearly have that loyalty. You have that, the fan base can appreciate that you're bleeding whatever colour of the team is that you're playing for. And that maybe, I suppose the interesting thing is you maybe would have 8-10 franchises that, let's say, obviously the Indian ones would be a way to base them. And it's already kind of happening. You're seeing like Super Kings popping up in Texas and South Africa and all this. And that maybe rather than getting signed for a tournament, you get signed to this kind of franchise that then, you know, if you can sell your player to another team. Or, you know, this is a kind because it was organised as kind of almost an accident. That's cut away pretty well. That's going to be 4 runs. Nice shot by Bargell. Settling in nicely after it's been a little bit of a tough initiation for him in this series, but he did well there. Yeah, the old uppercut. Hits it well, gets the boundary. Yeah, so geez, just my observations. And I don't profess to be an expert. Obviously, I've been completely obsessed with building European cricket over the last few years, which is something I'm very excited about. But I do find it interesting that, you know, I'll have friends I used to play with that'll be playing in the BBL, and when they get knocked out, they're straight away. They're kind of like, oh, at least I can get to this tournament quicker. You know, which isn't, you know, they go, at least I'm on the plane to South Africa and I'm playing the last couple of games of the South African T20. And then, you know, it's this whole thing of almost anyone can hold a tournament if they've got the resources to do so. And there's no real checks and balances, if you like. You have players playing for 30 teams in a year, which to me seems like, don't really have a long-term framework. But I think it'll work itself out over time. The other thing is this T10 revolution now. We're seeing, you know, if you look worldwide, the idea of a 3.5 to 4 hour T20 in the sports market is still quite a long game when you're competing. So this 10 over idea of what's happening, I think what we've got onto here at ECN, it's kind of showed there is a real appetite for it. End of the 15th over here, it is 85 for 4. If you've got questions for my colleague today, Shoban, please put them in the chat. I am back in, so I'd love to get your thoughts and your questions for Showbiz. We're getting to know him a little bit here on ECN. Norway versus Austria, match 6 coming up, and that should start in around about 50 minutes time. The toss will happen in around about 20 minutes time, and look, basically that will decide who wins the CE Cup. I'll be able to do a few calculations in the break, and my feeling is, it depends a lot on the margin in this game, but Austria's net run was so good after last night. I have a feeling that any win from Austria might be enough to get him the cup. But that's hunch-based, and it also depends on what the final margin is in this game. But I know that yesterday, I think they won by about 120.
161?
Yeah, something. Yeah, was that what it was? Yeah, even more. 161, you're right. So that's going to be pretty hard for Norway to overcome net run rate wise. But because Norway beat Austria last time, obviously they beat them again. And they win. They won't go to net run rate. Right now, the margin in this game is 89. So, again, hard to say, but we'll have some answers for you. Essentially, I think it'll be a final, essentially. Anyway, Dashana getting a bit more of a go here in over 16. But I love these insights. And I got to ask you a question just from our point of view here at ECN, because I know you've been around European cricket. How long have you been in Czechia now?
It's been 2.5 years.
Wow. Well, this could be trouble. It is up in the air. Is it going to carry? It does, but he drops it. A bit of a misjudgment there. And that's Kamar Mushtaq, the substitute fielder who's on the field. And I don't even know how it's gone for 4, to be honest. Kamar, he's on the field. Not quite sure who's off at the moment. And it might be Gori who's off. But the result there is going to be 4 runs. And a missed opportunity there for the Norwegians. Hey, so my question, I'll get your answer after this ball, but what do you think of the ECN platform and how much have you seen over the time you've been here? As Devendra Singh will get a little bit of a thick outside edge on that, come back for a couple, but I mean, yeah, give us your thoughts.
I would say, I've watched it bits and pieces in terms of checking the scorecards and somehow a viral reel coming on the front of the Instagram interface. But every time I see, there's one single voice calling Maximo, that's for sure. And the second one is a batter hitting a big six. And the third one is some interesting fielding. That's just swept away. That's a massive six down the leg side. So yes, I think it's a tremendous concept because some of the players may not get their chance in terms of playing cricket professionally. They get a chance to represent their country, adopted country. So it gives a very good feeling as a cricketer because you rub shoulders with the best and a chance to improve. Even though you have work, you have done all the things in your life, but still cricket, if it's your first love, you'll somehow manage to come back.
Yeah, it's a platform. And even at the club level, I mean, we're talking, I love the spectrum of cricket that we do here on ECN. I think that's very, very special, what we're able to create. As Darshan will get this one past Divi Singh. And I think one word that Danny uses a lot is he says it's relatable cricket as well. I mean, obviously here, international cricket, this is the level that you probably would get. You know, it's more than a social level, even in an established cricket country like Australia or England. You know, these guys that are taking it seriously and you know, approaching it that way.
Yeah.
So I think that's really clear to make a distinction as well. So it's 98 for 4 after 16 overs. Darshana has had 3 so far. He's gone for 24. But yeah, I think just the fact we're shining a light on European cricket and also doing it out of love of the game as well. I think that it is true that money kind of means that certain things are done in cricket these days. You know, they're the motivation, I should say, for certain decisions. But I know that definitely at ECN, you know, obviously we want to keep being able to exist and all that, but we're not really being run as like a big corporation that's a profit-seeking corporation. We're being run from the very, very beginning with the long-term goal of developing the sport in Europe and European countries. And I also love the way we've now included England and things, established cricket playing countries in our structure. That'll just creep over the field and run away for 4. Devendra Singh moves into the 40s as Chandri Akram comes back on to bowl the 17th over. But anyway, I just want to say very, very happy to have you on the team. I know probably not always available, but when you are, we'd love to have you on. And let us know in the chat if you've enjoyed Showban this morning. I know we're planning, obviously we've got the afternoon together as well, which is basically the final now.
Yeah.
And of course you'll be on for some of the European Cricket Series next week before heading to Bulgaria. But it is, and they've done a lot of commentary, but ECN commentary, let's just say, will test the bounds of your sanity at times.
Oh, that's beautifully glided towards third man. That goes for 4. Pretty little shot, cute shot, I would say.
He uses the pace well, gets down the hill, kind of just not a full-blooded cut shot, was it? It's more of an educated deflection. Mohammad Shehsahat not able to chase it down. I'm a bit surprised, actually, and I haven't seen too much of Mohammad Shehsahat with the ball in this series. He's actually a very good bowler. I think he's got a slight shoulder injury, so he's just playing as a bat. No, he hasn't scored as many runs as he would have hoped for either in this series, but still time. Devendra Singh to 46. I think he's done himself no harm as well, individually. It's always an interesting one at the moment. It seems to be Devendra Singh and Sahil Grover that are kind of competing for the keeping spot. But I think, for me, there might be room for both of them. But I do think as a keeper, he's probably the option I'd go with. You've got Sahil that can field anyway. Took a great catch earlier. And also Sahil's had a few issues with his fingers and finger injuries. And I just think that as far as keeping him out there, I think that Divi probably would be my choice, even with his, and in addition, his form domestically has been very good. And I think he's batting very, very well last year when I saw him in the ECI in Romania, I should say. ECI in Hungary, sorry, against Romania and Hungary. I lose track of what country I was in sometimes. I try and keep track. But I know, it's maybe not possible for you straight away, but how do you think you would handle the life if, you know, you're in 15, 20 different countries a year and have you doing, you know, 5 matches a day, 7 days a week? Is that something you could get into?
Yeah, it can get big on you sometimes, but if you love cricket, if you love coming to the cricket ground, then I think Yeah, somehow the passion drives you.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's what fuels all of us that do it quite a lot, is our love for the game and love for kind of what we're doing with the game as well. Yeah, that's going to be gone. That's going to be a thick edge, and Bugill's going to go just backed away. Gave himself a little room. And simple Kasser Ahmed behind the stump. So Chaudhry Akram has something to celebrate, and it will break that partnership that ended up being worth 74 for the 5th wicket. So the Czechs don't think it'll be enough to pull them to a win. It pulls him to a bit more of a respectable score, at least, compared to their effort yesterday with the bat. You can see the big deflection there. Kasser Ahmed, slightly wrong-footed, but had time to adjust. Takes it in 2 gloves. Bugill goes for 33 or 44, and the score is 107 for 5 after 17 overs.
A long vigil comes to an end from Piyush Singh Bagal. He has been there. He has been trying hard with that willow, but finally he gets some of it. Unfortunate. The keeper takes a sharp catch behind the stump, and now it's interesting time. Venki is gonna be at the non-strikers end.
Yes. Let's keep them. Now we're on Venki, and this is when, well, I know Derek's having a bit of an extended holiday, but we used to put all the ducks on the screen. We'd have 3 golden ducks for Venki. He's on basically a golden Audi, but he's not facing because it is the start of a new over. Devendra Singh is going to face up Gupta. Comes back to bowl his last. Slow ball first up, and they won't get anything there. So, yeah, Gupta's certainly been pretty good for Norway as well. Yeah, so he's got a golden omelette, Venki Margashayam. I mean, surely he's not going to go 4 first ballers in a row. We'll see.
Wrapped in the pads, quick single. Venki has to reach at the throw is at the non-strikers end. Venki must have thought it's 50 yards away, the other crease, because it was so slow.
This would have been out as well if it hit. There's a quick draw throw. Let's have a look at it. Oh, it actually maybe made it in the end. Actually, it's quicker than you think. It's a tight one. All right, here's the big moment. Venki Margashayam, 3 golden ducks out of 3. Can he make some history for all the wrong reasons? Here we go. Oh, thank the Lord. Venki's going to get the best applause for a first run you'd ever hope for. He's off the mark with 1. But Venki's he's not getting all sentimental about it. He's all business.
I thought he will definitely at least show the bat to his teammates.
No,
cheering for him.
He takes it seriously when he's out there. If I know Venki, which I do.
Low full toss. Clobbered away towards the leg side. Good bit of fielding.
Well,
So
Venki was going for the second there, but remember he got run out earlier. That was his first golden duck, I think. And Divi was pretty quick to put up the stop sign and overrule him. Just quickly, Dave mentioned we're up to 459,000 now. So all the K watchers, great job. That's another K. And I also asked the K watchers how long since the last 1,000 subscribers. Apparently it was 5 days. It's going pretty quickly.
Ah, tremendous shot. Venki is growing in confidence after that single.
I'm backing Venki for a bit of an innings here. Bit of a little cameo towards the end. I love his approach. He's so full of energy, so positive. Coaches the women's side as well, so you'll see him over the next 5 days actually putting it, even despite having played his heart out for 3 days in his own tournament. Yeah, he's a great ambassador for Czech cricket.
That's going to be a single. So both the batters at the other end chasing two different totals, the 2 different milestones. Devendra trying to get to his 50. Venki wanted that single. He got it. So now it's in the hands of Devendra Singh whether he will be achieving that first 50 in this tournament.
Yeah, chasing different milestones. Venki's milestone was 1. And he managed that, luckily. So Gupta bowls out, 2 for 18. Good figures from him. And Czechia, 112 for 5 after 18 overs. Yeah, Dave wondering, will we get to 500,000 subscribers before the end of the ECC? I mean, look, if we were to, what's that, 459? So that means if we went at 1K every 5 days, then we would achieve it on 1st of January 2026. So I'm happy to say I'd love to be the 500K by the end of the season, or close to, but it's a lot of things out of our control. But the audience, they can refer to their family and friends. If you're a cricket lover, if you're a sport lover, if you're an entertainment lover, obviously ECN's a good place to be. Here's Shinwari coming back.
That's his 50. A 50 to savor for the right-hander. Divyendra Singh has put up his hand and scored a magnificent 50. Amazing half-century.
Yeah, congratulations to him. It's his first T20I half-century, and it comes in his 19th game. So for Divyendra, he's been in and out of the side. I think he's a very good player. And times he's gone off the boil. He's had his ups and downs in the last few years, but he looks focused to me. I know he wants to do well. He thoroughly deserves that. Also like his approach behind the stumps. He stays positive. He's quite proactive, coming up to the stumps to Bullion earlier. I just think he hasn't put a foot wrong, and probably one of the few bright lights for Czechia in this series, which has been tough against higher ranked opponents.
And you're talking about the 500K. I'm just wondering that YouTube is such an unpredictable algorithm that somehow maybe in next week or maybe next month you can get it. It all depends on the algorithm.
Okay, this is another good thing, because you're still in your 20s, right? You're a young man. Explain technology to me. What's going on with like TikTok? Are you on TikTok?
I'm not in TikTok. Okay. I'm much more into Instagram.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that makes sense. Me too. What do you think? I mean, you've always grown up with these devices, with the internet, and it's just been kind of quite normal for you, isn't it?
Yeah, but especially the Gen Z, the earlier ones who were born in between 1995 to 2010. That's called the Gen Z. So the early 20s, people are still being affected, and this is a boundary.
That's not. It's not great from Raheem. It just offers the foot fielding at this level. You expect a bit. It's back of the hand, kind of fast leg spinner. Right. That's something, even when you're so ahead in the game, I think coaches like to see that at all.
But yeah, we're being people in early 20s are slightly, in terms of their age, they're still growing up. They're still trying to understand the algorithm and the media as well. But I would say if you're in the late 20s, you mostly, that's a lap. Nifty footwork to get another boundary. And if you are in your late 20s, then you are much more looking into your digital fluency and authenticity, good storytelling. So these are the things that I look forward to. And I'm pretty sure that people who are watching from India or from any parts of the world, they will pretty relate to the same as well.
Well, that kind of takes me. I know we've got about an over to go, and it looks like it'll be around about the 40-something kind of margin. So certainly not a disgraceful effort from Czechia in this series, who will go 0-4, but they definitely played a lot better today. So I mean, I know it's not enough to get a win, but definitely for me, it was their best all-round performance, even here, where they might get kind of 130 odd, and they might win games with 130. It'd be tough against this kind of opposition. Here's Shinwari, last ball of his morning, and it's knocked away for a single. So Divyendra Singh will move to 59 as 123 for 5. That's also known as a Lou Bega. Andrew Leonard told me that because it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and with one over to go. Tell us something about you. What are your interests outside cricket? Tell us a little bit about behind the scenes. You've just finished studying, I know, as well, and you've started a new employment opportunity here, right? So, what do you like to do in your free time?
I just like to travel, because if you're in the heart of Europe, especially if you're living in Prague, people are no stranger. I just like to pick up my bag and solo travel. Is one of it's one
just kind of minimalist, just like up and go.
Yeah.
I like that.
Staying in the hostels, just having a pretty good chill life. So if when you're in 20s, you have to do a little bit of hiking as well.
Yes.
So
we've got beautiful nature here, obviously, in Czechia. And what about you? Any other sports? You're a fan of any other sports, or you just kind of cricket's your thing? Hockey, you said, growing up?
I watched, I definitely watch hockey. Not a keen observer of hockey. And kabaddi is something which is also growing. Australia plays nice kabaddi. I haven't tried it,
but I've got the voice for it. Kabaddi. That's a fun one. I mean, we have talked about do we need an offshoot into the EKL or the EKN, European Kabaddi League? And that would be pretty fun.
Yeah, it's huge in our part of the world.
It's about like music. Do you have any music you like? What style music or anything like that?
It's mostly the country music, the Indian Bollywood. So it's like fan of Arijit Singh.
Well, that one's going to go up, and it will be out of the ground. Nice strike by Devendra Singh. A Maximo Sharma getting the last over, maybe regretting it as he's put up and out of the ground as the lone hand continues from the Czech keeper bat. So is the first thing you said country music? Do you mean like US country music?
No, it's Indian music.
Okay,
Yeah,
you clarified it. I was just trying to picture you kind of boot scooting to a Kenny Rogers. There's probably a bit potential for crossover there. That's pretty cool.
A bit of Coldplay as well, U2.
Yeah.
So some of the famous established stars.
Tell us something about you that no one would know. So, something unexpected. I'll give you the ball to think about it. I'll call this one in. Devendra Singh on 65. And he's going to heave this leg side, but I'll have to settle for one. Back to the Venki show. Venki only 97 short of his 100, coming off 3 golden ducks. Well, do you have like a talent, an unexpected talent or something like that? Or, it can be silly. Sometimes we're silly. Quite a lot of the time.
Maybe I need a couple of deliveries more to think about it, because it put me on spot.
I have. Make no apologies for that. It's all part of the training. Venki will get another single and give Devendra the strike back. Well, if you want, I'll take the pressure off. You've got an hour to think about it till the next game. So I don't want to put you under the pump. Hopefully everyone's enjoyed Shobi being on with me today. I'll be on again this afternoon and, of course, on Monday as well, which is actually my last day in Czechia because I've got a wedding next week I've got to go to.
Oh, you're heading back.
You get to meet Rico and work with Rico a little bit, which I think you'll enjoy as well. And it'll be the first ever day of our Czechia Challenger Division ECS. First time it's been broken up into 2 divisions. But, hello to Skippy. Mark Smart's in the chat. Hopefully you're well. Hello to Phil G as well. And stay tuned. We'll be back in. I feel like we might get a little bit of a delay to the next one. I'll give you the update here. Well, in fact, it's quite a big delay. They've decided that because this happens when teams are playing back-to-back. We saw it yesterday. So we'll actually have a 30-minute delay. So the toss will actually be in 30 minutes and we'll start playing in an hour. So it'll give us a chance to have a bit of lunch and have a bit more of a catch-up. What do you think about that? What I can tell you is this will be the end of this T20 International Match 5, and it will finish with Norway running out winners by 41 runs. The final score 174 to 133. Devendra Singh with 67 not out ends up being the top scorer in the game. But I've got a feeling that they might give Gori the player of the match for his 58 in the first innings. This is not quite right now because we just had the news that it'll be a half-hour delay, so we'll be back in about an hour just before for the first ball. Let's go back and have a look, and it was a bit of shake, rattle, and roll, wasn't it? Shinwari castling Grover early. Worst possible start for the Czechs.
Oh, the left-arm seamer was on a roll. That was a peach of a delivery. But then, after those couple of wickets, there was a long partnership between both the batters who played amazingly well. Piyush Singh Baghel and also Devendra Singh. Before that, they lost Vandrasi. That was a nothing shot there. But this partnership just gave them a little bit of confidence when they go forward to the next game or the next qualifier. Whenever they play this big tournament, they know that what batters they have in their kitty. So it was like a very convincing performance from Norway. There's some nice little strokes on the offside. The batting technique was a little bit exposed, but there was some these were shots you'll definitely watch it in loop. And the important thing that the Norwegian side did is attacking the stumps. They did it many a times and they got breakthroughs after breakthroughs. That was quite athletic stuff there from the wicket keeper. This was the most important moment of the game. Kind of a game changer where the captain was dismissed. Talking about both the batters, they were at it. A 50 to remember for Devendra Singh. He just batted and batted and batted. He didn't give it up. Got streaky boundaries, but somehow he was there till the end.
What I would say is, in a tournament like this for Czechia, and I know they'll be disappointed, they also would have known they were underdogs and probably didn't have the preparation either of their higher ranked opponents had. But you look for positives, and I think, okay, despite Marmushtak putting that one down, Devendra Singh was a real positive with the way he competed there. Okay, I know kind of the result was known, I suppose you would say that, but I thought he kept well, I thought he batted well. I think Davidson Ramani was a big success story. So it's not all doom and gloom. When you think about the players they've got to come back, the players like Dylan Stain, and who knows, with Sudesh Wickramasekara, I know he's still eligible, and whether he is able to get on the park for them at some point. They still have that ability, I think, to challenge good sides. Piercing Miguel, again, not sure what to make of his innings. I mean, he did survive for a while, 33 or 44, but maybe just not able to get the kind of scoring rate they would like out of him in the middle order. But Divi went to his maiden first ever 50 at the T20I level, but in the end, it was all academic. Norway, they will run out winners. Now, I haven't done the numbers yet, but I'll let you know in the chat. I just got a feeling that Norway will still have to beat Austria. I have a feeling that if Norway don't beat Austria with their net run rate that they had from last night's win will mean they win the whole series. So I think we've got basically a de facto fly coming up in match 6. Looking up at the score with 67 to Devendra Singh. He top scores for the game, actually 40 balls for him, and he was able to, I suppose, do a lot of the other Czechs weren't able to. In fact, some 4s, 2 6s in his innings. Apart from that, Pierre Singel, 33, including 5 boundaries. And apart from that, we had Magari double figures, and that was it for the Czechs. And extras, probably not so bad. Consider there's just 3 wides and a no ball through the completed 20 overs. Norway get the job done. In fact, they also bowled 7 bowlers.
Yeah, Shinwari was resilient at the top, 4 overs, 25 for 1. Mansoor Shah showed pace and bounce, and he just showed how much pacey he can be on this kind of a surface. 2 overs, 13 for 1. Ankit Gupta was actually the pick of the bowlers. 4 overs, he took a maiden as well, 18 for 2. He actually pushed the batters back. Anil Parmar, the economical left-arm spinner, 4 overs, none for 18. Darshana, Akram, Sharma, 1 wicket for Akram in between that, but they were slightly expensive.
Yeah, it wasn't to be for the Czechs. I think Norway, they knew they had a decent score on the board. Czechia, probably the 20 short of par and Norway 20 above par, and again probably tells you where these two teams are as far as rankings with 15 places between them. We'll take a break and a bit of a lunch break. Feel free to jump over to Hornchurch, where I'm sure the scoring rate's still about 22 and over there. It's been crazy stuff in Group B, but then we'll be back in around about 50 minutes with essentially the final between Norway and Austria here. Vinny Centre here, Mr. Maximo. And I'll be back with Shobi to continue the action when we return to Vinaj in Czechia for more ECN Central Europe Cup.
get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello and welcome back to the Central European Cup 2025. It's match number 6 and also the final of Austria taking on Norway. Both the captains have the coin with the match referee. When we come back, Vinny Sandhu will have his pre-match analysis.
Hello, welcome to the 6th match of the Central Europe Cup here in Prague. We have the two teams, Norway and Austria. Norway is the home, Austria have a call. Heads is the call. And it's tails, Austria.
We'll back first.
Thanks, Farouk, and thanks, Shobi. And yes, the news from the toss is that Norway have won it and they want to have a hit. No surprises there because they have put some big runs on the board. I suppose not huge runs earlier on, but they still got the job done against Czechia. What that means is that whoever wins this game, they are the winners of the CE Cup this year. Well, these two did tangle yesterday, didn't they, in match number 3. And in the end, Norway, they put 150 plus on the board and just held off the Austrians by about 20 odd runs. But I do think there's not too much between these teams at all, about 5 spots in the rankings. And the way it is, because Austria do have a superior net run rate, if they win this game, then they will win the CE Cup. So essentially we've got a de facto final here. Excited about that. Also excited that Shobi is back in the commentary bunker. He's been absolutely magnificent so far. Looking forward to calling this one with you as match 6 is the conclusion of the series. Who will win? Not sure yet. I wonder what the supercomputer thinks. Over to Shoban, who is ready to take us to the first ball.
Thank you so much, Mr. Maximo Vinisandu, looking outstanding with that pineapple yellowish shirt. The Vlatava might be calm, but there is fire on the field. Welcome to the Central Euro Cup 2025. It's the final and also the match number 6. Norway locking horns with Austria. Those are the sides, the fantasy dashboards. If you see this, big little points for Walid Gori, 268, 185 points for Kamar as well. Both the players have performed exceedingly well in this tournament, and Anil Parmar with his economical rate of bowling, 183 points. Austria, just look at Karambir Singh and Bilal Zalmai. You will know what their campaign has been. 352 with 556 points. So I feel that if it's spread out, the team has balanced and performed better. But if both the players have so many points, they have been quite outstanding in this tournament. Akib Iqbal, the skipper, who will win? The supercomputer says it's 54-46. It means Norway have their noses in front. 12:15 Greenwich Mean Time, 2:15 here. So it's like Czech time, and we have in India as well. It's 5:45. It looks excellent. In the morning we saw how beautiful and picturesque Prague was. It was sunny. There was a cold breeze as well. So everything was fantastic. But if I talk about the weather, the highs of today has been 24 degrees Celsius and the low it can go till 10. Sun in the morning, clouds in the afternoon, no risk of rain. It will remain dry all throughout, fingers crossed. And the pitch, it looks dry and hard. Lot of bounce. We saw how Shinwari, the bowler of Norway, was bowling outstandingly well to the Czechia batters. But this is the final, the big dance, match number 6 of the Central Euro Cup. The ground looks beautiful, 60 meters straight, square 62 meters. And when you have those boundaries back as a bowler, it gives you just an amazing feeling. But you need to have sharp reflexes, quick pickups, and diving stops are very important in this kind of a setup. Now it's 50-50. Norwegian campaign has been quite phenomenal. They have played 3 games. They have won 3 games quite convincingly. They're coming. The momentum is there. While the Austrians, yesterday after demolishing the batting lineup of Czechia, are once again up and running. Norway have won the toss and elected to bat. First ball. Gentle little outswinger. Well left by the right-hander. He is important for this lineup. Is Kazir Ahmed. Had a good tournament before as well. When they're playing against Portugal. Scores of around 20. But his captain, very nicely this. He goes over the top. That's a mark of a statement. All the way. Crashed down the ground for 6. The bones out of that.
Straight to the middle of the bat. No sighters for the right-hander. Proper statement. Norway on the charge. That's up in the air. He hasn't timed it. He has clofted it. Oh, falls in no man's land. I'm pretty sure Khizar Ahmed's intention was to clear and challenge that long off boundary fielder. But he was in no position to hit that shot. Pretty lucky. And it's a promotion for Akram. He's opening the batting. That's pretty interesting. Played away pretty nicely through the offside. We saw what he did in the previous game. Pretty solid. Came down the order. So they're trying to use his form to the best of his abilities. That's why he has been given the opening slot. So a little bit of change. Zalmai has been quite effective with the ball in this tournament, alongside Bilal, who has been the pick of the bowlers and the bowler of the tournament with 9 wickets. His best came 4 for 14. Especially in this power play, you have to hold your nerve. When similar kind of sides are playing, it's more of who blinks first. Norway is batting first here. Scintillating drive through the covers. Will it race across? Yes, it does. Couple of boundaries. Austria on the back foot. Hands on hips from the bowler. So confident start from Norway. First over done and dusted. This is what happens. They have just played a game before few hours and now they're back on the field. So the energy is high, the spirits are up. This is what you need in a T20 contest because every ball is an event. And alongside me once again back is Mr. Maximo, aka Vinny Sandhu. Welcome back, Vinny. I hope you had a great lunch.
Yeah, I did. It was a pretty big lunch, actually. One of the bigger doner kebabs I've seen in my time. But anyway, finished it just in time. Here we are underway. If you've just joined us, I know we're 30 minutes behind due to the first match running slightly over time. But yeah, interesting to say Chaudhry Akram being put to the top of the order. Norway certainly showing a bit of intent in that first over as well. It's the regular opener and the captain, Kaiser Ahmed, who's out there as well. Like a big bow ready to open the bowling from the far end. And I want to welcome back all of our viewers that are watching on ECN European Cricket Network and, of course, on Fancode in India. So this basically is the final. We know, if you look at the table, we'll probably see it in a moment. And to Austria, they've got a better nut run rate, but they don't have the points just yet. Here's Akib. And Akram batting very, very well. Almost like they're letting him keep going where he left off. If you remember in that first game, he was 49 not out. So it's almost as if you have the traditional lunch break. I know they've had the innings in between. They said, all right, you're out there, keep going. Keep expressing yourself. Keep getting this to bite away a little bit. And that's something we have seen in the pitch. Maybe playing a few more tricks here on day 3 than the first couple of days. Kaiser will be keen to cash in after a duck earlier on, one that he did play across slightly. Again, a little foot movement there. It's a different ball game, isn't it? I mean, almost literally when you've got the new ball and you've got the new ball bowlers compared to batting at the end of the innings that Chaudhry Akram was doing earlier on. Does get a decent piece of this one, drills it through cover point. Slightly over pitch from Iqbal and 4 runs to Chaudhry Akram.
Yes, that was poetry in motion. Beautiful drive, using his feet to perfection. Meeting the ball on the full.
and he finds the gap. That's what happens when you just get off to a good start. He saw what Kaiser Ahmed did in the first over. He's just trying to replicate him somehow.
Yeah, perhaps. I mean, this Norway batting lineup is pretty power-packed. I mean, so is the Austrians when you look at them. But Norway obviously built a winning score yesterday, and it was no surprise to me when they decided to bat after winning the toss, hoping to replicate it here. Well, that's a nothing shot, really. It's up in the air. Surely this isn't falling safely. It does. Well, how has that fallen to grass? Because that's just a false shot, a leading edge. It ballooned over the bowler, but Bilal couldn't get in to take the catch.
I just got a feeling that the mid-off fielder was slightly on the heels. Maybe he didn't want to take the charge. That's why he just let the bowler dictate terms. And when you do that, for the bowler, it's pretty hard turning back and then going for the catch.
Yeah, I mean, maybe. I suppose it keeps putting everything into the bowling, so his follow-through is taking him forward. He would have felt that was high enough that someone else could have got there. It isn't kind of late in the innings when you got the long on and long off back. He would have thought that was going to hand. Now, decent looking push down the ground, but I will get this one though, and it'll be the end of the second over. Akib goes for 6. A bit of a hairy moment for Norway in there. It's 18 without loss after 2. Hey, should we say hello to some of our fans as well? I know that Wayne's in there. I know Dave's in there as well. Hello to Kroom. He's now a certified ECN superstar after making his debut yesterday. This is a look at the table. You can see Austria, if they win this game, doesn't matter about the margin. If they win, then they're 6 points equal with Norway, but their net run rate is better than Norway's because of, I suppose, the margins in their 2 wins that they've had. And that basically makes this a straight shootout for the trophy. So, yeah, we don't really have an actual final in this tournament with the structure, but we basically do now, don't we? The last match is the decider.
So Czechia have made it interesting for Norway and Austria. It's a couple of overs, 18 runs on the board.
Mohamed Zalmai bowls a second over. Well, that catches him right in front. Big shout. Oh, it's a very, very tight one. Suppose he's kind of on the front foot here, but it's not a huge stride. I think maybe you look at the seam movement here and the distance it's got to go. It's very tight, but I just feel it might have been a good decision. I've got to say, I was tempted to stick my finger up early, but look, it's on the way up, hits him kind of just above the knee roll, and I actually think that's a very good decision. And umpire Farouk there, not much of him, but I think that was good judgment. Wow, he's gone. Well, no. Has it knocked the bails off? Yeah, it has. I thought I saw them still on there, but definitely he's crashed into the stumps, and so Zalmai is going to get his man straight away. I think the laws of physics there, because there's a sandy patch that made it look like the bails were still on, but you could see the ball deflect away to the boundary. Maybe a bit of natural justice there, because Akram was lucky to survive the ball before, but he won't survive that one. Norway, 18 for 1. This will show it. That just flicks that leg stump. The bails actually fell right at the base of the stump. So that's Kaiser Ahmed actually who's going to have to go. He's out for 12. And it's 18 for 1. So yeah, unfortunate for him. And he's not able to cash in with a big score in this big game. But it's definitely a little bit of the seam movement again there. It wasn't a great shot, to be fair, from Kaiser, who maybe was feeling a bit frustrated out there. A handy breakthrough, but this will bring the inform. Wale Gori to the crease, coming off back-to-back 50s.
Yeah, but that was quite unnecessary shot from the captain, Kaiser Ahmed. I know he was trying to be positive. We are inside the power play, but still, so much early in the piece, you try to play a shot, especially against Zalmai, the form bowler, who is bowling big booming in-swingers. It's pretty hard to witness that dismissal.
Yeah, I mean, you never know the line between aggression and irresponsibility until you cross it. I think probably does there when you look at the shape of the shot. But I mean, again, showing intent, isn't it? Norway, slight favourites at the moment, 53%, but very much up in the air, this CE Cup. Gori holds a bit of a key, doesn't he? He's the inform batter, I'd say, for Norway in the series. Likes to bat over his crease, likes to come out the bowler as well. Stays pretty still. Might get a run here. Zalmai. Happy knack of picking up those big wickets when required. A little bit of umpire communication. I like this. Also, Charles is kind of, was it Joe? I think it's Charles there at square leg. He's saying to Farouk, saying, yeah, he's batting a little bit out of his crease, just giving that information. So if there is an LBW shout, he's communicating that to the standing umpire. Uses this one down the leg side. So how about you? I mean, you've seen the series so far. Obviously, we saw Norway get the win yesterday against Austria. But do you feel that this is that Austria underdogs here, or do you have it scoring it pretty much as a 50-50?
I would say it's 50-50. The kind of performance Austria, the kind of performance they put against Czechia after scoring that 224. I had Austria second, Norway first, but with the kind of scenes, with the kind of cricket that has been displayed in front of us, I would say 50-50, even Stevens. But somehow you feel Austria being this 39th in the world, still have their noses in front somehow, because they've got depth. Well, if you talk about Austria, the couple of batters, Bilal and Karanveer Singh, they hold the key. After that, you are scratching your head.
Yeah, I think you're right there. I mean, this is what we call the Goldilocks zone, between 40 and 60%. Between 40, 60, 60, 40. This is anybody's game. Corey walks at it again. He's on the front foot, so he wants the single. Fumble comes. And it's intelligent cricket. Karanveer, who could pick it up cleanly, but Corey knows exactly where he is. He knows he's already pinched a metre or two. And he gets through, hands it back to Chaudhry Akram.
I feel Gauri has been given this anchor shit role. That's why he's playing at number 3. Such a crucial position, because the player at number 3, he can go for the big shots. Also, he needs to have this tightened defense. That's what happened when Czechia was playing. Sajib Bhuiyan had one-dimensional batting. If you have one-dimensional batting and he has opened the face of the bat. The ball rolling down towards third. They beat 3 fielders. The ball wins the race. Boundary to end the over. 3 overs, 24 for 1.
Yeah, we're at 50-50 now. And it goes up and over the top. It's just enough. Rolls into the rope. Despite the double pursuit, triple pursuit really, from the Austrians. And so, yeah, very, very much in the balance here. 24 for 1 after 3. Yeah, I've got Pandey in the chat. And he's saying hello to you. Now, my Hindi is poor. And by poor, I mean not existent. But he did say... he was just greeting you, I think. He was just greeting you, and so Pandey now he's asking you. I think he's just asking if you're Indian, and yeah, originally that is right. And I have a question. So, what other languages do you speak? Well, obviously, your English is incredibly proficient, but
yeah, it's English, Hindi, and Odia. We have our own language, which is the local lingo.
Sure.
So and a little bit of Czech. Maybe I'll give a competition to you when it comes to Czech. I'm
no,
not sure.
You've definitely got me covered for Czech, I think. Dobrý den to all our Czech viewers. It's a pretty tough one to crack, actually, the Czech.
But you were learning Spanish.
My Spanish is getting okay. And we've got Thomas, who's in the chat sometimes, who watches from Madrid. But I'm enjoying the journey of learning another language. Never learned anything quite so seriously. That's quite useful because we have a lot of our major tournaments in Spain, of course. I'm probably there 3 or 4 months a year. Here's Iqbal. He's going to come around the wicket to Ali Gauri. That's the first one go past. So you mentioned your local dialect or your local language.
Yeah.
Does that have commonalities with Hindi or another kind of bit more widely spoken language in India?
It's much more similar to Bengali.
Okay.
The language of West Bengal. And I think Pandey prediction is asking Kaise ho bhai. It means how are you, brother?
That's what I thought he was trying to say. Then that's going to be punched through the offside, and that's a shot of the man in form, isn't it? He just kind of reaches with the arms, but he gets it in the middle. Ball was kind of darting into him. He still cashes in with the boundary. Nice shot.
Yeah, brilliant shot. Stand and deliver. And at the end, he has this, for the photographers, there's a photographer there as well. Yeah.
He'll be interested. Actually, I know you're part of the Czech cricket community, so it shouldn't be a surprise. But a documentary is being shot on the Czech women's team at the moment, with a few working titles. Now they are kind of down the bottom of the rankings. in T20IW cricket. But one of the working titles is Not Quite the Ashes, because it shows this kind of the struggles and the kind of blood, sweat and tears that goes into trying to develop cricket in a non-cricketing country. And yeah, I've got to say, I know Shub Chowdhury's involved with that. Shubin Bhatia as well is involved in that, and chance that we'll see them down over the next 5 days because the Czech women's team's playing.
Yeah, we've been speaking to Shub, and he has mentioned it a couple of times that he is shooting a documentary. So kudos to them. A lot of hard work when it comes to documentaries, filmmaking. Have you ever shot?
I haven't done too much behind the camera. No, it does interest me a lot now, being involved in television for so long. Just the skills of the people that put this stuff together. I mean, even our crew from Two Circles here, they're so brilliant the way that they are able to compile highlights for the day so quickly. For example, Gori, he's looking in, isn't he? That is another authoritative strike. Is on the front foot and just guides it through the covers. Classical stuff with 4 more.
Class written all over it. Minimal movement of the feet, maximum results. Beautiful strike from the southpaw, and something with the left-handers.
Yeah.
If a right-hander plays a cover drive, we tend to say, yeah, it's a good one. But when
It looks different. I've got a great story, though, of apparently someone that used to sit in might have been the SCG members or something, and they used to watch the game. There was a mirror. They were always eating their lunch, and they were in the bar, I think, and they watched through the mirror, and they couldn't believe that Bradman was right-handed after watching for several years because they've been looking in the mirror the whole time. I don't know how true that one is. Leg by here, and that will finish the over. So it's 35 for 1 after 4. 170 expected score. That would be a challenging target, but yeah, plenty of action still to come here today. Of course, plenty happening in England as well, with day 7 of the European Cricket Series over there. Yeah, I love that Pandey was saying he speaks Spanish too. Adios pelota. We say that as goodbye ball. Hey, there you go as well.
Oh dear, he was checking my Hindi. Yahan. It's my second language, so I need to first.
So how's your but reading and speaking is very different, right?
Yeah. Yahan aapke milega sara. Oh, he's trying to test my Hindi.
This is one that I can help you with as far as the meaning. And it's like for all the latest updates, match reports, etc., you can go to our Telegram channel at European Cricket Network Hindi.
Yeah, it's written बहुत कुछ सिर्फ हिंदी में. Now I go. It's only in Hindi, European Cricket
all in
Network.
Hindi, yeah.
बहुत शुक्रिया.
I don't know about James Baisley, how much Hindi he speaks, but he for some reason got the modelling job. He's part of our World 11 at the Western Shield. And actually there's something very cool this year, that the Western Shield, which is kind of like it's a kind of a global regional tournament in our ECN T10 format. So we have, last year it started with the British and Irish representative side, the Knights, and Team Europe, but they were joined by an Asian 11, which combined Asian 11 and the rest of the World 11 this year. And it will actually be back in September. This is Mohamed Zalmay who's going to push and get a single down the ground. This is the second last over of the power play. So that's great. We even had, Ross Taylor captained that World 11 side. Syed Ajmal was meant to captain the Asian side. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to travel at the last moment. But they still played really, really well. Kevin O'Brien captained. He actually wasn't. He was actually the captain of the British and Irish side that ended up being victorious. And then Europe were boosted by their icon player Max O'Dowd. So yeah, we'll get yet to see who the icons will be officially for this next edition. But there's also the women's version as well, Meltle Shield, the same format. Slow ball this time from Zalmay, gets through.
But imagine Syed Ajmal bowling on this track. He has bamboozled batters from Australia, from England. And how will he feature with this kind of a track? He'll try to bowl his Dusra, which is pretty not the delivery you want to bowl right now in world cricket. Punched straight to the man. But yeah, Syed Ajmal. That's a name that will definitely fill the hearts when it comes to Pakistan cricket.
Yeah, definitely. Where do you sit on this? I mean, the India-Pakistan rivalry is such a great cricket rivalry. I know it's just such a shame that through other non-cricketing things, we don't really get to see them play very often anymore. And some of my greatest memories growing up was seeing them lock horns. You won't really see them play outside a World Cup situation. Of course, we had the issue with the Champions League this year as well. And surely, like most cricket lovers, you'd love to see India being able to play in Pakistan and vice versa again.
Yeah, I think as cricket lovers, we definitely want to watch, but the political, plays a huge role in that part of the world. But we wish the best. But as a cricket fan, if India is playing in Pakistan, I have no problem at all. And if Pakistan is coming to India to play, but right now, with the kind of form both the teams are going through, it's going to be a good contest because Pakistan's T20 side is on the rise under Mike Hesson, the new coach.
Yeah. It's been interesting to see how that situation develops as well over the next few years. But that'll be the end of the fifth over right here, right now. It's 39 for 1. And we're no closer to knowing who's winning this CE Cup. This is what's happening today, actually. We just talked about England with, well, I can tell you we're about an hour and a half away from Kroom in the chat, potentially being out there for the Havering 11. They were a last-minute addition to that European Cricket Series. And they got back-to-back games in matches 34 and 35. We've seen some huge scores. We've seen the newest member of the 150 club earlier, Alan Jones, who hit 160 not out. And Tina and Nish, they've got their hands full over there. And also, they are not as well protected as us. They are right about 3 metres behind the long-off boundary. So the boundaries are 50 metres in ECN cricket as well. Anyway, back here, Iqbal's going to get a third. In the air, gone. Straight to the fielder. Sahil Zadran takes the catch, and Akram trying to force the issue. Never really worked out. I think he was sent up as almost a kind of pinch hitter, but in the end, he's not able to get going, and he just kind of flat bats that to Sahil, does the rest, and that's the second wicket down. It's 39 for 2.
Yeah, huge screech there from the bowler after taking that wicket. It means a lot to him. Mohammad Zalmai. Hard length again. And the batter was not expecting. Yeah, it maybe must have hit the sticker of the bat. That's the sound is a little different from the middle of the bat. The fielder takes the catch. It's quite easy. One of the easiest catches he will ever catch in his cricketing career. Akram Chaudhary has to depart. He batted really well in the last match. This time trying to replicate similar kind of the form, but yeah, you still have to stay at the wicket, bat for your wicket, but he has given it away. 39 for 2. Kuruge Dashana. Big responsibility on his shoulders. Akib Iqbal, the man of the moon. 3 matches, 4 wickets for him. His best figures came. He took 3 wickets for 21 runs against Czechia. And he bowls inside the power play. He has been at the economical end. It's like 6.16, its economy, which is quite good at this point in time. We love to bowl to the new batter. How will Dashana show his grit here? It's very important.
Yeah,
It's close.
you know, Dashana's a classy player. We've seen that already. In fact, these were the two that kind of really took the game forward for Norway after they came together in the first game today. And they're both in good form. Down the big side, it's going to be called a wide. Must have seemed a lot. Bell's getting this ball to dance, this new ball on this service. Watch that seam in. And I thought for a second it might have taken a bit of a thigh pad or something, but called a wide. It's a great take from Mahachima. He came into the side yesterday. He's in and out of the side, but they preferred him to Amar Naeem today. It was a very good take, unsighted. Oh, edged. Just sneaks away from the fielder. Doesn't take a lot of chasing down. It's a good bit of work. And they're going to come for 3. They're going to get it. Throws offline. Good running also from the Norwegians. They've been good together today, these two.
A little streaky there from Dashana to get off the mark. He's trying to play a middle stump delivery
towards the leg side, leading edge. He's quite lucky that it didn't go into the hands of the backward point fielder, who was a little bit wide. But this is a challenging time, especially the penultimate over of the power play.
Yeah, this is also where we saw Gori in particular at this stage really kind of taking a few chances, feeling it was worth it. But also I think this Austrian attack is a little bit spicier than the Czech attack that they were facing this morning. Oh, he's going to push and he's going to get one here. Just being a little bit careful with Iqbal. He's been a handful so far.
Iqbal's outing with the ball has been quite, I would say, he's quite impressive in this spell, because he's pitching the ball in around that off-stump region, trying to bring the ball back in. As I said, it's a testing time, couple of deliveries. Trying to cut the delivery, which was rising, not a good option.
Yeah, that's the end of Iqbal for now. I wonder if they bowled him out. It's 44 for 2 after 6 overs. End of the power play as well for Norway. You know, playing from the front in this series. You know, it's only a loss here that could see them lose the trophy to Austria. But that's the finish I suppose all the neutrals would love to see, even though it's not what the home fans would have wanted here in Czechia. But the other thing is, let's not forget, we're focusing on the CE Cup, but each one of these games, it's a fully fledged T20 International. There's rankings, points, there's consequences as far as where you are in the world. I know that these teams, both these teams will be hoping to establish themselves in the 30-somethings. Norway are there just at the moment at 39. Austria, they climbed up a spot recently up to 44. So yeah, obviously, when you look at the teams in each decade of the rankings, there's a certain feel. So I think if you're in there with the 30s, and you've got teams like Italy, Spain in there, it's always interesting to check out these rankings. Who else? You've got Germany are in there as well. Kenya, for example. I mean, Kenya made the last 4 World Cup once. A long time ago. But, yeah, Tanzania, Nigeria, Guernsey in there. So look, plenty to play for many reasons. If you have a question for Shobud, by the way, he's in with me today. I know he'll be in next Monday for the first day of the ECS as well. So yeah, make sure you jump in and get to know him a little bit. Hello to Finlay as well, who's in the chat. I think there's a few questions about how to become a blue spanner or become a moderator. I think just hang around for a while, and then the spanner gods eventually will send one your way. It's very mysterious, but we do love that we're seeing so many new faces, new names in there. As that will be the end of the power play. There was actually the wide in there, so I think we prematurely called over. In the end, it's 45 for 2 after 6. Now we head to the phase where 5 outfielders are allowed, but they are going to stick with Mohamed Zalmay. He's going to bowl out here in the 7th over.
So power play done and dusted, 45 for 2. I would say a power play which has favoured more Austria than Norway, because they've lost a couple of wickets. Oh, practice going on.
That's Priya Sabu, I can tell you that. Priya will play for Austria tomorrow, doing a bit of training. Nice to see. Of course, for the Austrians, they can drive here. It's about a 4-hour drive if you're coming from Vienna. Here's Darshana facing up. Pushes. It's a tight single. Probably won't be too happy, Austria. They're giving away one there. Yeah, so tomorrow we'll have Austria and Gibraltar, who are touring for the next 3 days as part of the T20s. Of course, Czechia women's side as well are hosting. And on the weekend, Austria won't be a part of the T10s, but they are replaced by Croatia, who can play those T10s on Saturday and Sunday. So we'll actually get to see 4 international women's sides over the next few days. And I know you're not doing any of those, but I'm sure you keep an eye on it.
Yeah. So much cricket.
So much cricket. And this is only one venue of the 2 venues as well, don't forget. Yeah. We've still got quarterfinals day on Thursday and finals day in Hornchurch on Friday. Very late this time, but good enough. It's a very clever shot from Gori. Actually spots this no deep third. despite the ability to have 5 outfielders, none of them were down here. And so he plays it late, probably even a bit edgier than he wanted, but he gets the result, 4 runs. Yeah, so, and then ECSW continues in Hornchurch on Saturday. So we're still splitting everyone's attention until Sunday. But by the time the ECS is underway here, then all ECN eyes will be on Vinosh.
50 comes up with that streaky boundary. I don't know whether it was deliberate or intentional. So, yeah. But with that shot, Norway will be happy. Some milestone for them.
Yeah, they'll be happy with that. 165, I still think that's round about the par. I think on this pitch, I called it earlier in the week. I kind of said 150 to 160. Maybe between these two teams, it's more like that 160, 165. Which is probably borne out with the figures. Having said that, in Austria, they've crept slightly ahead after starting as small underdogs. Wants a run here, won't get it. Geez, that would have been an amazing run out. You know, it's worth it. Even if it gave away an overthrow, it's worth it. To trade a potential run for a wicket. It's a little backhand flick that if it hit, would have seen Darshana short of his ground. Very good piece of work. Again, this time we'll test the field a bit more. They will be able to get through, but I mean, Akib, that ball before, he was able to get it and just launched it blindly. It might be a bit of a 1 in 10 or less kind of chance, but it might have created a run out.
Yeah, when you're trying to resurrect this kind of broken innings, it can happen when you're trying to tap and run or maybe playing with soft hands. The fielders right now have to be pretty alert inside the circles because you know both the batters are trying to build an innings, trying to build some momentum that they can take forward to the next 7 till 15 overs.
Yeah, you're trying to set yourself up at pace, but still to have those wickets in hand. Get a good look at the action there. Mohamed Zalmai. That'll be the end of the 7th over as well as he bowls out. He finishes with 1 for 29, not too bad at all. And it's 52 for 2 after 7. Yeah, Pando was asking any possibility of ECS cricket in Luxembourg. Well, I know we'd love to go to Luxembourg, and we haven't been able to organise it just yet. We have a very good relationship with the Luxembourg cricket community, and they've got a great ground there at Wolfendange. And one of the issues in Luxembourg is they only typically have 4 teams that play regularly, and so maybe sometimes 5, I think. But you probably might be struggling to do a European cricket series. Having said that, you might be able to do a night series or something. I know we've talked about maybe even doing ECN 6s, doing 6-a-side cricket, if you know the Hong Kong 6s.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, it's fun though, isn't it?
A lot of memories.
Hong Kong 6s is awesome. And our T10 cricket has more in common than that than T20 sometimes. Iqbal's going to bowl out as well, so you don't often see this, but they will go back-to-back bowl outs, and it's going to start with a boundary here. Darshana jumps on top of the bounce here and plays a beautifully executed cut ball.
Yeah, that's a cracker from the right-hander. On the balls of the feet and then going back, just giving the ball the direction. Talking about the Hong Kong 6s, they also played on an AstroTurf.
Yeah,
and
small boundaries.
Yeah.
It's even smaller than our ECS boundaries. I just remember the umpire had a kind of, what would they call it? Let's just say a wearable bag of balls. And it's like, here's another one.
Many of big players, international players have played there.
David Warner, I remember playing there, but you're not the only one. So I actually think it'd be really good. Again, slotting it into the calendar somewhere this year is pretty hard. I know we looked at it. But having something like that, we might even change a couple of rules, give it our fresh take on it. But there are some places, and Luxembourg is a good example, they might get 2 here, like, or maybe not. A little bit too risky, they're happy with 1. There's some places, Luxembourg would be an obvious one as well. Croatia, Serbia is another one. Slovenia even, where they may struggle to have a full-blown European cricket series. But if we could have 6-a-side, they could have, they could probably do it. Iqbal, 3 balls to make an impact. They've bowled him out because they want to break this partnership and they feel like he's the best man to do it. He won't do it with that as Gauri turns and he's going to slam it. And that's gone all the way. Maximal! Iqbal short down the leg side, pays the price.
Shot there. The ball didn't bounce much. But then it was in the arc of Akib. And he puts it out of the park.
Can I say something to Pandey? Because he said perhaps he'll be doing some studies in Luxembourg. Well, you need to join a club, and you can still find your way to the ECL. And we had the Walfordang Optimists, probably the best team name anyone's ever heard of. The Optimists. They came to the ECL this year. Actually won a golden ball in their first ever game, which of course is our ECN T10 tiebreaker. And we've also seen Heritage CC. We've seen Star CC from Luxembourg as well. That time he gets beaten, Gauri. Good contest this one-on-one. This game still hovers around the 50-50. So yeah, we'd love for you to be part of the ECN universe. And Pandey is sure that Darshana will score a 50 here. Well, he's 11 at the moment. Still plenty of work to do.
Plenty of work to do for the bowlers of Austria. This partnership is brewing at this moment. They're able to pick up the gaps. They're doing what is needed right now.
Kind of mirrors the first game of the day between Norway and Czechia, with these two getting their team in a position to launch. End of the 8th over. Iqbal bowls out 1 for 34, 64 for 2 after 8. So how about you? So you said you like to travel, and you like to travel light, pick up, just go basically
Unplanned.
So
Yes.
tell us about some of your travel adventures, because obviously we have plenty here, but I always love to hear other people's experiences.
I've been to Hungary one time, where I was actually came at the wrong end because I was trying to buy a ticket, and an old man tried to help me, but then it went to a different story. I was actually scammed.
Oh, you got scammed.
Yes.
Wow. Old man tried to help you.
Yeah.
So what, he took your money?
Yeah.
And you didn't have a ticket? Or he
Actually,
gave
I was
you-
trying to buy a ticket, but the man said the machine is not working. So he put some of the coins in there, and it worked.
Yeah.
And after that, I left the place. But then this man came with a small little screwdriver. He just put it out and got the cash, and yeah, he left. It was in front of the railway station, the
So
central
did you
railway
actually
station.
get your ticket, though?
I got my tickets, yeah.
Oh, okay. So you didn't get scammed. He scammed the machine.
but I got some. In return, I had even though this, if for example it was 250, I
Yeah,
put
right.
500.
Oh, gotcha. Wow, that's a good one. So that seems like an
I
interesting
knew
time
that-
in Hungary.
I knew that's a place where a lot of things happen like this way. So ugly thing happened. with me.
Have you travelled anywhere? Oh, just give us some other places. Maybe some unusual places you've travelled?
Yeah.
People don't go too much?
I like to explore the more known places.
Okay.
I've been to
Oh, that's
Paris,
fine.
been to Germany,
Yeah.
and been to Austria as well. My friend lives there, a very good friend, in Graz, the second biggest city in Austria.
Graz has a ground as well. We've had Graz Cricket Academy play on the network
Wow.
in the European Cricket Series Austria, and they've actually played a golden ball as well. Oh, it's interesting. You're very well travelled. Is it something?
Yes.
Is it something you knew from a young age that you wanted to travel the world?
Yes, I really wanted, because I was inspired by those Hindi movies. A lot of viewers can relate to it. There's a movie called Zindagi Na Milegi Dobara. So it's quite a famous movie. So I'm pretty sure 90% Indians must have watched that. It's like 3 friends going together and roaming around in Spain.
Yeah, actually, Spain's. Speaking of, have you been to Spain?
I've never been to Spain,
Spain's.
yeah.
If you've done the others, Spain's another
Yeah.
fairly known one, but it is brilliant. I really do love Spain. And we got Ravi, who's patrolling around. He's actually played for Spain. Still plays for Spain. He's a young man. Corey, if you're listening, I know you're not, but Ravi's part of our blue crew here. Sahil Zadran coming on the 9th. Probably pound for pound, he's the quickest of the Austrian bowlers. Interesting they didn't open with him today. They decided to hold him back for these middle overs.
And you're talking about unusual places? Maybe I can put Albania. I was there. I explored the northern regions, the southern actually. So it was a pretty cool place to go. There also, I think.
Albania is a good one. That's a very good one. Have you travelled anywhere ever that you kind of, because you mentioned you sometimes just like to just go, plan later. Well, I think that's great. Because my life's planned out about 2 years in advance. So I was actually thinking about this the other day. I've heard of people that go and they just take a small bag and they take the cheapest flight to wherever, and you could end up anywhere. And you do that a few times and eventually you get back. Or there's other YouTube videos where they go and they just keep taking the cheapest flight and they end up, halfway around the world. It costs them arm and a leg to get home. But yeah, that's something that interests me a lot. Have you ever been anywhere that you didn't feel very safe?
I think Paris was one of the places.
Oh, yeah.
After 8 p.m., I was in my hotel. I wanted to go out, but I felt not the best decision.
Too risky.
Yeah.
And we're not just talking about if you stand too close to the Dreux cricket ground there, Nabi's bashing balls near you. We did have the ECS in Paris earlier on in the year at Dreux. Oh, this is close if it hits, but they get back for 2. Yeah, so Paris, it is true. I've seen a few things. Again, it depends where you go, but the central region of Paris, very tourist heavy. There's a few people willing to take your money. What's the game? It's like the 3 cup game, that people start playing the 3.
Absolutely.
Don't play that. Or 3 card Monty.
In front of the Eiffel Tower.
You might as well just give them your money. Although I did see
Nobody wins.
I did see a good YouTube video, right, where the guy scams the scammers. It's quite a good one. Good heat there from Zadran. Gets it past Darshana. So only 4 off that over, and at the end of 9, it's 68 for 2. So what this YouTuber did is he found a whole bunch of currency that was worthless, but it was like from a country that doesn't even exist anymore. And he was saying, okay, well, I've got this. What would you? And obviously, they can't lose. They know they can't lose. They have a few people that makes it seem like they're winning, but they're all part of the group. So they were giving, okay, we'll give you, like 10 to 1 for whatever this currency is. They don't even know what it is. It's basically monopoly money. And then let's just say there's a confrontation towards the end because he calls them out on it. But yeah, that's brilliant. And yeah, no, we're so happy to have you here. And so how much do you know about Bulgaria? I know that I've put you down to help us out. I know you're still working. You've got other commitments, but I've got you on Bulgaria with Rico for the last bit of the ECS and the T20s, and maybe you can do your research and you'll have a great time there. It's in Sofia, which is the capital.
You have been to Bulgaria before, right? So maybe some tips. You can share some notes with me.
I will say my tips would be try the food. They do some pretty cool things with cucumber and yogurt. Tarator is like a cold soup. They love a cold soup there. But just get out there. My tips in Bulgaria, okay, last time I was there, which was a couple of years ago now, but make sure you have cash because you assume everywhere takes card now, but have cash. So things like for taxis, I know last time I was there, they didn't have any of these rideshare services. So things that you take for granted in some other countries, you might not get there. But yeah, try the food. I know Prakash Mishra will be over there. He'll look after you. He runs a restaurant and he's kind of the godfather of Bulgarian cricket. And he'll definitely have a big dinner he'll put on at one stage at his restaurant. And that was one of the biggest, and I'm a big eater, but this was one of the biggest meals I ever remember. That just when I thought, okay, I couldn't eat another thing, they said, right, now here come the mains. And we hadn't actually even started. But the ground there is the Vasilevsky National Sports Academy ground. It's an interesting ground as well. Very fast and I wouldn't say dangerous, but dangerous for fielders sometimes. There's power lines that go over the ground. If the ball hits the power line, they just call it a dead ball. You don't see that on many other international cricket grounds. It's very short straight as well. It's probably about 40 metres straight.
40 metres.
Yeah. But also the pitch is, it could be gone. I think it might be. Given not out. Geez, he had the bails off so quickly. This is going to be such an interesting replay. The over commits. Oh. I have a feeling this one, it might have just been short. Chima had the bails off in a flash. Let's have a look. He was... Oh, he's just out. But, I mean, you can't really call that in real time. His bat's on the line for me. So, Darshana, very lucky to survive. And remember, this is T20I cricket, so we're not allowed to use the technology for line decisions. So, gets away with one there, I think, Darshana.
Yeah, yeah. The bowler was pretty interested with that appeal. He thought Almost, he got that wicket.
He actually did very well to get as close to back as he did, Darshana. That's one of those ones, you can't really criticise the umpire there, because it took almost a freeze frame for us to see that his bat was on the line. Darshana now, he feels bulletproof, runs down and hits this to long on for one. Bilal Zama has come on to bowl now, so change of pace. So obviously they needed a double change after they bowled both the openers out in the first 8 overs. And Bilal's been a bit of a wicket-taking and run-scoring machine in this series so far.
Yeah, Bilal has been quite terrific in this tournament. Match up straight away. He has picked up 9 wickets in 3 games. That's quite astonishing. And he is the most economical bowler in this tournament. He has 3.75. So in a T20 game, if you are considering below 4, that's just gold.
Definitely. He's been in some kind of form. Yeah, so Bulgaria, what other tips can I give you? Bring cash. That's one. Stays down a bit this time. Darshana misses out. We approach the drinks break coming after this ball. But you just try and get out and about and experience it. It's got a different flavour to a lot of the other countries I've been to. This time he takes the pace off. Darshana plays it back, and a very tight over from Bilal. Just 2 runs and a bye off that one. And we'll head into the drinks break. It's 71 for 2 after 10 overs. This is what's happening today in England. And we've seen the runs absolutely flying across there at the Hornchurch venue, and a good crowd there of humans and dogs as well. But yeah, basically it's drawing to a conclusion over the next 4 days, or 3 after today. So tomorrow's the last day of the qualifying games, and then we've got the quarterfinals Thursday, and then the finals on Friday. Hey, I've got a random question for you as well, Shobi.
Yeah.
I'm going to put the list of places where we're running European Cricket Series cricket this year up on the screen, and I want you to tell me where you'd like to go. Okay. So if you obviously we plan a lot in advance. So this is all, including where we've already been. Go pick something out there. Anything catch your eye?
Portugal.
Good one. Very good one. In fact, that's the European Cricket Series is in Santarém, which is just outside Lisbon, about an hour outside, more or less. But also, we actually started the season with a bit of a bonus series in Porto. And Porto has a beautiful cricket ground as well. Okay, now Portugal, and actually Paulo, who's part of the Blue Crew, is off today, but he's kind of cricket royalty. His family built a cricket ground on their property, and that's now the international cricket ground there, which is pretty cool. So imagine having an international cricket ground in your backyard. Go on, pick another one while we're here. Still got drinks break.
Sweden?
Sweden's good. I was just there. I was in Landskrona, which is near the south of the country, the Skåne region, and it's very, very close to Denmark. In fact, you can go across the water 2 kilometres and 2 to 3 kilometres, and you're in Denmark. And we actually fly into Denmark there. And Sweden's great, especially in summer with the real long days. I think people really appreciate the long days there because they have the really short days, of course, in the winter. But also we'll be in Stockholm later in the year, see 21st of July. And that's also a beautiful city full of life and culture. Also a very diverse city now. So the kind of cuisine you get there, a big sauna culture up there in the north. I loved their Eurovision entry, which was a sauna-based song. I was actually in Sweden, in Landskrona, for the Eurovision Song Contest final. So we all went to a party, and it was everything you would hope for. The kind of characters that were at this Eurovision Song Contest, which is kind of, full of culture and eccentricity, you'd say. But that's cool.
I think before 2 months, I went to 13 different saunas. It's outskirts of Prague. I was staying in the ECN hotel.
I know this place. What's it called again?
Zenorabi?
Zenorabi.
Yeah.
I went there for the first time. What a place.
Yes.
And I actually went there, and it was the week before, the World Sauna Championships. And I was like, what do you mean? Is it who can stay in the longest? But no, it was actually the sauna masters, if you like. the guys and girls who do use different sensors and do a kind of show, basically.
Yes,
And whipping the towels around.
Yeah. I've been there.
Almost passed out when I went into the cold pool once. Yeah, but that's a very good one. I went about 2 months ago. Oh, I like you already. Anyway, here's Zadran coming back. Little dab behind. And, wow, misfield. Only costs them probably none, actually. They're probably getting one anyway. So we head into the second half of this first innings. But, yes, in Arabi. That's brilliant. And it's true. It's like a 5-star hotel. And there's something like 13 different saunas. And then it's everything. It's even got chill-out areas. It's got like a kind of cafe.
Yeah.
There's one pool, which is outside, where you have to put your clothes on, which is a bit of an inconvenience. But it's got drinks and stuff in the pool.
Yeah, that's amazing, please.
In fact, I've got the day off on Thursday. You know what? I feel that could be where I'm heading.
Yeah,
We'll see.
logged in.
It's amazing. It's a little bit out of town, but yeah, you can catch the train there. Then there's like a courtesy bus.
And I've heard that in Finland they have 300,000 saunas. And
Oh, is that many?
yes.
Oh, that's crazy.
And I was like, whoa.
Darshana faces up. He's done for Pacey. He's just in a funny little spot, isn't he, Darshana? It's probably time to hit the go button for him, especially with 8 wickets left in hand. That extra cloud cover's come around the ground. It's so unpredictable with the weather here. We expected it to be good, but you just never know. Storm could sweep through almost any moment. Hopefully it doesn't show up.
Pretty good partnership here. Gauri 28 from 26 and Dasha 14. His strike rate is below 100. Oh, again!
There you go. It's the trampoline. It's going to go all the way 4 byes. It's kind of the popping crease trampoline. And we saw one of these earlier. It bounces on the crease where bowlers land at the other end and it just takes off. Look at that. And Shima didn't expect it. And even if he did, I don't think he was going to stop it. 4 bonus runs there to Norway.
So going through, I had the pictures of the sauna. It's like panoramic finish sauna, 85 to 95 degrees.
Yeah.
And also we have a cooling lake.
The cooling lake is brutal. Like, I don't know, it felt like the water was minus 20. I know that's not possible, but you go from the really hot and then you go into and I used to do ice baths. I used to do all these things when I was playing a high-level sport.
Yes.
Nothing was as cold as this. Full length here, Zadran does have a good Yorker in his arsenal. Get 1, think 2, then decide to stick with 1. But yeah, that was pretty amazing. I'm trying to think what else. One of my favourites was, I got out of the very cold one and I was getting a bit dizzy. So just lying down quietly for 5 or 10 minutes was probably one of my favourite parts. Felt very, very peaceful.
There's also silent herbal sauna, honey sauna, tepidarium, salt sauna.
Oh yeah. It was an experience. I'm getting a few people saying, come to Norway, it's better than Sweden. Well, the good news is, next year I think we do have Norway on the calendar. Well bowled by Zadran. He sent Gauri walking at him, so he pulled that length back a little bit. I know that we have been wanting to get to Norway for a while. I think one of the issues there is the ground availability. And obviously some of these northern countries, the season's so packed in that we want to come for 1 or 2 weeks. But I know we are planning to cover an international series there in August for 3 days. So some T10s and some T20s. And the plan is next year, I think, that they will have a European cricket series. So we'll get to see some club action from Norway. And we've already had Norway involved in the ECL for a while, and obviously the ECC. Zadran last ball the over. And it's up in the air. Now this is falling safely, or is it? No, it's going to fall into the hands of Zadran. I looked around, I didn't see any fielders, and I think Sahel saw the same thing. So he said, well, this time I'm going to have to do my own work, and the dangerous Gauri is going to fall for 28. And a big moment in this deciding game. Norway, 77 for 3.
That's a terrific catch. A little bit of extra bounce there. The right-hander was already there for the pull.
I thought no one's getting this, but I didn't count on Zadran reacting so quickly. See, he's already running that way, and he wasted no time, and that's why he reached it in the end. He takes it fairly easily. Didn't even have to dive. But a nice piece of cricket from Sahil. They've used him in a slightly different role here in the middle, just to make it tough for Norway to accelerate. Gori, end of a brilliant series with the bat for him, but he'll go for a run of ball 28 here in match 6, 77 for 3 after 11. You know, this is giving me the feeling a little bit at the moment. I covered the Medina Cup in Belgium recently, and Belgium lost to Portugal twice in the group stages, but then they met in the final, and Belgium got up on them. Now, this isn't that much of a difference because they've only played once. This is only the second time and the last time they'll play. But does have a feeling at the moment that Austria are turning the tables.
Austria's stakes just got high, 66% with that wicket. And why not? Walid Gori was the man who could have taken the game away, or maybe just pushed that scoring rate forward. While Darshana already there the crease, can Raza take that time which he wants? Any questions? Fielders coming close. They're tightening the screws here. The fielding side.
It'll be another one. Can you believe it? It's almost exactly like earlier on where these two had a partnership, or was Darshana and Gori had a partnership, and they both go in quick succession. Someone wanted to go straight on. Simple thing for Chima, and Darshana, he struggled while he was out there to be productive. He'll go for 15 stumped, and it's 77 for 4.
10th wicket for the tournament for Bilal. Whatever he touches turns to gold. This young man deceived him with the flight. Guile, batter. He just threw the kitchen sink at it. He could have almost in shaking hands with the bowler. He came so far away.
Yeah, it was kind of a premeditated shot, but it's a tough one as well because he's just lost his partner. He probably knows now isn't the time to try and expand what he's doing, but also he knows he needs to get on with it. I mean, he's 15 off 18 before that ball. And pretty regulation stumping there for Mahachima. Another wicket for Zalmai. He's got 1 for 2 off 7 balls bowled so far.
And he played for the spin there. He was expecting the ball to turn. I'm not sure that's the right strategy. You should you should be playing in your mind, because it's like the ball, you know that the ball would come and generally it straightens, and you're playing for the spin on this kind of a surface.
Either that or he just played down the wrong line, but you can see he got deceived. Rahimi gets about at number 6 this time. Saw him opening earlier. He worked the first one away for a single. Hello to Itibasha Dida. Just spotted that he's in the chat. Hi, Iti. Hopefully you're well. Missing you here. And yeah, of course, Iti's played a fair bit of cricket in Austria and for Austria. So hopefully I'll see you soon. Pandey's got a question for you. Who's your favourite cricketer in India? Question for Shoban and also for me.
You'd like to take first?
No, but I'll try. I'll go a little bit out of the box. I got to say, I don't want to show my age too much, but I might. But Kapil Dev, growing up and getting him at the end. I know he hasn't played for a long time, but maybe I'm inspired by the fact that I loved the movie 1983, and I was a little bit too young. I was born in 81, okay? Fair. I've told everyone now. But I loved that was the catalyst, I think, for this new generation. And cricket is a religion in India, but it wasn't until India took on the world and won. Yes. And what a story that was in England. And it was really, it had greater symbolism, I think, as well, obviously, to do it in England. Maybe it's double noise there, I think, for Raze. Norway likes to get on with it, but Norway find themselves a long way behind the 8 ball here at the end of the 12th over. It's 80 for 4, and Zalmat with a wicket in the over and only 3 runs. So a tough little period. Modern day cricketer. Let me have a think. I mean, players that I've seen recently. I would say, obviously Kohli is an obvious one, but I think the way he plays this cricket, I think a lot of Australians can relate to it. And I think then Australians, of course, because he doesn't play for us, they'll give him a hard time or say this. But I think there's a lot of respect for... He's taken... The feeling with Indian teams when they came to Australia for a long time was that they just don't have the belief they can succeed, and that maybe they're a bit mentally weak. This is probably our perception. And it's not their condition. So rather than try and get better or to try and deal with it, they kind of look for excuses. This is probably just a perception, honestly. But I think he's changed that, and they come now expecting to win. I think obviously that win 4 years ago in the Border Gavaskar Trophy was a huge moment that showed, not only can they do it, they did it. Good Yorker from Zadran Starp as Austria hope to hammer this advantage home. So yeah, I think he had a lot to do with that change in culture. And also I think the franchise cricket and the IPL have now, they see the Australian players as human beings. Before there was this culture of, and this is the way cricket's played in Australia, even at I played at the first grade level, but we want you to feel like you don't deserve to be on the same field. It sounds harsh, but that's kind of the culture. Anyway, so there's a modern and there's an older one. How about yourself?
I would say right now it's Shreyas Iyer, the kind of performance he has put in the IPL and domestic cricket. He was leading the Punjab Kings in the IPL.
Yep.
And yeah, you're talking about Kapil Dev. I have a small little anecdote that he shared actually on a public platform. First time he went to Australia. So when he just landed in Australia, there was a bus, I think there was a taxi driver. He just asked him, "How you come today?" And he said,
exactly
"No."
how we talk.
And he's like, "No, I come here to live. I'm come here to play." "No, have you come today?" And he couldn't get this thick Aussie accent. So he may be asking, "Have you come here to die?"
Yeah.
So finally,
Not
there was yes.
Today. That's hilarious. Oh no,
This is a Desi Punjabi.
not a bad looking drive here, but he'll find the fielder. Raza will get a single. Zadran hasn't really gone for big runs either. Just have a look at the last boundary, because it's been a while now. It's been 29 balls since last boundary, so basically 5 overs. Norway finding it tough going at the moment. You can kind of see how these two teams are close together on the rankings, can't you?
And when you were talking about the Australian mindset, I would say before the 2003 World Cup final, India versus Australia at the Bull Ring, Johannesburg.
Yeah.
Just before one day of the match, Indian team was practicing, and there are 4 Aussie superstars: Shane Watson, Andrew Simons, Mitchell Johnson, and Matthew Hayden just came for running with their shirts off. An Indian team was just looking after them. And that just intimidated. And the next day, they beat India. The first over, Zahir Khan was bowling to, I think, Matthew Hayden. He hit for 15, and Ricky Ponting said, I mean, we have just won the World Cup.
I think they hit 359, which now is just called a pass score. But in those days, it was a lot.
But 4 big guys.
Yeah, true. Just trying to picture that. Rahimi, it's a slower ball, which eventually Chima handles on the second bounce. Sahil flashes a smile, having a bit of fun right now. I don't think it's too fun for these two middle order Norwegian batters. They're a combined 5 off 10 at a time. They'd be hoping to up the ante. Yeah, so there's these little mind games, but I honestly think now that the players are all mixed up all the time. Oh, interesting one. He definitely hits the ground here, and maybe it's that natural leg cut of this back of the hand slow ball, but it looked like it might have taken an edge as well, but I guess not. Let's have a look. See, it's that almost like a fast leg spinner, and just with the slight bit of turn, it gives the appearance it might have taken the edge, but I think it didn't. Chima did well to get it before it bounces again. Check it out here. He bowls that one well though, Sahil. That'll be the end of the over anyway, and so another tight one, just 2 off that, and Norway 82 for 4. I'm going to throw this out to the chat then. What kind of non-cricketing things have you ever heard of to try and intimidate the opposition? So that's one, which is just mind games. So give us your best mind games, either in cricket or any other any other sport. The old shirts off. I mean, to be honest, if Booney went out with his shirt off and Merv went, they probably would do the same thing with a slightly different body type.
Oh dear.
Anyway, this is going to be... Oh, dear, it's going to be a misfield here first up. I'm not sure what happened there. Raza pulls away. And, yeah, that looks like Safi. Let's check it out here. He never to kind of get down to attempt the fielding. And it was a bit past him before he knew it. Let's have a look. Not sure how much we saw of this. I don't know how much he saw of it either. Yeah, I'm trying to think about... Okay, we talked about hockey before. We're talking about field hockey here.
Yeah.
Growing up playing for my school, there was like a stoppage in play for an injury or something, and the other team were trying to have a huddle, and I just joined it, which is kind of, that was my way of trying to disrupt them having their little team talk and then it became a bit of a, what's the word? Ugly situation. I'm on the field. I can stand wherever I want. Probably 17, insight into my 17-year-old mindset. But they never did get their team talk. But yeah, I mean, Shane Warne, I think, was always the master of mind games as well. Throwing the ball at Marlon Samuels. Then Marlon Samuels threw his bat at him. Yeah, and also, same thing, I think there's sometimes a bit of a culture difference and a bit of miscommunication, I'll say. Oh, is there a little edge on this? There is! Slides off the outside edge of Faisal Raza. That's another wicket to Bill Arzate. Well, he has spun a web, hasn't he, in CE Cup. And now he has brought about the 5th Norwegian wicket. It's 86 for 5. Well held behind the stumps by Chima.
That was too close to cut. And he's just turned back in, crammed in for room. The batter, there you go. He was trying to glance it towards third. Too close to cut. Under edge. Brilliant catch.
Brilliant catch. Didn't realise straight away that it was a little bottom edge. And so Chima, who's a pretty tall guy for a keeper, he's able to stay down on that. And he's got kind of rubber knees here. It's very good keeping. Have a look. Can you see the edge go down? It's a very good catch. It's bigger edge than I realised straight away. And top-class wicket keeping from Ahad Chima. Norway 86 for 5. And you can see a little nod there from Raza. He kind of admits it. He says, yeah, that's gone. Well, here's the guy that can change the game. Mohammad Shehsahat. He's been out of luck with the bat. He's got a shoulder injury, so he's not bowling at the moment. But this is the kind of situation that's tailor-made for him. He's a guy that could easily go 10, 12 and over from here. Can he deal with Bilal? First up, he'll just play it out for no run. Yeah, I'm just thinking about, talking about kind of verbal games and how I think internationally sometimes they don't hit the mark or they hit the wrong mark. Uh-oh, it's wild. Chima does well to block that. But I suppose every country internally has their norms. So in Australia, there's a lot of verbal stoushing. But it's kind of, the unwritten rule is you can say almost anything. I will say almost anything on the field, like without getting, bring people's families into it or anything like that, right? But then off the field, it's almost like, now I see it for what it is. I realise that's not everywhere, but that to me was always normal. Afterwards, you shake hands. You don't even really address or apologise for anything that you said, because it's understood that both teams will do that to try and unsettle you. And I think when you get to senior cricket, you've had to deal with that since you were kind of 15 playing with adults. And so you couldn't handle it. You wouldn't be there. As Mohammad Shehsahat will get off the mark at the 3rd attempt. But now I suppose I realise when I've seen this and the reputation of the Australian teams, I realise that, for example, an Indian side, like that's not how cricket's played within India. And so there's room for misinterpretation and then bad feelings and lingering feelings and overreactions and reactions. But I think it does stem from misunderstanding. So I suppose it's been a good thing to have the international players mixing more and playing more in the professional game, because I think it's probably broken down a lot of those misunderstandings and cultural barriers. But anyway, it will be the end of the 14th over. It is 89 for 5. And Rahimi and Mohammad Shehsahat will be hoping for a big 6 overs here. Look, if you're Norway here, you've definitely got guys that can go to a ball. If you go to a ball from here, you've got 161 and you've got more or less a par score. But I think they are concerned by the fact that they have lost lost those 5 wickets, and really no one, no one actually outside Kizar Ahmed, who scored 12 or 7. No one's been able to do better than run a ball so far in this innings. It says a lot about how the Austrians have put the pressure on.
Yeah, I feel they have played a lot of shots. A lot of shots with very little effect. And you mentioned about 161. If they get it, they will take it with both hands. Because right now, it's something around 72 runs they need. If they need to get it to 161 in 6 overs, that's quite tough.
It's tough, but they've got the players there to do it. It's just they haven't been allowed to play well so far. They hit 2 here. They think of 3. They'll stick with 2. But the Austrians just haven't really given them the ability to breathe. Once again, they have that 3rd wicket partnership, just like this morning. And once again, they lose both those players. We saw Gori go first this time, then Dashana. And now they've hit a bit of a flat spot. They need someone to step up. This is Kogiani coming on, and he's a very talented left armer. Yeah, I think it too. It's not quite there. Chima tries something fancy. Kogiani, again, maybe he's the missing link in this bowling lineup. He's a very talented left arm bowler. He gets the ball through, he can move it around, he can roll his fingers on it on occasion as well. Mohammad Shestahak, just feel like he needs to get one out of the middle, and that he might be able to get going. He's had a tough time of it so far. Kick outside edge, goes to Gully on the bounce. Well, the backup fielder slipped over, and Zishan Arif is to the side, and he's not able to gather it, so they'll get an overthrow. There really shouldn't have been one. But yeah, these two now 9 off 13 combined. Middle order batting is a very different proposition in T20 cricket compared to T10. T10, you're looking for guys that can hit boundaries straight away and dominate, whereas middle order in T20 is often a bit of a support role. But right now, they need a main event. There's that rolling cutter from Kogiani. Sneaks away. They should get 2 here. If they go straight away, they will. That's good running at least from Rahimi. Saw him opening the batting earlier. But Norway going to need a big finish here, Chobi.
And it's really good that they have Ibrahim Rahimi, who was opening the batting in the previous game, out there. He has batted a little bit down the order. Maybe they want him to finish the innings. Maybe he has something which we don't know, which is the ability of hitting 6s and 4s at will. There you go. That's the first one.
Well, that's what he can do. I'm always excited to see a Sahak attack. And Mohammad Shestahak, he's the guy, I remember the summer saw him live. It was in Spain. Although, it isn't Sahak on strike. Don't believe what you see on the scoreboard. That's Rahimi. And Rahimi's equally able to clear the boundaries. We know that as well. So a fraction short. Slammed away. That brings up the 100 for Norway. It's going to go one way or the other here, I think. Honestly, I still think they've got what it takes to get that 160. But they're going to have to bat really well. Probably need a bit out of this partnership. Last ball of the over. Rolling cutter and smart cricket to follow up. Rahimi will retain the strike, and Norway, with 5 overs remaining in this deciding match in the first innings, it's 101 for 5. And just a reminder that there's plenty of cricket coming here in Czechia. Tomorrow we have the first day of the women's, with Czechia to take on Gibraltar in match 1, and then Gibraltar and Austria in match number 2. Czechia, well, they'll be hoping they can win their first ever T20IW. They're 0-12 now. I know it's not necessarily all about the wins. I mean, they're getting out there, they're getting more experience. I will say probably their 2 key batters are out of that series as well, with Katka Tesazhikova and Turka Konchudova not available this week. And Gibraltar, well, they actually won the CE Cup last year. Last year it was only women's, and Gibraltar came over and won it, so they'll be hoping to defend it. Austria, the other side, in action tomorrow. We already saw a couple of their players training on the other field. So yeah, join us. Same time as well as the matches for the men. Rahimi will get one here down the ground. So yeah, that's 8:15 GMT, which is 10:15 in Central Europe, and 1:45 in India. It's great to see the women's game progressing here as well. I know it's kind of a tough initiation as well for a lot of the players going in with next to no or no live cricket experience. You and me would probably feel the same, that the idea that your first ever cricket match that you play could be an international, like a fully fledged T20 international, an international match, compared to people that have played for years and years and years. Oh, that's a shot. Has he cleared the fielder? He has, and that's what we know he can do. The Sahak attack is live now. Maximal, 6 for Norway.
Good use of feet. Look at that.
Yeah, and he's got natural power. Grant Thornton, by the way, that's the firm that's helping a lot with the compliance and all of the kind of auditory things that the Czech Federation have to do here. So big thank you for their support of Czech cricket. He wants to reverse now, and he's going to get it, and he's going to get out. Just carries on. When he's just pumped a 6 straight over the fielder down the ground. You wonder about the option. I will say if he hits it better, it probably is runs, but instead he finds Kogiani around the corner. Classic 6 and out, ECN style, 108 for 6.
Yeah, it just leads to frustration that why would you like to choose this option? Yes, the shot was on as the third was inside the circle and the point as well. Straight to the man. It's quite an easy, simple catch. And you're talking about women's cricket. I think the Czechia locking horns with Cyprus, those 3 games must have been quite a learning curve for them. And one more story I would like to share with you. You're talking about women's cricket. The last time I did commentary, it was in Pondicherry. And the person I did commentary with was playing in the WPL, Women's Premier League, and went on to make debut for India against Pakistan in the T20 World Cup last year.
Wow.
Her name is Asha Shobhana. He's a leg spinner.
Wow. I'm sure that maybe we need to try and get her in for the Mel Tool Shield then. Team Asia. We have to use your contacts because, there will be an Asia 11 this year in the Melton Shield as well as the Western Shields, the women's as well as the men's. Come on, Mushtaq comes out into the side. We saw him doing a fair bit of fielding as a sub fielder in the first game. But decisions. I suppose Sahak looks like a genius if he gets that away for 4, but it wasn't to be. He's putting them in an even tougher spot here. Rahimi now just. They're always happy to see the back of Bilal, which they will now, but not before Bilal takes 3 for 21 here in match 6. And Norway 110 for 6 after 16 overs. Yeah, so tell us a little bit. We haven't really talked about your commentary that you've done before. I know you've done a fair bit. So tell us about your journey into commentary. Was it on purpose? Was it accidental? And where have you commentated? What have you commentated before?
It's 2021 when I started, 2020 September when I first did the commentary. It was a Kerala Premier League. It was among the clubs of Kerala, and that was the first time I did travel. And I was like, oh, what is this like? This is brilliant.
So how did that come about in the first place?
Okay. So I give an audition to a company which is a fairly known media company. So they selected me for the first tour. It was actually thanks to one of my friends who actually won a competition way back in 2004. There was a competition called Harsha Ki Coach, who is the next Harsha Bhogle. And this man is like, I would say, the mentor. Because he did commentary for ESPN Star with Wasim Akram, Alan Wilkins, and Ravi Shastri. He did a test match in Bangladesh. So he was kind of the guy from Odisha. He was the first commentator. So he inspired me for this job. So I was inspired by him. And then he gave me the first break that I needed. So through this connections, it just happened to be I was in Kerala. Then it just flowed in from Pondicherry to different parts of India. And also my moment came when I commentated with Stuart Binning, who is actually the son of Roger Binning.
Binning? Yeah.
Who is right now the president of BCCI. So yeah, it was quite humbling experience, I would say.
Yeah, that's wonderful. And obviously with your travels independent of cricket, and it's a bit like me. I mean, I kind of stepped out of the game for quite a few years after I stopped playing, and kind of fell back into it in a commentary role. Before, I hosted a lot of things that weren't cricket actually, and I've spent probably 15 years as a professional host of these kind of things. And yeah, it's strange now. I can't think of myself doing anything else, but it was just kind of right place, right time. This kind of happens with a lot of us. But yeah, thrilled to have you today. And yeah, let's know how you think Shobhan's going. I think he's doing a pretty good job. Here's Kogiani, rolling cutter, huge swing to miss from Rahimi. You can kind of feel the tension. Yeah, that's Sahak getting out just when they look to be pressing again. I think Norway fans will be bitterly disappointed there. We'll say that whatever they score him in, they're on for 141. That'll take some chasing from Austria. We know that Norway, they've got a good bowling attack, kind of bowler-friendly conditions at the moment as well with the cloud cover. We know the pitch has been a bit more friendly to the bowlers today. It won't be easy. Pitched up this time. They decide to go on contact, tight single, but they will get not just the one, but potentially two. No, they'll decide one's enough after Kamal Mushtaq ran through there. So yeah, so Kerala Premier League, and then you've commentated in
Pondicherry.
Yeah, and Bangladesh as well.
But I was doing digital, so it was like
and that's. I mean, we started doing that as well because we kind of have to sometimes, because I don't think the ECN is kind of one of the best accidents, and a lot of things do happen this way. But no one ever imagined how big it would get. It was 17 matches over 3 days in the year of 2019. Right, here's Kogiani, finish the over, shoots on Chima, who hoofs it. It'll be a bye, no real harm for Austria. And after 17 overs, Norway 114 for 6. Still shooting maybe for that 140 if they bat well from here. Yeah, so as times happen, and obviously we've got sometimes 2-3 venues at a time. So we have occasionally gone into kind of the digital commentary as well. I'll do it occasionally. It does help if you've done a lot of live commentary, especially with ECN cricket, because it's a different kind of a beast. So there's a lot happening. You kind of want to see if something's scored funny, and there's all this stuff happening in the background, which probably a lot of the viewers don't see. But I think that's kind of part of our strategy. I think that people do like about ECN, you get to know the people bringing you the action, and so even if I can't be at a venue, I appreciate the fact that I can still connect through modern technology. It's pretty cool. But, right here, looks like Karanbir Singh's going to get an over here. He hasn't bowled yet in the innings. Likely to open the batting as well in the second half, but right now he's bowling the 18th over. Mushtaq kind of stays leg side of the ball there, swings and misses through it. Yeah, different boundaries here in T20 as well, 60-metre boundaries in this form of the game. 60 metres kind of the minimum. It's probably technically 59.4 or something, 65 yards, roughly 60 metres. Mushtaq loads up, and he'll only be able to manage a single here. So did you ever imagine then when you came to Europe, so that's what, 2.5 years ago you came to Europe? I bet you didn't think you'd be commentating cricket in Europe.
I think I did somehow. But I was very much in denial. I was like, yeah, I'm going to go to completely academics. But still, some of the parts were like, because I watched you guys for a long time. I played one game here.
I was going to say, because we had Marco recently, he played one game back in 2021, didn't bat a bowl. Let's have so you did play one game. Was this, what year was that?
I was playing in 2023 for PCC, for Pro Cricket Club.
Yeah.
And then it was the only one game that I played, and I think you were not here. Oh, that.
Well, let's have a look, because that's up in the air, and it's going to be 6. I think that's gone all the way, as Safi's had a few issues in the field. We'll check this one out in the replay. And it has been signalled 6 on. Samo takes on one of the longer boundaries to deep mid-wicket. Just maybe mistimed his jump slightly. I think we'll try and see where this bounces. Yeah, clearly 6 runs. So called correctly on the field. Maximo comes for Norway, puts them up over 120. I think I've found the game that you played, and I'll try and work out. I mean, I've done most of the games here since 2021, but of course, get the odd day off. So I was going to say, I wouldn't say that I mean, I have had thousands of players, so you're playing. Do you remember if you batted or bowled in this game?
I didn't.
Okay.
They asked me to bowl leg spin, but I think every over was going over 25. I said I don't want to disturb my figures. So
So you've swerved it. So they wanted you to bowl, and you say, you know what? No thanks.
I wanted to bat, but they had a lot of batters because PCC keep on
Definitely.
winning.
Yeah. I mean, PCC, they'll be hoping to get the ECS back.
Yes.
And they've won every actual European cricket series we've had. We had the Czech Super Series in 2020, which Bohemians won, actually. But as far as full-fledged European cricket series, last year PCC went down to Bohemians in the final. But before that, I will say that PCC set a record for the most consecutive wins in European Cricket Series cricket. So 24. It's in front, but I think the angle taking it down the leg side. Quick shake of the head from Charles Croucher, the Sheriff. Also played for PCC.
Yes.
Before he took on the umpiring and refereeing role. But he's a pretty unflappable character, Charles. He's a Queenslander. And they're like your Australian. That's gone. As Mushtaq tries to go the Maximo, Karambir punches the air in delight. Kamar trying to his scoring rate, but instead he's lifted fittings. It's 123 for 7 after 18 overs.
Yeah, one shot too many there. And you miss, I hit. Brilliant delivery.
Yeah, zeroing in on the stumps. Looks like Kogiani's got the ball ready to continue in the 19th. Yeah, Prague CC set an ECN record, 24 consecutive wins in the European Cricket Series. They were unbeaten from the 3rd of June 2022 to the 22nd of June 2024. And they had that streak snapped during last year's series and actually ended up coming second. But yeah, first time we've had 2 divisions in ECS cricket. The second best streak after that 24 by Prague CC, 21 consecutive wins by Roma CC in Italy, and then 20 by Albi Salmi in Sweden. While we're talking about most consecutive wins, let's talk most consecutive losses on ECN. And there's an unbroken streak of 23 by Barcelona International in Spain, though they have won 2 games in their history. But they have a lifetime record of actually 3 wins and 43 losses. But they're a good bunch. Actually, got a few part-time Spanish teachers of mine in that lineup. They're just a good team out of luck. And that's an active streak, by the way. We decided to try to give some opportunities to other places in Spain who maybe haven't had the chance to play a lot of ECS cricket. So we've been in Madrid already this year. I'm really looking forward to being back at Sporting Alfaz near Alicante for the first time in a while this year. And also we're going to Valencia for the first time. So a chance for me to brush up on my Spanish a little bit more. Un poquito más. Got Ravi looking at me here. He's actually been a very good helper for me since I've been trying to learn. Kogiani, it's a big swing and a miss from Rahimi. And it's just like a second-hand appeal from Kogiani, almost like the keeper needed to send a carrier pigeon to tell him to join in. Kogiani has no response originally. Let's have a look if we see anything. Oh no, maybe he did half appeal. It just seemed like there was a bit of distance between bat and ball there. Yeah, so I think this year we've gone to, I think it's something like 11 locations that we didn't go last year. I think 5 we have gone in the past, but 6 brand new locations, which is pretty exciting for us as well. It's well bowled, fast wide Yorker, Norway, 123, 140 is looking quite far away now at the moment.
And you're talking about teachers playing cricket? Actually, teachers are pretty good cricketers. If memory serves me right, Charles Coventry of Zimbabwe, who scored that 194, highest total. Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
he was, I think he taught
in South Africa. Mats. Then the next, I think next month, he was playing an international for Zimbabwe.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, I suppose now it's become quite a professional thing, but I suppose at this level of international cricket, it's not. This is going to kind of find a bit of a hole. In fact, it'll go all the way. It runs down the hill, so Rahimi will get 4. Handy runs coming at the end. Kogiani kind of sticks to that wide strategy. It gives a bit of length on this, and so he's able to slash it away for 4 runs. Okay, I've found the game. Remember, the one game you've played on ECN for PCC versus Prague Barbarians, the 17th of July 2023. It was a Monday, so if I wasn't here, that's probably why. But PCC 104 in 6.5 overs, defeating Prague Barbarians 100. And I'm going to have a look at the scorecard here. That's actually pretty well hit down the ground. A lot of work for the fielder to do. Does well. Akib slides in. Saves a couple of runs, but they still give away 2 on the shot. Yeah, so have a look at who was playing in that game. So you guys only took 1 catch. I was like, did you take a catch? Not quite.
Not really. But I fielded at point, I remember.
You touched the ball?
Yes, I did.
Okay, you're part of the crew then. I mean, sometimes a lot of the fielders, they're doing more fielding from off the field, chasing the ball, than they're actually doing on the field. I mean, Ravi, who's in here with us, took one of the best catches ever on ECN, playing in the Spanish T10 Championships in Barcelona. He remembers it just after he's barred from the attack. Anyway, this is going to be up and over the top, and that's going to be 4. So they make a bit of hay. After 3 dots to start the over, they go 4-2-4, and they are hungry for more. Kogiani finishes with figures of none for 25. And the score, 133 for 7 after 19 overs. Okay, so, I mean, you've played 1 more ECN game than I've been able to play. Some of our commentary team have played a little bit. For example, Tina, who's part of our commentary quite regularly now, she plays for Germany. She's also played in the ECCW, for example. Ravi's he's played. You've got Samir, who's here. Paolo's played. So I get a bit of FOMO sometimes. But I suppose I'm lucky that I get to see so much and I get to be entertained so much. I appreciate it. How about Sahil Zadran? 3 overs, 1 for 8 here, economy-wise. I think you'd be crazy not to give him a 4th. In fact, they will give him the last over. Singles also to Mohammad Zalmai, Akib Iqbal, and Karan Bir Singh, and that 3-wicket haul for Bilal Zalmai. Must be one of the favourites for the MVP. There is an MVP of the series. Just a few contenders. Gore'd be one, I think. Bilal Zalmai had runs, he's had wickets.
But I think I've seen you play. You were playing in a PCC Challenger.
Correct.
Yes, you were wicket keeping with your yellow.
My yellow pads.
Yellow pads.
In fact, yeah, I don't know if you did any commentary in that series, but yeah, I did have the Maximo 11 in the Prague T10 back in 2023. I was opening the batting with Nabi, which was pretty interesting. I actually got a sore neck from, I didn't bother turning around sometimes to see him hitting. It would go like this. I'd miss timer 1, and then I'd just watch 5 sixes disappear. I had a pretty good team. I had Saifur Rahman, the Baltic boss from Estonia as well. Yeah. But I also had Pavel in my team. Pavel took 7 wickets, including some pretty viral ones. He just shows the bat here. I think, well, now they want 2. They're never going to get it. They'll almost get run out. I'll have to settle for 1. But that was actually the only time I played T10 cricket, and I really loved it. I really, really loved it. Obviously, I don't really have the schedule that allows me to play too often. But I had Mohammad Rafa in my team as well. He's bowling wheels. Simranjit from Italy. Jaipal Singh from Italy. Azam Khalil of Sweden was in there as well. But I had Riaz Afridi from Czechia, who is out with an injury at the moment from the Czech side. He was great, actually. One of the all-time great bat swings there from Rahimi, but he's got nothing but fresh air, just losing his shape. Yeah, so, yeah, you're one of the few that have seen me play. So now you've seen it.
Yeah.
Tell no one. I would love to play more, but I think also this is what I can do that's better for the game than me playing occasionally. I just have the odd hit now. 3 to come, 136. And make that 142. A low full toss lifted out of the ground. Same swing from Rahimi, different result. Maximal, that one's into the golf course.
What a sound off the bat. That was brilliantly hit.
Play it where it lies. If you know your golf. That's just off the fairway. What a good shot. A lot of bottom hand in this one.
Swing for the heels.
It's a rare mis-execution from Sahil Zadran, who's got a brilliant Yorker. I wonder if we'll see the slower ball here, or whether he doubles down, tries to hit that Yorker. I actually think slower ball's the play here. Back of the hander. Rahimi will overswing, but let's see. No, it goes faster. Rahimi, he sees it. He slams it. Maximal will pace on, and pace even honour from Rahimi, who's knocking on the door of a half century. Norway coming home with a wet sail.
Zadran is quite predictable. Couple of deliveries. He is down, but the man who should have opened the batting, and as I said, something which his team knows, which we don't know, that's his finishing ability, that's on show. Brilliant hits.
Yeah, well, this is one issue in the T20 game. Not as many spare balls. So Bilal has to try and find it. Bit uncomfortable. It's in the P's. But yeah, I think it's easy after the facts, but I don't think I would have tried to go quicker if I was Zadran. I think Rahimi's all pepped up. He's kind of got the adrenaline flowing. I think it's slower ball. He would have swung too early. But now you got the last ball. 148 for Norway. Fighting hard. Last ball. Here it is. There's the slower ball. And he goes again up in the air. It's not going to carry. They get one. Good throw should be run out. It will be, as Shima demolishes the furniture. It'll be one and done, and Norway will finish 149 for 8 off their 20 overs.
Brilliant recovery after getting into trouble in the power play, but somehow they managed to squeeze their way in that overs from 7 till 15. They were a little bit silent, but at the end, that flourish, the tail wagged, that helped them to reach that total.
Definitely. It was such a topsy-turvy kind of innings, wasn't it, for Norway? And they needed someone to stand up in the last few overs. They were looking, maybe they would only get kind of around the 130 mark. And earlier innings, they were looking at kind of 170, 180. In the end, you split the difference, 149. But a brilliant 48 not out by Rahimi at the end gets them to that score. But early in the piece, it was Kaiser Ahmed hit a 4 and a 6 and was looking the goods, wasn't he, opening up. Chaudhry Akram was his partner, but unfortunately for Kaiser, he just got a little bit carried away with that one, trying to hit to leg, and it kisses the leg stump. A wicket for Mohammad Zalmai. And then Chaudhry Akram, he would go as well. So this was an interesting opening. They didn't necessarily lose a lot of wickets. They did lose 2 in the first 5 overs, and then they had this partnership. So they're still only 2 down at the 11 over mark. But Austria, they'd been pretty tight, hadn't they, with their bowling. Didn't give the Austrians a lot to hit. Eventually, that bore fruit with wickets and a real quiet period through the middle overs.
Yeah, Austrian bowlers were pretty accurate with the new ball. They bowled with discipline and class. In the middle overs, Bilal was taking wickets for fun. Run out was this was the close one.
It was, yeah. Probably out, actually, if you look at the very, very slow-mo. I think it was just on the line. But Corey, this is a big moment, wasn't it? Because he's coming off back-to-back 50s. It was Sahil Zadran that was able to take the catch and did his own work. And then 1 became 2 as we saw Darshana is running straight past 1. And then there was this bit of a flat spot, wasn't there? That Norway just weren't able to break the shackles. That's bizarre bit of fielding from Safi, the old step over. Brilliant catch from Chima. I think it was excellent behind the stumps for Austria in this innings. Kogiani came on late in the piece, but it was this fight back, wasn't it? Engineered by Ibrahim Rahimi. Again, he was slow early in his innings, but he turned it around, finished on 48. And just checking, 48 is his final score. He's run out. But that one went straight through the hands, went for 6. We saw Kama Mushtaq get castled there. But really, all things said and done, and Norway probably playing from slightly behind here, but certainly with puncher's chance or better of holding on to the trophy.
And this total, they'll be confident to defend, that's for sure. Even the Austrian batters will face a little bit of music because their weather has changed dramatically, but their batters are in form. Remember, the last time Austria batted, they scored 224, and this is 150 on the board. So
So something within their reach.
Yeah, definitely. But also, I think Norway would feel that they can defend this, just like Austria would feel they can chase this. And that's always a sign that the game is in the balance, isn't it? In any form of the game. Norway finished 149 for 8 then, and although no one scored a half century, Rahimi scored 48 important late runs before he was run out off the last ball. 28 for Wally Gori in there, and double figures for Darshana, as well as the openers Chowdhury Akram and Kaiser Ahmed. As far as the bowling went, well, 3 for 21. Bilal Zalmai once again amongst the wickets, and he's got to be right up there for MVP calculations. Mohammad Zalmai with 1 for 29. Akib Iqbal 1 for 34. Sahil Zadran 1 for 23. And Karan Beer, just the 1 over, 1 for 8, did finish with that wicket of Kamar Mushtaq. So we'll take a break and we'll come back in around about 10 minutes time. More like 15 minutes time, actually. Slightly longer break here in the T20s. And, well, it's all to play for. You couldn't hope for better. We go down to the last innings of the last match to decide who wins the trophy. So Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with Shoban Garnaik. We'll take a break, see the other side of it, for the exciting conclusion of the Men's CE Cup T20I.
just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Let's live our dream.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet. Hello, welcome back. Great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. This is the CE Cup 2025, and in the men's edition, it's going right down to the last innings of this three-day T20I series, with Austria going out to chase 150 for victory. Norway batting first after winning the toss here in match 6, scoring 149. And the basic situation is Austria, they're 2 points behind Norway on the table. If Austria to win here, they would tie Norway on 3 wins, but because of Austria's superior net run rate, they would lift the CE Cup here. So basically what you're seeing is a final of a tournament that wasn't meant to have a final, but it's just worked out that way. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Great to be with you wherever you're watching from around the world. So hello to everyone in the chat, just dropping back in there. Hello to Steve Muha, good to see you as well, watching from Arkansas. Dave B's in there as well. I know plenty happening in Hornchurch as well, where the runs are still flowing. But this game is very much anybody's at the moment. Austria, for me, they're slight favourites. I think they'll be in the 50s. I haven't seen what the supercomputer thinks just yet. But 150 to win, but against a talented and spirited Norwegian attack. And in this game yesterday, let's not forget that Austria weren't able to make this many. And it was a similar, though not quite as onerous target. Come back to that in a second, but it's going to be Shinwari, the vibrant left armour, to get us going. 150 for Austria to win. It's going to start with a slam from Karen Beer over the top. Wow, that's one way to start. Cuatro carreras. Bit of a loosener, to be honest, from she didn't have the kind of zip to which we're accustomed from the big left armour. Karen Beer pulls it with power and panache. Yeah. When Austria played Norway, it was yesterday. Norway set them 160, and Austria finished with 137 on the chase. So Austria will have to make more than they made last time. Certainly an interesting first innings with ebbs and flows. Bilal Zalma is at the non-strikers end, having a brilliant tournament for Austria. Comeback ball from Shinwari. He digs it in a bit. Can't be keen to get the front foot. Maybe a bit of an adjustment. That might be one of those times that the batter was expecting something full after the short ball got pulled away. The throw actually hit Bilal's bat. He doesn't run, but he's not too happy about the ball being thrown, I think. There's a few conversations flying around. Bit of tension in this one early. Full toss, punch through the gap. That'll be 4 more. So Karen Beer, it's off to a good start. Power play all important for Austria. 2 boundaries in the first 3 balls. He's a big man, isn't he? Karen Beer Singh became the first player in ECS cricket to hit back-to-back centuries. Did that for his club, the Vienna Eagles. And he's a man mountain at the crease. Somebody that Norway want to get rid of sooner rather than later. Again, heavy length. Karen Beer just sits back, relaxes, and strokes it through that offside gap. Another runs. Still think he's been too short here. Shinwari hasn't really gotten the ball to dance around, or hasn't really challenged Karen Beer for bounce. So 3 boundaries in the first 4 balls. Got to get it up there. Karen Beer's waiting for it. Better length this time, but Karen Beer, he's going to work this off his pads and he gets 4 more. So 4 out of 5. Well, it might be a slightly less than perfect Uber review. I think 4 out of 5 is pretty good when you're starting a T20 innings in the deciding game of a series. just noticed from Dave, apparently Havering have made 10 changes from their team in the ECS London. I want to see if Kroom's in. Nice ball the over. Again, had more success, I think, when he pitched up. That could have been gone, you know. Will be the end of the over 16 without loss. Let's have a look. Slow this down. Would this have been out? I think so, you know. Whether it would have been given out or not, I'm not so sure. But Bilal goes very close to being run out before he's even faced a ball. And at the end of the first over, it's 16 without loss. Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo. And joining me once again is Shoban Ganak. Shoban, welcome back. And Austria, dream start for them in the chase.
That's what everybody expected from Karamveer Singh, the leading run scorer in this tournament. He's already scored, he's scoring at an average of over 50. And he has hit 12 sixes in this tournament. So records galore. But the first over, the kind of impact he has left, everybody is just somehow not able to believe what is this happening, because we saw in the opposite end, when Norway was batting, they were kind of unsure about the track, but here Karamveer Singh shows the way. He's the Brock Lesnar of Austria.
That's a nice way to put it. I also think Shimwari got it slightly wrong there with his length and just kind of lost the early sparring. He'll probably get another chance next over. Right now, Vinay Ravi is going to bowl to Bilal Zalmai in over number 2. Won't get a run first up, sent back at short notice. But Ravi sat out the first game. I think that was all about management. I think they wanted him to be completely fresh for this second match. Again, the ball comes in, but I think that Karanbir was safely back. But certainly a bit of extra bite with a new ball for Norway with him back in the side. Hello to Orange Cat in the chat, who's saying, I love Norway and support Norway. Well, then you must be nervous. He goes, Austria, 82%. I don't know about that. That's a bit more one-sided than I thought. Down the leg side, don't think he's going to call this one. And Bilal kind of accepts the call, saying, okay, you've moved a little bit. Just missed the leg stump. Probably a fair call. Misses by one stump. And going to go down as a dot ball. Yeah, only the captain, Jamie Green, stayed in the team, and Havering making 10 changes. That's a record so far on ECN since we've been tracking the team changes. Oh, Bilal. There's an audacious slog sweep off the opening bowler. Ravi flashes him a smile. See, Bilal's very ambitious. He's a live by the sword, die by the sword kind of player.
Yeah, Zalmai is also a pretty fine striker himself, because he has two types of games. The first one is the 68 that he got quick fire. The second one that he played alongside Karamveer Singh, it was 35 from 34. So it shows that he has both the qualities as a batter. So if you have those kind of abilities, it just gets a little bit easier for any side to have these kind of players.
Not a great ball, this one from Ravi. This one will be called wide. So, I suppose, yeah, they'd love, we call it the double click. You know, when two batters are up and going, it doesn't really matter who's facing. I would say that Karanbir is clicking already. Early wickets the currency here. This game could change very, very quickly. Bit of attempted fancy footwork from Ravi. Don't think the Norwegian football team will be calling anytime soon. But you can see the equation there. Austria start this run chase needing 7.5 and over. Slightly ahead of it, so they have it down to about 7.2. I want it to stay around that 7s rate. Keep those wickets in hand. Late kind of dab here from Bilal. That does get through, and that'll be 4. So Zalmai off the mark. Bit of a risky one. Kind of offers it up, and he eludes the fielder and gets the boundary.
Yeah, beautiful shot. He's waited for the ball, very last minute. Just tapped it away for a boundary. Karanveer and Bilal. What a partnership. In Hindi, we call Jodi. What a Jodi from both the players.
Yeah, well, it's certainly a partnership we've seen more and more at the top of the order. think they feel Karen Beer is the kind of guy, he's not going to always come off, but when he does, he's going to get you off to a flyer. And even if he does go early, you've still got that middle order batting to come. Well, you certainly know he's not going to take a backward step. He still has that T10 style approach, actually, which permeates his T20 outlook. Ravi with a comeback. That's a decent looking pull shot from Bilal. That's going to be 4. Pulls it away, swivels on it in front of square. Back-to-back boundaries for Austria.
Beautiful shot again. Waited for the ball again and timed it to perfection. The important thing about is this, at the end, he rolls his wrist as well. Even though it was slightly uppish, he was under control. He didn't go at the ball. He just waited for the ball to come. And he's batting with sunglasses. I love batters with Have you seen any of that?
It happens. I mean, there are some players that I think they just feel more comfortable having, and sometimes they're the transition kind of lenses as well. So when there's the UV light, they'll go a bit darker, and if not, they'll go a bit lighter. I've seen Bilal, something he wears all the time when he's playing, so obviously comfortable. But Sanku Gurusinghe from Sri Lanka was one of the first players to bat in sunglasses, and he would even bat in night games with the sunglasses for Sri Lanka. There's a blast from the past.
I've seen the Universe boss, Chris Gale, doing that.
Definitely wears them in the change rooms. Last ball, the second over here. He walks at it to Bilal. He's going to carve that one away for 4 more. So Austria looking strong, but it's early days. Austria winning the early exchanges. 29 without loss after 2.
A stupendous shot. He's just playing with the field. He's batting like a maestro here. One, just tap. The second one, pull. The third one, using his feet. It's such a pleasing to the eye. Brilliant cricket from both these batters. 2 overs, 29 for no loss. They're going bonkers here. The target is 150. Clouds, no cloud, doesn't matter. That's the only way they're going to play. While Norway, 3 out of 3. But right now, Austria, the way they're playing, they're definitely chasing that trophy for sure. The Central Europe Cup.
I'm lucky that I suppose we've been able to broadcast it in the last couple of years, but I think it's a really good thing that we have the CE Cup around the ECS window here, which allows us to do it on ECN. We even had some bonus cricket from Prague when the women took on Cyprus in a 5-match T20IW at the start of May. But yeah, it's got its own traditions, the CE Cup, and I love it that even countries now that aren't necessarily in Central Europe are getting involved, like Norway. But yeah, it's a real festival of cricket here. And it's only just getting started. Kamal Mushtaq to get the 3rd over, so they decide to make a change straight away. They go away from Shinwari. Interesting. I suppose he did get whacked around a bit by Karanbir Singh. But that's a bit of a... It's almost like you've pulled the teeth out of the tiger. The fact you've got ahead of Shinwari. And Kamar bowling earlier than he would have planned on.
It would have been better off keeping Senwari, the kind of performance he has put in the previous game, ball swinging in. You need to show a little bit of trust in your fast bowler. Yes, any bowler can go to fence in this kind of format, but still sticking to your guns. Maybe they have gone to plan B.
Yeah, definitely plan B. Again, we don't know how Shinwari is feeling. Maybe he's pulled up a bit sore. It just didn't seem himself in that first over, but he was met with some aggression from the other end. Fraction short, and hit, and hit. It's going to go down, in fact, down there at deep square leg. Bilal, he kind of played into the trap there, went after the shot. Check it out in the replay. But Bilal survives. Mushtaq will be disappointed that didn't go to hand.
Again, that crack off the bat. He's seeing the ball pretty close. And for Austria, they need him at the crease because this opening partnership is the key to this chase.
Now Karanbir working away for a single. They're ahead. They've got the flyer that they wanted. Maybe hoping at the end of the power play they can get this down to run a ball and then you can bat within yourself a little bit. I know Austria, a bit like Norway, they've got a lot of guys that I think they quite like the T10 format. And they can play that brand of cricket that's kind of all guns blazing, but they also have gears. And I think Now, Austria have the batting to kind of cruise at run a ball, make it really tough for Norway to get back into the game.
Mushtaq is in the firing line. How will he respond? That's a huge question.
He responds by pitching up, and respected by Bilal. Plays it with a straight bat. So how do you think this game is going? Let us know in the chat. ECN European Cricket Network. He might be double screening. I know that Kroom might be underweight over there in Hornchurch, which means I'm going to have to double screen as well. If there's a chance Kroom will be bowling again. I'd call him a bit more of a more refined Pavel Florin, Kroom. One of our super fans that made his debut yesterday. Lucky hits that. Oh, geez, that could have been close. Throws seem to take forever to come in. And they will get through for a single. Bilal just took off there, but lucky he jammed the bat down because that one was heading for the stumps. Okay, I've got some news. Looks like Havering are bowling first, so I'm definitely double screening now. I can do two things at once. One of the things I've had to learn with this job is how to multitask.
You can.
I can, and I will. Kroom took a wicket yesterday, and he took a catch. Flirts at this one. Yeah, it's Karan Beer. So, hey, change is as good as a holiday. Mushtaq only goes for 3 in the over. And there's a leg by in there as well. But after 3 overs, Austria are 33 without loss.
Yeah, big over there from Mushtaq. The over that can bring back his team. Because 3 overs, 33 for no loss. It was looking an one-sided affair before this over. But then he has been bowling really, really nice line and lengths. Fast bowler at its peak. Now it'll be Ravi. The first over has been expensive. How will he react to this kind of a challenge? Because Bilal Zalmai is a little bit different when it comes to Karanveer. Karanveer sees the ball, hits the ball. Bilal is much more assured, measured in his shots. Use more of his mind than power.
I think it also depends on his mood, though, with Bilal. He's still got that little bit of the crazy that he can't untrain. It's just it's part of who he is. It's also what makes him such a dangerous player. And let's have a look as he faces up. Vinay Ravi to get a second over. His first one went for 13. Tries to take it on down the ground, gets enough to get it over mid-on, and that will run away for 4 more. So the good start continues for Team Austria.
Sensible from the right-hander. The ball is pitched up, slightly in the good length region, even though he didn't get all of it, but somehow he just went through the shot. The swing was okay. That just helped him to get the boundary. So he has shots for every ball, it feels like. He's a multi-dimensional cricketer. He has a pull, he has a cut, he has a drive, he has a straight on drive. Good to have. Good man. This man definitely can bat.
Yeah, definitely got to be in the MVP reckoning after his performances with bat and ball this week. And now he's going to smash this one. He walks, he dances, he launches it into the P's. Maximo! And maybe the shot of the day so far by Bilal Zalmai.
Yeah, one of the contenders for the shot of the day. The use of the feet is very important in this shot. Timing to perfection, watching the ball to the very last moment, and the head and the eye was well synchronized. And it was kind of blistering shot from Zalmai. You talked about his aggressive nature. 24 from 11, strike rate over 200.
Yeah, that's a very, very good shot against a good bowler as well.
He's quite measured when he plays those shots. He's not looking to really butcher that delivery. He's trying to use his technique, little bit of extension of defense. Maybe in the mold of he has this foundation.
Yeah, well, they need to do something quickly. I think they might just turn to spin in the power play as well, be another option, but that means they're using up the new ball. Probably not that new anymore after the first 3 overs we've had, but yeah, I wonder if they will turn to, yeah, maybe some left arm spin. You've got Palmer there as an option. But yeah, nothing seems to work so far for Austria. Comeback ball though for Ravi. Now he's going to work it round the corner. It's going, and I think that's gone all the way. Maximo! And once again, Bilal seems to be one step ahead. He kind of stays back time. Often when you go and you drive down the ground, the bowler will go a bit shorter next ball to stop it happening again, but Bilal one step ahead. Swats it away behind square for 6.
Ravi is a little flustered here. Yes, the captain is going. Kaiser Ahmed having a talk with the fast bowler. And he's bowling 2 ends of the wicket, so it's not really ideal for any captain to set a field because he's bowling full, he's bowling short. Now the skipper is really, he doesn't know what to do. And Zalmai, like a proper maestro, is just orchestrating this chase.
I often feel someone's in charge, batter or bowler, and this has the feeling of Bilal being in charge of this contest. He just seems one step ahead. Bowler's always got the right to reply though, and here it is from Vinay. That's a pretty good comeback actually. Bilal backs away slightly. Can't reach this ball, which was just inside the tram line.
Had a little bit of room there. If Bilal would have been in his position, this ball would have also gone to the boundary because this was a hittable delivery.
This is T10 type stuff. This is with the boundaries back an extra 10 metres compared to ECN cricket as well. They are flying. This is chopped into the ground, rare dot ball. But yeah, they're going at kind of 13 and over pace, which is a kind of normal pace for ECS T10 cricket. I think Ravi, you probably got to give him a spell after this as well. I wonder who you turn to. Do you go? I probably would try spin. I think you just got to try and change the rhythm of this game because it's all one-way traffic at the moment. Oh, probably too wide. Maybe not. Bilal's asking, hey, what are you talking about? He feels this was over his head. I actually felt it was over his head. Let's have a look at it. Am I crazy? Oh, that's a huge wide. Bilal, he might never be 6'6", but they treated him like he was there. And that's the end of the 5th over. The score is 49 without loss. Ravi gets away with one. Last ball. But yeah, it gives us a chance to just remind you what's happening in the ECN universe with Hornchurch happening, of course, at the moment, and then also with the ECS coming up here next week. I'll be in Finland as well. So yeah, keep your eye on our website. By the way, our website now has a calendar feature. Now this is something they've added, and it's great. I might even drop the link in the chat because I know we show it all the time, but yeah, you'll get to see exactly what our plans are. They can change, but I think we're pretty good now at planning in advance, and if there are changes, we'll just communicate them to you. Here's Mushtaq getting a second over. It's in the air, but it's over the top. Kind of plugs a little bit, so it may not go for 4, but it does. He offers the boot. Norway, they've been so professional in the field so far. That's one I think you've got to try and pull it back. Instead, he tries to hit, and the result's 4 more runs to Karambir Singh.
Yeah, things are going in Austria's favour, that's for sure. 2 end of the bat. I mean, very few chances of going to the boundary, but when it's your day, it's your day. So Karambir just riding his luck. Both the batters striking above 200. These are danger signs for the bowling side.
Well, gets one to keep a bit low there. It seems the pitch isn't playing any tricks in the second innings. I don't know if it's just a mental thing, a mindset thing. Yeah, you're right. Both these two going at that kind of 200 strike rate that'll comfortably see them home.
He just pins his opponents down. Karambir Singh. Norway look shell-shocked.
Yeah, under 100 runs already, and they pretty much do have it down to that run of ball. That's well bowled. That's well bowled. It takes off a bit. There's the bit of the extra bounce. Karambir really, this is a loose shot. Trying to get on that front foot, premeditating, I think. Thing is, if he did hit this, unless it's a very thin edge, it's probably flying for 4 because there's no deep third back. So maybe it's lucky for Kamari doesn't find the edge.
The old adage, when you swing hard.
It certainly was holding up his end of the bargain. Oh, plays it super late, chops it over the stumps. I have some breaking news, everybody. The breaking news is Kroom is bowling and he's already picked up a wicket. Now, Kroom's bowling, I would describe as right arm very slow. Yeah, you've just seen it, but wait, because the first one was only 1 run. But I'm looking forward because I have it on good authority. He's picked up a wicket in his first over. So Mushtaq trying to break this opening partnership. It's already gone past 50. We're only in the 5th over. Another good win, mini win for Kamar. Probably one he should be trying to hit over cover, but it's not really a natural zone for him. All right, I'm going to call Kroom's wicket in. There he goes. Huge, huge hit, but I think it's straight down. What a catch taken down there on the boundary. Wow, that is some sort of catch down there. And Kroom has 2 ECN wickets now. It was Jack Flowers that took the catch. And yes, I can commentate 2 games at once.
Beautiful deception from the bowler.
That was good. And they've switched to green today, the Havering 11 I've noticed as well. Nice ball, the 5th. Or not. That'll be a wide down the leg side to Kroom. Figures of 1 for 9 off his over. I'm going to try and get into this chat, this other chat. But, yeah, Hamza Ahmed, he got for 36 off 15. So he's a top order batter that he's got.
That's incredible. With that kind of action, if you are able to generate
he's actually
wickets.
very accurate. I know he's not listening right now because he's playing. Anyway, back here, Mushtaq, he's holding his own here. Last ball, the 5th. That one takes off as well. Will be a wide. I think catches the line and maybe a little bit outside of the line. Again, he's getting good carry here. He's just in rhythm. And as much as Shinwari was out of rhythm, I think Mushtaq is in rhythm. Have a look. It actually bounces off the pitch a bit right to left. I think that's a fair call.
A lot of room on the offside. But Mushtaq has to be slightly careful. He's bowled the first over pretty well. The second over, he's just about to finish. Sometimes the final delivery can spoil the entire spell.
I'd be happy to see the last one out. Mushtaq does go for a 4 first ball, but doesn't concede a run off the bat after that. 6 off the over, and Austria are 55 without loss after 5. And we can even look a bit further ahead to the ECC, which will feature Norway and Austria in the Premier Division. Czechia are in the Challenger Division. They'll be hoping to win their way out of that and join the big boys again. But that starts the 25th of September, runs for 3.5 weeks actually through our 5-week Kantama window there, which includes the Western and the Meltle Shields. And you can join me and all the gang for all the action starting on Thursday the 25th and running all the way through to the 18th of October. It will start and finish. Whoa, what's going on here? Well, we have issues sometimes in Malta with the archery range around the corner, and we worry that we do we hit some balls over there. I'd love to know where they're aiming. Isn't that unreasonably close to us? All right, where's the field? That must be in the very back corner there. Well, Bilal leans on this. This is very pretty, but where's the fielder over there? There's no long off. There's no mid off. There's just open space. And he punches it for a boundary. Shinwari switching to top end.
Bilal oozing with confidence, full face of the bat. The best shot so far for me in this innings. Just holding the pose for the photographers. And many will say that you have to slog it in T20 cricket. But Bilal, with this kind of batting performance, has been quite a genius so far.
Bilal, rare missed time from him. And he still will get through for a single. I've just watched Kroom, the ball after the wicket. He's come and he's wiped himself out with a caught and bowled. I know there's probably a lot of people tuned in over there at the moment. But, yeah, what a wipeout that is. You gotta love a cult figure. Kroom's, I still can't believe he's quite playing the tournament. He was last minute call up as well.
What accent is
England.
that?
2 games at once. Slower ball. And Beer a little bit off the boil recently. Thing is, watching the last, I'm still catching up, but I know his last ball must go for 6 because there's 9 off the over. And thank you. How close was it? Oh no. Oh no, it was a drop catch. Oh, he should have had 3 wickets in the over. Oh, I couldn't hit the target. How exciting. Can be a spectator and a commentator all at once. I love it. Only on ECN. That time it does beat him for a bit of bounce, so he seems to be getting a bit more out of this end, is Shinwari. Right now, Norway, no chance, but they certainly faded at 6 or 7%.
But this action will go viral on Instagram tomorrow for sure.
You think so? You think
yes.
Kroom's got viral potential?
Yes, absolutely. It'll be all over the world.
Yeah, I think you'll enjoy that too. By admission, he's a social cricketer. That's how he says, and he bats number 11, which he says is too high. Well, Karen Beer gets one a bit short, and he puts it over the rope. Maximo! Shinwari, it's just been a bit of an off game for him. Again, he bangs it halfway down. Karen Beer stands. He delivers. And Austria just still on a heater.
A short delivery just sat up for Karamveer Singh to put away. Another ferocious pull there. Shinwari going for the cleaners. That's why we say cricket is a great leveler. He used to swing it in, take wickets for fun against Czechia. Now against a little bit better batting side, you know your potential.
Well, I don't know if he doesn't have the confidence the ball will swing or straighten down the line, but he's not going to get the ball to swing bowl in the length he's been bowling. So that's the end of the 6 over power play, and Austria clickety-click 66 without loss. Cruising at the moment. They have it down to a run of ball required for the CE Cup.
Yes.
Right. So I'm looking to see if Kroom surely gets another over.
So
Okay. I think we're already in the 2nd over. Just judging by the numbers, it hasn't gone as well. So this is the beauty of ECN cricket as well. You can go back and you can catch up. All right, so here's Kroom's first ball of his 2nd over. It's pulled away. It's missed field for 4. It has not helped him out. To be fair, that's who took the catch off him, Jack. And there's 4 runs to start the over. Here's the 2nd ball. Slow one. This one is fielded. Maybe fielded it with his foot. You'll love the ECS when we get into it. You'll never commentate anything like ECS cricket.
Never.
Here's the 3rd ball. Looks like smash for 6 down the ground. You'll get over it. Here's the next ball. And, yeah, Kroom. Entertaining all day. I mean, he's kind of one of our super fans. So that's why everyone's keen to see him do well. We've just seen him get hit for another big 6. So it's gone from 1 for 9 to 1 to 26 1 for 26 pretty quickly. That cut's going to get around the fielder. And that was Darshana there, who couldn't make the stop. And it's going to be 4 more. Zalmai wheeling and steering Oz to the cup. This opening partnership. Meanwhile, back in Hornchurch, Kroom tosses one up, gets dragged, and I think that's going to be 6 more as well. It's 70 on the board here. Gets good loop. He's actually pretty accurate, right?
Yeah, with that action, it's pretty hard to be accurate.
It's 1 more ball to go. Meanwhile, this is going to be hit hard. Well fielded out there. Zalmai will retain the ascendancy. Austria 98% at the moment. Okay, so Kroom's last ball. Hit up, any chance? Nope, that's 6 more. So how many went off that over?
Someone in the back.
So he ended up going for... Okay, so he had 9 in his first over. He went for 29 in his second. That's ECN cricket. Anyway, Karen Beer.
That's bowling like...
back.
Yeah, you have 0.25x on YouTube, the speed. So he's bowling that way.
Yeah, that's what it seems like. So you can speed him up if you want. Anyway, here's Palmer trying him now, so they do go to spin. Oh, it's a hatless Beer that muscles this one up and out of the ground. There's that raw power once again. Walking stick 77 Austria with another Maximal.
That's a great. It was there, and Karamveer Singh shows his Punjabi power.
Yeah. Well struck, yeah. Punjabi power, you could call it that. That's for sure. Yeah, is that the archers in the background? I think they're having to get out the way now because they're a bit worried they're going to get hit by a Karanveer bomb. Come back from Palmer, pulls the length back slightly. They'll get through for a single, but they've got it right down where they want it. Maybe the supercomputer knew something we didn't. I had an advantage Austria, but a slight advantage. The supercomputer had them up in the 80% at the very first ball, the second innings. This little dance step from Palmer that we noticed in his action. This is pulled away, and it's going to be taken well. What a piece of fielding. Check this one out. An unbelievable catch, and Zalmai is going to have to go. It will be Palmer with the breakthrough. It's an astonishing catch, actually, out there. Let's have a look. He has to back. Initially steps in, but he takes a kind of goalkeeper style. Just stops himself in time. So Zalmai will be the first to fall. The change to spin has immediate effects as Bilal is caught on the boundary for 40. And the score is 78 for 1, the end of 7 overs as well. But yeah, it's always tough there when you're on the boundary to pick it up off the bat, whether you're coming in, whether you're going back. But in the end, it was well held. And after 7 overs, it's 78 for 1. Come on, Mushtaq down there. We saw him taking a catch as a sub earlier. Now he's in the side. Takes a well-judged one.
What an anti-climax there. Everybody expecting him to go for that big shot. But 7 overs, 78 for 1. Supercomputer says it's 96% in favor of Austria. That's for sure. At this point in time, 72 from 78. Karamveer Singh is also dictating terms.
Rasmus Shigarwal comes out at 3 as well. He's a natural number 3. I know we've seen him batting a little bit lower at times, but I think he looked in good form yesterday. Class player. You saw him playing for Team Europe in the Western Shield earlier in the year. I know it was tough in that time, in that side to get too much airtime, but certainly a player we've been watching for a number of years.
Darshana is the new bowler. So it's going to be interesting how he fares up against this huge challenge. Karamveer Singh must be looking forward to this challenge because it's 72. He must be thinking, okay, maybe 12 sixes. He has already hit 12 sixes in this tournament. So don't mind, maybe.
Yeah, and Raz, he's another guy that can play a lot of aggressive cricket, but he's a bit more of your... Yeah, he can be measured with his aggression. I think it makes sense you bat him in this situation. But right now it's Karanveer on strike, and they go double spin now with Darshana. And gets the first one pretty much on the money. Gets a bit of turn there as well, I think.
Coming back in, slight. But it's in, the matchup is in favor of Karamveer Singh.
Well, he's seen enough of Darshana, and this one is hammered over the mid-wicket region. Maximal! Karanveer, we started with a pretty decisive knock. Looks like he's finishing his challenge kind of a ball from Darshana. Karanveer up to the challenge.
Yeah, that's a gigantic 6. Important to know is that he just waited for that delivery and it let it spin a bit, and he has the power just to put it away. And it has gone a long way. They're still not able to find the ball.
These are 6s on any ground as well. Karanveer. Oh, we've got the search party out. This is one thing that I think the players would much prefer to the T10 style, just throw another ball on. I think you work a bit harder in T20 to keep the same ball. But yeah, the old stomp method, what a difference a day makes. I mean, Austria went down to Norway yesterday, but looks like they're turning the tables here. But look, still plenty of cricket to be played. We know we've seen some middle order collapses, haven't we, in this series, but Austria is certainly cruising at the moment. They've tried spin. Okay, that picked up the wicket, but obviously Dashana off spin to 2 right-handers. A matchup that Karambir like, that's for sure.
Earlier I mentioned him with Brock Lesnar. Do you also watch a little bit of American wrestling? WWE?
You mean the WWE?
Yeah.
I mean, I used to be right into it when I was growing up. Probably haven't had too much time to follow it lately. But okay, we'll come to that in a second. There's Dashana. This time gets cut. That's into the gap as well. 4 more. Karambir flying. 44 not out and kicking. So are you a bit of a wrestling fan?
Yes.
Okay, so you should have mentioned this earlier when I asked you. Tell us some of your non-cricketing.
Something which don't people know.
Yeah, some people might not know. Okay. Do you have a favourite wrestler then?
Undertaker, yes.
Undertaker. See, back in the day, Hulk Hogan was all the rage when I was growing up. Got a few controversial opinions that have been throwing around since, but let's just take it back.
The Great American.
It was Andre the Giant, the Ultimate Warrior. Go back and see some of that early stuff. I got to. Okay, this is a bit off the track. Ball that's kind of tram line. Karambir goes after it, won't get a run. The first ever kind of mixed martial arts. It used to be on VHS. I used to get it out from the video shop. Now, for you, I'll explain what a video shop is, but it would be where you'd go and, you know, hire these cassettes to watch at home. Seems in a good place here, Karambir, at the moment. He's being pretty selective, happy to take the one there, going after the one he thinks he can get after. But the first ever MMA, or you call it, whatever you want to call it, and they literally had like a boxer, a kickboxer, like a taekwondo champion, a sumo wrestler. And they said, all right, let's see who wins. It was literally that. It was just, you know, they had certain rules, but there weren't many. And I don't want to be too graphic, but anyway, it's the end of the 8th over. 89 for 1. Austria still cruising. Dashana goes for 11 in that 8th. But some of the early fights were kind of brutal. Like they had basically a jiu-jitsu master against a sumo wrestler who was massive. Yeah. And before the poor sumo wrestler could move, he lost his teeth. He just got, he just, you know. But I think that is eventually what evolved into what's now like big business in mixed martial arts.
Yeah.
I suppose, you know, wrestling is loved for its theatre and its storylines, but mixed martial arts has tried to capture that. Yeah, kind of expanded from, I suppose, it's the new boxing, really. I know boxing's still around and it's pretty well followed, but yeah, the MMA's huge. I know it was here in Czechia a little while ago. Everyone's watching it. And yeah, it's a classic blood sport, though, isn't it? Sometimes it can be uncomfortable to watch.
Yeah, pretty authentic.
Yeah, it's going to be hit into the gap as well. So Karambir moves to 49. A bit of a teaser for the fielder. It really seems like nothing can stop the Austrian innings at the moment.
He's seeing the ball like a football. A lot of grace and poise there from Karambir Singh. He says you have a lot of style as well. It's not all about power. One shot of the 50, a well-deserved one if he gets this delivery.
Well, he doesn't want one, he wants more, and he's going to get more. Maximal! Karambir with a half-century in this deciding game of the CE Cup. He brings up the milestone off 10 balls.
That's a massive hit. Short delivery with no real venom on it. And Karambir says, thank you very much. Prague has been so kind to me. And he's just leading this outfit pretty nicely here. Austria 99 for 1. And he's the leading run scorer as well. And I'm pretty sure he must have hit at least 16 sixes in this tournament. Can you imagine?
Making a late run for MVP as well, isn't he? You would say maybe it's between Karambir and Bilal, the two opening pals. That'll bring up the 100. That one goes down the leg side. Karambir, like I said, seems in a good place to the spinners. Not going after everything, but yeah, when he does, he goes after it. It's normally because he feels the ball's in his zone.
Interesting, Vinny, he hasn't been the man of the match in any of, or the player of the match in any of the games.
Yeah, maybe been a bit unlucky a couple of times, but that would be, I mean, it'd be odds on here at the moment. Although having said that, Bilal, he made 40 off 20 and 3 wickets. So Bilal's had this knack of just snaking in and winning it just for Austria. Not that they'll mind, of course, it's a team game. That one pushed through a little bit. Shigawal, he's going to get 4. The wheels have fallen off Norway now. A little bit of the Tortuga around the fielder. And the results 4 more. Nothing going right.
Yeah, the floodgates have opened. Again, short delivery, goes back using the depth of the crease. Oh dear. If your day is bad, it's just getting worse for Norwegian side. They have no answers to this brutal batting chase from the Austrian side. This time Shigiwal, a very good way to get off the mark. Even Anil Parmar is at the receiving end, having bowling so well in this tournament.
Well, it's a confidence game, isn't it, really? It's breaking news from England as well. We've had, let's just say, quite an uncomfortable injury that's been sustained. And Tina's alerted me. Let's just say, hit him halfway up and halfway down. Palmer, decent comeback, but really hard to find a realistic path back for Norway now. Austria, after only 9 overs, a 107 for 1.
Oh dear.
I've never seen that kind of injury result in a 10-minute delay before he was carried off the pitch. Normally in that area, and you can guess the area we're talking about, you know, couple of minutes tops. They distract you by bending your legs and a few things.
Yeah.
I'm going to have a look at this at normal speed now. Oh dear, that's not good. And I think that's actually, I think that's the captain who's gone down. That's Jamie Green. He was the only player that kept his spot in their 11.
Actually, there was a stat. There was a stat in some website I read, and it said Fab du Plessis is the only cricketer that has been hit in that part for the most number of times.
Oh no, that's the kind of information that he wouldn't want his medical insurer to know, for example. Is that right? There's a stat on how many box hits.
Yes.
Oh, I hope they're box hits. Oh dear. I might have to.
Because of his batting stance and.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Livingston, I think, got hit twice in a row. That was unholy. Playing for the Scorchers, I think, in the Big Bash League. Might have to mute my mic and listen to the commentary of this ball in a minute. But yeah, Tina, thanks for sharing that with me. A rare win as Mushtaq gets switched to the top end with Karambir Singh an absolute heater. Austria needing 43 runs for victory.
Yeah, there's a big opportunity for this young Austrian side to lift this CC 2025. Their in-form batting, dominant bowling, just helping the cause. They have a strong T20 record as well. If they win this one, I think they'll be moving up to 39 wins against 23 losses. Again, another short delivery. He's peppering Karanveer Singh with a lot of bounces. Mushtaq. There's battle of egos as well. That's for sure. Mushtaq has been one of the bowlers for the Norwegian side. He's bowled pretty well. Has been economical, while Karanveer has been the most explosive one. So it's the best against the other best. K versus Q, who's going to win this game? We're going to win this contest, in fact. Well disguised slow delivery. Very well played from Karanveer Singh.
They just need 42 from 63. The required run rate currently sits at 4. It's just like a walk in a park.
Yeah, I can confirm that was a pretty funny but nasty looking injury in England. Now I've had a closer look. But anyway, 42 to win, 63 balls to get them. They basically need 9 wickets from here. Need to precipitate a collapse. Chigawal, just the man you want for the job if you're an Austrian fan. And this one does come back and maybe stays a little bit low on him. Kamamwishtuk's been excellent here. Missed out on the 11 earlier. He's come back looking pretty fresh with the ball. He's looked about as likely as anyone to take a wicket.
And Mustaq has this action as well, where he just, at the very last moment, he just snaps his wrist. He just helps on this kind of a surface, where he's keeping a little bit down, a little bit up. You're not fairly sure which ball is going to rise, which ball is going to come low. So you have to be pretty accurate.
Fraction short, Chigawal jumps over it. He'll get a boundary. All seems academic now. Raz just leaned into that one. You can see he didn't really have to move the feet too much. The length that was there comfortably worked behind square for 4 runs.
Yeah, as Vinishan to mention, fraction short. That's the way it is. It's a game of margins. Shigiwal, a couple of boundaries, couple of impressive boundaries. He's just come out of the crease. It doesn't look like maybe he's just come out of the nets, it feels. Every shot he plays has some kind of accuracy or clarity.
Another nice little work away from Chigawal. We'll take one. That'll take us to the 10 over drinks break. And Austria probably feel they won't need one because they've got all the running right now. 113 for 1 after 10. Just a reminder that we have cricket happening right now, and in fact we're not too far away from the end of the day there. 1.5 games to go. So Old Brentwood's take on Gargan in the first game, and that's actually already finished with pretty interesting results. They're high scoring results, but tomorrow will be the last day of qualifying. Right now you've got Old Brentwoods versus Havering 11, and I have heard that Havering 11 have won the toss in match 35 against East Londoners and will be bowling first. So I'll be tuning into that after we get done tonight, and then tomorrow I'll be back. And Danny Hudicek will be with me for the first day of the Women's CE Cup. The hosts, Czechia, taking on Gibraltar. Again, Czechia hoping for their first ever win in T20I cricket. They've got 4 chances, of course, there, 2 against Gibraltar, 2 against Austria. If you go on past results, and these are 2 teams that Czechia have played before in T20I cricket, it'll be tough, I think, for them. But it's all experience. I also think it's a chance for other players to make a name for themselves with a couple of players out of the Czech team. So I think it's going to be tough. But Gibraltar and Austria, I'd actually look to see if they've ever played each other in T20IW cricket, because I think that could be a very good match. Unfortunately, we don't have Gibraltar part of the ECCW, so they wouldn't have met there. But yeah, I'll have a look and let you know what I come up with. It starts at the same time. We have 10:15 local start, 13:45 in India, and then 4 hours later we should get match 2 going. Hopefully we stay on time. Going to my notes. You know, Austria, funny enough, they've played 8. They've played 50 T20IW matches already. That's quite amazing already. I mean, I know it's a few years since we saw these games recognised. But yeah, 118, lost 32. So yeah, join us then. And right now, the old cloud cover. I don't really see any rain around. Hopefully we don't have any rain around. It's not something we want to see. Tough one for Norway now. I mean, they pretty much need a miracle, but a miracle starts somewhere. You just got to try and go 1 wicket at a time. So you can break a partnership, then break another one, and kind of give Austria the heebie-jeebies, still requiring 37. Plenty of time in which to do those 37 runs.
much can change if some miracle happens here. Maybe they need a hat trick.
Yeah. Just like I said, you can only really worry about the now. And your now, if you're Norway, is to trying to get a second wicket. try and get second wicket, then worry about the next one. And obviously, Currenby is the big fish right now. He's been belting it. Shigerwal started well as well. Chowdhury Akram gets the ball for over 11. Dainty little flick away from Shigerwal. Might have been thinking about to, but probably no need with Currenby keen to take the strike. Now just checking up, Austria have never played Gibraltar in a T20I women's match. And so they will meet for the first time tomorrow. And yeah, looking forward to that. It's always like it when you have new matchups. And I actually think they match up pretty well against each other. I know the two teams pretty well. Gibraltar are defending champions of the CE Cup for women, and they won it last year. Slow ball, grunt included from Akram, but worked away for a single. So yeah, that's good. I know you'll be keeping your eye on that as well. And then of course on the weekend, it will be Gibraltar, Czechia, and Croatia in the T10s. I know Croatia were part of the CE Cup last year, which was a women's tournament as well. Erin Vuksic, I think, is a huge player for them, plays in the English system, and let's just say she's a match winner. Whereas probably the rest of the two teams, when Czechia play Croatia, are very much kind of entry-level cricketers that they're still learning their trade. Croatia played a bit lately as well. Again, kind of back of a length from Akram, and that'll get away from the fielder for 4 more. Mushtaq having a bit of a torrid time out there. The runs continue to flow for Team Austria.
Oh, again, another power-backed shot from the right-hander. The key to that shot was he was in the right position before the ball arrived, as if he knows what the bowler is going to deliver. That's the experience of the man, Shigerwal. But hey, Norway is 39th ranked. There are no pushovers, so something can definitely happen. As they say, if the fat lady sings, cannot judge a game.
Yeah, true as ever. Not over till it's over. But Austria seem to be flying to a win and a series win. And actually, you look at the fact that Austria win this game, if they do, they can thank their performances in other games, particularly their big wins over Czechia, and the fact that they got so close to Norway yesterday as well, because it's their net run rate that gets them over the line. But really, these two teams, they will finish winning the same amount of games. Each won 3 out of 4. And the slower ball, grunt included from Akram. Spooked down to the run. Yeah, so Austria, as far as them playing tomorrow, now they have played here before, but they recently played a quadrangular series in Denmark and actually finished second, losing to Denmark in the final. But they beat Norway in that series. They finished ahead of them, finished ahead of Luxembourg, so that was quadrangular series. So yeah, Austria, they've got some recent experience. Czechs obviously have had some recent experience as well as the national side, playing last month against Cyprus, but they went down 0-5 in that series. Right here, it is 120 for 1 after 11.
Also being, coaching for a little bit of time, I see Czech women or the Czech girls are much more interested and inclined towards cricket than the men. If you see the Czech national side as well, you have a lot of local flavor in that.
Yeah, definitely. And a lot of it's come out of the work with the academy, including the mum squad. And I've got some information that the Terminator, Jana Kaminkova, will be leading Czechia tomorrow for the first time in the absence of kind of regular skipper Katka Tesijikova, and also I know that Joka Kolchunova has led the side. She was leading the side in the C Cup last year, became one of the youngest captains in world sport. Actually, she captained at 16 years of age. But yeah, it'll be a tough one for the Czechs. But let's see. I mean, again, it's not all about the win; it's about improvement. Let's see if they can be competitive against two sides that are still emerging sides in their own right, but just a little bit ahead of where the Czechs are at the moment. Gibraltar, by the way, they last played a bilateral, or they last played T20I cricket in December 2024, so it's their first matches of 2025. But they've got great facilities there in Gibraltar. I've been there quite a few times. indoor-outdoor nets. They've got a great artificial wicket and artificial grass field, actually. Slower ball, Karen Beer. I suppose looks like he's battening down for the long haul at the moment to see his side home. Yeah, they played against Jersey. And actually, you remember that because it was straight after Jersey won the ECCW Challenger Division. The very next day, they had to play against Gibraltar. But Gibraltar, all out for 72. Jersey chased it down pretty comfortably.
They walked a few net sessions with Yana. Quite keen learner when it comes to learning new shots, learning new defenses. Is always in my ear asking a lot of questions. So maybe the right woman to captain this side.
Yeah.
Quite mentally strong as well.
Yeah, true. And of course, they're all speaking in Czech the whole time. That's the thing. I love it when I see the national team speaking in the language. And you do see that when you see that actually with Austria. They'll speak in German most of the time. Yeah. With the men's team I'm talking about. Yeah, you don't always see it, but you do. Spain are another side that's speaking Spanish. Yeah. So I also know that, for example, calling in Czech is a bit awkward because the word for yes is ano. But no and ano sound pretty similar. So we always thought, call yes, no, or wait. Yeah. But in Czech, it can get a bit awkward.
They also use this word called biesh. It's called go. So it's like biesh, biesh, biesh. It's like go, go, go,
yeah.
go, go,
yeah.
all the time.
See, in English, we got taught not to say go, again, because it sounds like no. But yeah, multi-language calling. I hear aja a lot. That's worked around the corner. He's actually stopped there by Palmer. Bounces off his legs for a run. Yeah, I mean, that's one thing I noticed. I was born in Australia. I played pretty much all my cricket in Australia as far as outdoor cricket and representative cricket. But there is such a big grounding in the fundamentals of calling and all that. And when I see people in European cricket series and European cricket in general, they've come from all different places and with all different levels of coaching as well. And coaching is not always proportional to talent. You see really talented people that might have never been coached a day in their life, but then they might be amazing at hitting the ball, but they might just not know how to run. Or they might just make some what I'd call elementary errors. So it's kind of one of the beauties of European cricket. It's that melting pot. End of the 12th over here, and it's 123 for one.
Yeah, we're talking about different formats. Cricket Max, if you remember, that was the format.
I've played Cricket Max.
Yeah, I was going to ask you that. How was the experience?
Yeah, I only played, I think, 1 or 2 games. I loved it. Actually, it was when I was still young. I must have been 17 when I played it, and it was playing for my club, and I was playing seniors, but I played as a bowler. But as a fielder, because it was only 8 aside, I was a whippet in the field. I remember I loved it. It just opens. It's just me. I'm not going to run. I've got so much ground to cover, and I quite enjoyed that. I played against Ryan Campbell, actually, in a Cricket Max game once. It was a long time ago, though. It's funny, though, for all these, I suppose, experimental formats of the game. So, 50 overs, or limited overs cricket, 60 and then 55, then 50 became kind of the norm. Revolutionised cricket. But then there's always this search for another format. And people forget it was kind of over 30 years from limited over internationals to then T20 internationals. In fact, more like 35, 36 years. And it's funny that the eventual third format turned out to be no real gimmicks, where they tried like max cricket and even tried stuff with 4 stumps at one point. There's all sorts of stuff they used to try, or different numbers of players. Well, Caribbean's had enough, and he's going to go up and over the top. Maybe he is in a hurry. Maximo! That one he does pick, and he whacks it over the rope. Once more to the Austrian juggernaut. Where's that slow ball? It's held back, kind of rolls out the front of the fingers. Caribbean picks it and smacks it. Yeah, so T20 is just literally a slimmed down 50 over game. Everything's in proportion. Yeah. Like the power play, or it was at least in the beginning. The amount of overs you can have, bowlers can bowl 20% of the innings, and nothing else really changed. And then it's funny that then, of course, you look for another format, and the T10 that we play has become so popular. Yeah. Again, it's half a T20. It's bowlers bowling 20% of the innings. Yeah. Power plays 15% of the innings. Yeah, it's interesting. the cricket, maybe there's enough by changing the duration of a game that changes the dynamics, that you don't need to do things like, I remember seeing the Super 8s once, you got 8 runs for a 6 instead of 6, and there's all these different rules, and having to retire batters and compulsory retirements. In the end, I think if people watch it, it sticks around. That's the thing. So if people like it, it sticks around, and there's obviously something to say for getting the dynamics right of cricket. I know they still do things like the floating power play over, and sometimes people ask us, would we consider that? But I mean, I actually don't think, you almost don't need a power play in our 10 over cricket, because already everyone's going so hard. The only reason they brought in the power play, even though it wasn't called that back in the 80s, is because everyone wasn't playing a shot for the first hour and a half, and it was pretty boring. As this will be pulled away in front of the square. Karanbir pick up a single, moves to 68. Yeah, so, and same thing with, like, you know, giving 12s or 10s for big hits.
Yeah.
Thing is, they're already trying to do big hits. You only change rules when you're trying to change behaviour. So one thing we obviously have done, and by accident at the beginning, is make the field smaller, but that does give batters the confidence that they can clear the boundaries. And then you see, they go to the slightly longer form of the game here, and they still have that confidence. I think they can clear the 60-metre boundary. Last ball of the 13th over, Chigawal will get a single here and retain the strike, as Austria 16 runs away from victory. They're 134 for 1 after 13 overs.
So yesterday, actually, somebody was asking about this ground dimensions. I was, listening on air, and I just, checked it on ESPN Cricket Info. So all the grounds which are made after 2007 can have boundaries. I mean, it's a requirement that the boundaries can't be bigger than 82.47 meters.
True.
And also, it cannot be lesser than
65 yards, so it's 59.4 metres or something like that. So call it 60.
Yeah.
So basically, I think this ground, you're looking at 60 metres from the centre of the wicket all the way around. But you're right, it's got to be basically, and generally you never see it that big. I've seen a couple, and I hope I don't see it again. But what I will say is that there are exceptions. So sometimes you can apply for an exemption. So the ground in Belgium, at the Stars Stadium Hofstade, their straight boundary is less than 60. Hofstede. Yeah, that's it. That's the one. So the straight boundary it's more like 50 because there's a fence in the way. So same. There's you can apply for an exemption and you can still get T20I status. So the idea is to kind of standardise what the minimums are, but again, I think the ICC, in the end, they want to see the cricket played.
Yeah.
Just because you're a few metres short, they don't want to take the ability to play internationals and develop the game, which I think makes perfect sense as well.
I love grounds which are small, like Eden Park, which is a straight boundary, is almost like 45 meters.
Rugby field. It is rugby field. I mean, it is an interesting one. The short boundaries wasn't a conscious choice we made on ECN, but it's something that's worked. Even though, this one might be the gap as well. That'll be 4 more. So that makes it 10 to win as Karanbir will move into this. What a knock it's been. A late run for the player of the tournament, perhaps. But yeah, our first ever tournament, the ECL in 2019. We were playing on a ground. It was actually the minimum possible dimensions for a first-class ground. And then we had to bring it in because we had all the cameras, we had everything that we needed to put in. So it was 50-metre boundary. And it just changed the dynamics in the way that the batters believed they could hit sixes, so they tried, rather than take... Oh, that one was almost a nose smasher for poor Kaiser Ahmed. A French cut. Bounces luckily over the keeper. And Austria, they're going to win this comfortably. Let's have a look. Big inside edge. And it doesn't carry anywhere close to Kaiser Ahmed. Runs away. So, yeah, just some things happen as an accident. They're happy accidents. I know sometimes the bowlers, they find it tough, and that's fair. But I will say that they have the best strike rates in T10 cricket compared to any other form of the game. They're taking a wicket every, I think, 6 or 7 balls. Something like that anyway, or 10 balls on average. As this will be 4 runs down the ground, takes them to 148. So just 2 runs to win now. So sorry, some of the best bowlers have strike rates about a wicket every 5 or 6 balls, but that's not standard. But you will see strike rates of around about 1 in every 12 balls. So every 2 overs you take a wicket as the bowler on average. So it goes both ways, I'll say, because batters are trying harder. They make more mistakes as well. All right, well, 2 to win, make that 1 to win. just before we go, talk about tomorrow. So, yeah, the Czech side, obviously down the bottom end of the rankings in T20I cricket, but they'll be trying their best, I'm sure. This one could be it. In fact, it will be it. It will be a win for Team Austria. Karen Beer stands tall and puts the last ball of the Men's CE Cup 2025 out of the ground. A Maximo to bring the tournament Austria's way. What a chase, what a performance here in match 6. And Norway were undefeated to the last game, but they have the trophy snatched out of their grasp by this Austrian side. They end up winning this one by 9 wickets.
The Austrian have definitely upsetted a lot of Norwegian fans because very few people expected them to lift this trophy. It was there, almost in the bag of Norway. They have almost stolen it. That's a brilliant win from Austria. A win that will give a lot of confidence and courage for the next tournaments. But it has been incredible batting display again by 2 batters who have performed exceedingly well. Karanveer Singh, what a start it was. Every delivery it felt like was going to the boundary. Lot of effort in playing those shots. Some brutal shots in between. That was Shanwari being hammered for 4 boundaries in the first over. Setting up the tone. Bilal was classy in the middle. He batted quite exceedingly well at the peak of his powers. Just watched the ball to the very last moment. Brilliant use of the feet every single time. And just the boundaries just came on every single time. Like all good batters, they chose their moments and they just succeeded.
Yeah, I mean, they never recovered from getting pounded in the start, Norway. I don't know if it was fatigue. I don't think they would say that. I mean, they did play back-to-back here. There's a lot of mutual respect between these two teams as well. I think they are pretty evenly matched in the end. Let's be honest, they split their matches 1-1 when they played. And Austria, yeah, even to be fair, out of their 2 matches, Austria's win was bigger, I think, than Norway's win yesterday. So I think they even win the battle between these 2 teams. But Austria, with those big wins over Czechia, had the superior net run rate even from the get-go here. But Shigawal came out, and I mentioned he was probably an ideal player to come out at number 3. He's got a good temperament and he just kind of knew his role, just kind of stay unobtrusive to just keep the score ticking along. Karen Beer, he was in the kind of mood where he's pretty hard to bowl to, and even that one went his way. French cut it over the keeper for 4 runs. The writing was on the wall. I think everyone could read it as the runs dried up for Norway, and Karen Beer slams the last ball over the ropes for a big 6. That one's into the P's. And yes, please, it's Austria winning the Central Europe Cup for men in 2025. And they recover from that loss yesterday to win the trophy, getting their revenge on this very, very talented Norwegian side. Looking at the scorecard, 86 for Karen Beer Singh was probably cost a century only by the fact that they were only chasing 150. Scored that off 48 balls and was dominant out there. Put his foot down from the very start. 6 sixes, 10 fours in his innings. Bilal was important once again. So probably the 2 MVP chances, Karen Beer and Bilal, you would say. Bilal finished with a score of 40. And Shigawal, 22 or 15, played his role to perfection, hit 3 boundaries in there. We didn't even see batters like Keep Iqbal, for example, and Zishan Arifu came into the lineup, weren't required. Just that 1 wicket for Palmer, but no one had a great time. We'll say Kamal Mushtaq went against the grain. He only conceded 4.5 and over. None for 18 off his 4 overs, so he was probably the best of the bowlers for me. Now, we'll say that we will show a brief trophy ceremony, and that'll be at the end of this broadcast. You might have to wait a little while before that goes to air, but if you do want to stay with us, you can show, you can have a look at that trophy ceremony, and we'll find out who's the MVP of the tournament. I will remind you that England is ongoing. If you'd like to tune in, they are towards the end of the 4th game there, and I think Havering 11 batting right now, but still a full game to go there that starts in around about 45 minutes time. So I want to remind everyone before we go to like this video on YouTube. I know we hit another K milestone today, 459K, but also subscribe to the channel and also like this video because it helps with the algorithm, because that's what Shobi's told me. And also our website, you can even see the calendar feature there now, which is a nice addition, lets you know what's coming up and when. And also, don't forget our social media at European Cricket. Shobi, great first day from you. I had a really, really good time getting to know you a little bit better and hearing about your experience in cricket. I think you're a great caller. I hope we get to hear more of you on ECN and hopefully you enjoyed your day.
Amigos, mucho gusto.
Ah, mucho gusto. Igualmente, mi amigo. Oh, yeah, they're getting a bit bilingual. You're already about, what is it, pentalingual. So one more's all right. Hey, but yeah, I know, seriously, we would like to have you back as our guest on Monday for some of the European Cricket Series T10. Get the hang of that, because I know you're going to go to Bulgaria. You're going to do just over a week there for us, and hopefully get more opportunities to use you. But yeah, how did you find your first day?
It's been magnificent, though. Especially the cricket was excellent. You being such a very good host is just, I just felt like home.
Well, you know what? It does feel like home in here, and I love the fact that we're covered up and we're inside, so it actually feels like quite a cozy home. So what we'll do, we'll give you the highlights of the day. If you'd like to stick around to the end of the broadcast, you can check out the short trophy ceremony where we will give away the CE Cup for men. But don't forget, tomorrow we have the women coming up, and we will have Czechia, Austria and Gibraltar here to continue all the action at the same time as the men's as well. At 8:15 AM GMT, which is 10:15 in Central Europe, and 1:45 in India. Czechia, Gibraltar first up. A fair bit, I think, kind of 34 to 84 or something in the ranking. So that will be a tough one for the Czechs. Let's see if they can pick up their game and grab a few highlights on home soil. But yeah, well, I want to say a big thanks to everyone out there, to all the viewers as well, for being so great, for making Shobi so welcome. I want to say big thanks to Finlay in there, to Steve Muha as well. I know people are saying, end of the tournament, but it's really just the start. Don't forget the women's tomorrow is going to be great as well. Hello to Wayne. So, yeah, thanks very much. And just going back on some of these comments, I'm sorry I missed them at the time. But for now, we'll leave you with some of the highlights of the day. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with Shoban Gunayak. Stay happy, stay safe. You can see me for the trophy ceremony. And then tomorrow for more action. Danny Hoodcheck back with me for more CE Cup. For now, it's hasta pronto.
Move my body back and forth. 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 Move my
Hello and welcome to the trophy ceremony for the CE Cup for men here in Czechia. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, to take you through the action. And of course, it was a really, really exciting CE Cup with the host Czechia joined by Norway and Austria in what's been a very entertaining 3 days of cricket. Firstly, I want to say on our behalf from ECN, it's really exciting to be here and to cover T20 international cricket. It's something that's always quite difficult for us to fit in, but we know how important it is. And the ICC have basically directed T20 as the vehicle to spread cricket around the world, and obviously Europe is our part of the world that we're very interested in. So I want to congratulate all of you for your efforts. Of course, we've got Austria and Norway here, but also all the Czech team that played with passion, played with pride, played with skill. And I think we're still early in the season. I know there's still probably a few things that all teams are working on, but what I see is all teams that are wanting to climb that international ladder, and it's all there in front of you, and I want to wish you all the best for the season ahead. I know I'll be seeing a lot more of you. I've got Michael Lonsberg here, the chairman of Czech Cricket. He'd like to say a few words after what's been a really successful tournament. So Michael, I'll hand this over to you.
Thank you very much, Vinny. So firstly, I would like to thank our sponsors, Grant Thornton and Prague City, for their assistance in getting on this tournament. And then also I'd like to thank all the teams who came there, the Austrians and the Norwegians, and of course the Czechs. Gentlemen, we share a mission here in Europe in promoting the game we all love, and to watch the quality that you produce for us. Despite the poor weather on the first day, I think we battled through, and it really was a grand display of cricket. And I know there's many Czechs out there watching us on YouTube, and so this is definitely a good advertisement for the game. So I'd like to thank everybody for coming along and you know, putting up a good standard of cricket. Moving on, I'd like to thank, of course, Vinny and the ECN team for doing such a wonderful job in helping the broadcast, and of course the staff here. A big shout out in particular to Raj and Venki, who are just behind the camera there, for putting on this whole tournament, making sure the ground's ready so that we can all play and enjoy ourselves. So thank you, Vinny, for the opportunity to speak. Thank you all of you for coming, and I look forward to seeing you again in the Czech Republic, and indeed perhaps visiting your countries as well with the Czech national team.
Thanks very much, Michael. Yeah, it's our pleasure to be here. Obviously, we've got a great relationship with Cricket Czechia over a number of years. Actually, this Friday, it's 5 years since ECN broadcast our first game here. Yeah. So it's flown past. Obviously, it's been a crazy time. And I say it all the time, there's never been a better time to be involved in European cricket. Just quickly, I'm going to mention the Czech team, and I know that they weren't able to win a game in the series, but I applaud the ambition, I think, to invite such challenging teams here. I think the way you get better is playing teams that are maybe a slight level above, and that's the way it kind of panned out this week. But some good signs there. I think also it showed up with the Czechs maybe having not played internationals. These two teams have so far in the series. To Norway, I mean, it's always a pleasure to see you, and I'm seeing more of you, and I hope I see more of you. You know, I had a great time covering you in Portugal. I know we do plan to have ECN in Norway for the first time this year in August. Still trying to get on that one, but we'll see. But then I know the plans are for European Cricket Series there next year as well. So I applaud you with your professionalism. I know you'd be disappointed today in the last game, but I think there are a lot of positives there. I just love the way you get on with the job and you back each other up. So, you know, keep that team culture together. The road to success is never a straight line is one of my favourite lines, and that you're a really inspiring group, and so I applaud you. So I'd like to give you a round of applause. In second place, Norway in the CE Cup. And as far as the winners, what can I say about Austria? I mean, you're a very exciting team, and the way you took the game on, the way you were brave, especially early in your innings, I think was really important. I just think the way that you were able to show depth and the amount of players that were able to bowl up and bat in key moments. Obviously had the strong opening partnership clicking, and you thoroughly deserve your win. Which actually brings me to the MVP, and Michael, I know you're going to do the honours. We do have an MVP Best Player Award here for the CE Cup in 2025 for the men, and I can announce from Austria, it goes to Bilal Zalmay. Congratulations. Congratulations, there you go. Bilal, he's a character. Bowler, batter, fashionista. Bilal, he always looks magnificent as well. And now, look, I'd like to invite you up. Akib, if you'd like to come up and bring your team with you, we'd like to invite you up and present you with the trophy with the CE Cup. So Michael, I'll let you do the honours.
So, Central European Cup winners 2025, gentlemen. Congratulations, it goes to Austria. Thank you.
Big thank you once again to everybody. Enjoy your moment, enjoy your win. But it's a long season. I look forward to seeing you. Have a great season in Norway and hopefully see a lot of you in Spain later in the year. Thanks again to everyone, the umpires as well. Before we go, let's give them a round of applause. The umpiring crew, again, great job. Wish you all the best. We'll see you right here for more action as the CE Cup continues with the women tomorrow, same time, same place. Good night.
just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.